Good morning, everybody, from wherever you've come from. And on behalf of Marcella Cazzoli and myself, I'd like to welcome you to today's symposium, Transnationalising the Word, a decolonising approach to the teaching and learning of languages. To begin with, we'd like to express our thanks to the IMLR and to UCML for their support for the event, and to Kathy Collins and Charles Burdett in particular for their encouragement and practical support. We'd also like to thank Simona Martorana for her help in managing logistics today, for doing some techie magic for us. We're delighted to welcome speakers from across the globe to share their experience and expertise on how we to reflect on how we adapt our teaching to embrace the possibilities of the transnational and the decolonising approaches, strengthening diversity, inclusivity and excellence. Marcella and I thought long and hard about who we might ask to open today's event. There are many eminent colleagues working in modern languages, some of whom are among our speakers, some of whom I can see among our participants today, who could speak eloquently about the importance of the transnational and the decolonising approaches. But eventually we decided that actually we didn't want any one person to open today's event. Today's symposium is at least partly about how we embrace the plurality of voices and experiences, about how we decenter our approaches, and about how we listen to one another. And so in this spirit, all of our speakers are our keynotes. All of them give us new means of thinking about our teaching and our approaches. And so after some brief housekeeping, we'll move straight to the first panel. The symposium today is made up of 4 panels. There's languages and cultures in the classroom, which I will chair. Then secondly, we have decentering cultures, which is very kindly chaired by Cecilia Piantanida. We have structures and approaches, which is chaired by the co-organizer Marcella Cazzoli, and then learning in and beyond the classroom, kindly chaired by Roussel Mead. The panels will be followed by Marcella's closing reflections on the day. The abstracts for each of these speakers are available on the IMLR website for the event. I've put it in the chat just there, so if you want to look through those, you can follow that link to find the abstracts. In each of the panels, we will invite all of the speakers to present their work and then invite questions and discussions through the chat function and the raised hand function. As you'd have seen when you came in, the session is being recorded. Now, if you choose to ask a question by raising your hand and then speaking, this will be included on the recording. So if you prefer not to be part of the recording, we would suggest that you use the chat function. When not asking a question, we invite you to mute your microphones to minimise background noise, as we all know is the new norm with Zoom. For those of you able to join us for the whole day or for parts of it, we've scheduled in some short breaks between the panels and a break for lunch from 12:30 to 1:30. Those that will obviously not be recorded. We'll leave the Zoom running, so if you do want to chat with the other participants, you're able to do so. And that's one of the reasons we've gone for a normal Zoom meeting rather than a webinar, partly because we wanted for us to be able to see each other, to be able to see who's there. With the webinar format, sometimes you can't see who's there, it's a bit less interactive. And we wanted, today is about learning from each other, so we wanted to have that. But we will, those bits of the recording will obviously be edited out. And if you want, you can just turn off your microphone and your video. So Simona, Marcella and I would wish you an enjoyable and a stimulating symposium. And we thank you all for your contributions throughout the day, your contributions through your presentations, through your interaction in the chat and so forth. So without further ado, I would like to open the first panel, which is languages and cultures in the classroom. We have Dan Ping Wang of the University of Auckland in New Zealand, who will be presenting a paper on decolonising the Chinese curriculum, indigenous epistemology and translanguaging, exploring a Maori approach to decolonising the curriculum and emphasising the reciprocity of teaching and learning and introducing a translanguaging approach to make meaning for a deeper level of engagement. Alexandra Lorenzo Diaz of King's College London will then be presenting a paper on the decolonised dictionary of the Portuguese language, pedagogical practice in the classroom, outlining the e-learning tool designed as an interactive game for lexicon acquisition, which proposes an understanding of the Portuguese language in its variants, including European, Brazilian, Angolan, Mozambican, Cape Verdean, and others. Cecilia Piantanida of Durham University in the UK will present hybridity and transnationalism in the modern language class, looking at a theoretical and practical level at whether a transnational curriculum may be developed by focusing on forms of linguistic and cultural hybridity in the modern languages classroom. And then we have Salvatore Campisi of Manchester University in the UK, who will present a paper reflecting on and challenging narratives of Italy and Italian with students, exploring how dialogues with students and an inquiry-based approach have shaped the selection of teaching materials and the structure of the curriculum. And I think all of these papers sound absolutely fascinating, and I can't wait to learn some more. So Dan Ping, over to you.
Thank you, Claire. Thank you, Liz. I'll just play the PowerPoint from the very first beginning. All right, Tina Koto Katua. Good evening, everyone. My name is Wang Danping. Greetings to you from Auckland. I teach Chinese as an additional language at the University of Auckland, and I also teach pedagogy courses for postgraduate students who are studying to become Chinese language teachers. And first and foremost, please allow me to express my gratitude to the conference organizing team for placing me as the first speaker of this conference. And thank you so much for taking account of the time difference in my area. The topic of my presentation is Decolonizing the Chinese Curriculum, Indigenous Epistemology, and Translanguaging. This is an action research initially based on my personal learning experience and teaching reflections. This is project in 2019, shortly after I took my first Tiril Maori classes. Tiril Maori is the language of the indigenous Maori people of Aotearoa, New Zealand. I was deeply impressed and honestly kind of shocked by how Tiril Maori is taught beginning from the very first lesson, as much as how Alison Phipps experienced in her Maori class while she was visiting New Zealand. She described her Maori learning experience in her recent book, Decolonizing Multilingualism. Please allow me to quote a few lines here. Alison said, "We started on a journey which began first and foremost by decolonizing our cosmology and my largely communicative, intercultural competence-based theories and practice of language pedagogy." And she continued, "I learned that pedagogy would not involve me making notes or writing down words, but would be a learning according to Maori ways." I feel exactly the same when I took Tiril Maori 2 years ago. I will elaborate on the Maori ways of teaching later, but before that, I will explain why I was shocked in the Maori class. I felt shocked because what I experienced in the Maori class was exactly what I was trained not to do, and also what I've been telling my students in the pedagogy courses not to do. So it was a critical moment for me to realize that non-Western ways of teaching can also exist as a legitimate and effective approach, and let alone the tremendous humanizing depths that the course has created. So ever since the Maori class, I fell into a perpetuating love triangle. It was a painful process to reconcile different value systems and different ways of language teaching and learning. So what I show you here is a photo of ceremony that students of Chinese get together to read a language pledge, just like getting married, before they board on the plane to China for study abroad. It is one of the flagship study abroad program in the United States, which will soon celebrate its 30th anniversary. The total immersion approach implemented in this program has become the predominant teaching approach in international Chinese language teaching in the past 2 decades. And numerous Chinese immersion programs have emerged across geographical locations and educational levels. I have also come to realize that the goal of my pedagogy courses is actually to teach future Chinese teachers to use Western teaching approaches. And my instruction is based on mainstream second language acquisition theories such as Stephen Krashen's input hypothesis, Michael Long's interaction hypothesis, Mariel Swine's output hypothesis. All of these ideas have combined to form a solid theoretical foundation for monolingualism to take root and become the norm in second language teaching. So regardless of how comprehensible input and output are, our classic second language acquisition theories are based on monolingual ideologies, which prescribe a mandatory monolingual teaching. Many educators, teachers, researchers who favor immersion approach believe that teaching in a non-target language does not contribute to the teaching of that language. The strict requirement of ideological monolingualism is one of the major reasons why foreign language education declines. And it has been reinforced by policymakers who oppose foreign language education. Well, in the past few years, translanguaging has become a powerful theory that challenges the monolingual bias in language teaching and learning. Translanguaging is a process of using one's full linguistic repertoire to gain knowledge, to make sense, and to articulate one's thought. Translanguaging is not following structuralist binary view of human languages. So according to McConey and Pennycook, language do not exist as real entities. It is a European invention, a product of colonialism serving nation-state interests. In their book, they call for disinventing languages and decolonizing our understanding about languages and language teaching. So my journey into Tirio Maori was a journey into decolonizing my understanding of languages and pedagogies. So I discovered that I needed to unlearn what I studied in graduate school in order to bring back my imagination for teaching my own language. Also in 2019, I was awarded a Marston Fund by the Royal Society of New Zealand to investigate how to integrate Indigenous knowledge into Chinese language education in order to genuinely understand students' translingual and intercultural experiences in the Chinese language classrooms in New Zealand. In New Zealand, all government-funded research projects must take Vision Mautauranga into account. Vision Mautauranga is a New Zealand government policy framework that aims to unlock the science and innovation potential of Maori knowledge, resources, and people. At present, I think New Zealand is perhaps the only English-speaking country that requires all its research organizations and researchers to consider Indigenous thought in research, education, and policy making. But because of COVID and my department staffing issue, I have to suspend the project for now, and hopefully I can resume it next year. In the coming few slides, I will just go over some key Maori concepts that I'll be using in my research. First of all, Mautauranga Maori. It means Maori epistemology in English. Maori ways of knowing are fundamentally different from Western ways of knowing. Unlike Western thought, which is based on ontological primacy, which means objects can exist independently. Maori ways of knowing are based on relationships. We exist only in relation to someone or something else, and our existence is meaningless in the absence of others. According to Maori epistemology, language learning should not be limited to studying the language structure, grammar rules, vocabulary, nor should it be limited to achieving proficiency levels to, simply use the language for instrumentalist purposes. Instead, we should consider what kind of relationship we could and can build with the people who speak this language, as well as how can we continue to improve our relationship with them. Concept is central to Maori ways of understanding and knowing things. It is whanaua tanga, which means family-like relationships. It refers to a relationship built and maintained through shared experiences. It develops as a result of kinship rights and obligations and extends to a close familial friendship and reciprocal relationship. According to According to Maulana Mauli, relationships are fundamental to learning. And these relationships include recognition of students' prior linguistic and cultural knowledge, the management of class time given to discursive interactions, and so on. Russell Bishop, a professor of Maoli education at the University of Otago, has detailed the rationales behind the relationship-based approach, drawing on Maoli epistemology. One quote from his book really stands out to me. The student has this to say about their teacher. Who said he's a good teacher? He's just good at teaching. Yeah, he is all about teaching and not about actually connecting with the students. In another study with more than 1,000 teachers, Russell and his colleagues have provided research evidence to demonstrate the importance of relationship building for teaching and learning. Let's have a look at the diagram here on the right side of the slide. The research shows that there is a correlation between the increase in whanaungatanga and the increasing use of effective pedagogical interactions. In other words, as teachers get more proficient at creating an extended family-like context in their classrooms, their use of effective pedagogies increases. The upper right area is the northeast side of the diagram. It stands for high relationships and high teaching skills. Only teachers located in the northeast dimension can really support their students to learn effectively. And also there's a blank area in the upper left corner because no teacher can demonstrate high teaching skills when they have poor relationships with students. So following the relationship-based approach, I adopted a Maoli pedagogy called ako to guide my teaching. Ako is a Maoli verb, meaning both to teach and to learn. Students can teach their teachers and teachers can learn from their students. It acknowledges the way that new knowledge can grow out of shared learning experiences and a reciprocal relationship. And ako enables teachers to build caring and inclusive learning communities where each person feels that their contribution is valued and they can participate to their full potential. ako is also specifically promoted in New Zealand universities and serves as a guiding principle for higher education teaching excellence award. With this ako pedagogy, power would be shared. Teachers and students would connect to one another through the process of co-constructing common understandings and meanings. The translanguaging pedagogy allows students to use their prior linguistic resources, encourages teachers to build a family-like learning environment, and as a matter of fact, enables the ako approach to take effect in the real classrooms. So very, very briefly, what is translanguaging pedagogy? Ophelia Glacier and her colleagues identified 3 components of translanguaging pedagogy. The stance, design, and shifts. So translanguaging stance refers to a teacher's belief and ideologies about students' linguistic resources. Translanguaging pedagogical design is about how teachers set up affordance as they construct learning experiences for language learners. And translanguaging shifts are moves that a teacher make in responses to their students. Because of the limited time I have today, I prefer not to go into the details of the entire project design and classroom discourse analysis, but I'm happy to share with you some comments from students. The decolonial praxis I initiated in 2019 with the students, with the Chinese language program at the University of Auckland. This is the largest university Chinese language program in New Zealand. There are about 300 to 400 students studying with us every year. The students will be surveyed at the end of each semester about the changes that they felt the most useful for their learning. Here we got some comments from students from just one advanced level course. One student said, I really liked how at this level we were being taught. And in class discussions, all interacted in Chinese mixed with English. This further helped me strengthen the communication skills. And another student said, having small group discussions and the tutor's willingness to go beyond focusing on language, but also spending time on, having deep, meaningful conversation with us. So as we can see, students were supportive of this ACO and translanguaging pedagogy that I introduced to the course. And through these pedagogies, we have engaged in more complex conversations that we were not able to have before. In my recent article, I used the term called translanguaging reality to refer to the natural classroom language practices that we all draw on our existing linguistic and semiotic resources to make meanings. And monolingualism is not a natural state. In my research monograph on classroom translanguaging, I pointed out that teachers and students should liberate themselves from constraints of monolingual ideologies and take actions to change the power hierarchy in the classrooms and eventually decolonize the curriculum. In English-speaking countries, however, learning a foreign language has remained an elite occupation, just for enhancing one's status among the national elites or for gaining competitive edge in the global market. International Chinese teaching has been driven by this instrumentalist approach. Learning Chinese is often regarded for purely economic reasons. I ask students, why are you studying Chinese? And many would say, to do business with China and to make more money. I believe it's time that we talk about how to decolonize the Chinese language education and reestablish the goal of Chinese teaching and learning as improving relationships and bringing about peace and mutual understanding and trust. I couldn't help noticing that, I hope it's all right to say that I'm the only speaker of Asian descent at this conference. Despite the fact that, decolonial work has become one of the most popular topics in Europe, North America, South America, and Africa, only a small group of Asian scholars have joined the discussion. And many of them, my colleagues, regarded decolonization as irrelevant to their work and just simply an unresolved issue between the colonizers and their previous or current colonies. And they are not aware of the deep-rooted neo-coloniality in their minds, research, and teaching. And a decade ago, a Chinese scholar, Chen Guangcheng, proposed Asia as method, and his decolonial thinking was introduced to applied linguistics research by Andrew Lin, a renowned scholar in translanguaging research. Andrew Lin suggested that Chen's work could be applied to critically examining the design and the pedagogical and the curricular strategies. As I come to the end of my presentation, I would like to call for adopting a critical epistemological perspective in decolonizing foreign language teaching and unlearning and reinventing the paradigmatic frameworks of language education. And I hope more Asian scholars could see the importance and urgency of decolonizing Asian language teaching. So in conclusion, I will continue to explore the happy marriage of indigenous epistemology and translanguaging in my own teaching and research, and search more liberating theories that enables a transformative praxis for decolonizing the Chinese language education. And finally, I would like to call for exercising vigilance to understand how current existing second language theories that might facilitate or hinder our decolonial work in modern language teaching. Part of my presentation will be included in an article for a special issue on transforming Chinese language teaching through translanguaging. I'm the guest editor of this special issue, and there will be another 6 to 7 papers included, discussing about how to create space for a multi-paradigmatic approach to Chinese teaching. And that's all for my presentation tonight. Thank you. And here are some of the references I used in this presentation. Thank you all. Back to you, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you for a really interesting paper. I love that idea you have about unlearning what we've done to open up the imagination. And I think that notion about putting relationships at the centre of teaching, the idea that we need to build those kind of caring, inclusive learning communities, I think now more than ever, it's so vital as we start to get students back into the classroom post-pandemic after everyone's been isolated, anxious, to put meaningful relationships at the centre of what we do is absolutely key. Lots and lots to think about there, and thank you for flagging us towards your article, because I think lots of us will want to follow up on some of those ideas there.
Thank you, Liv.
If you've got questions, for Dan Ping, could you pop them in the chat or save them for later if you want to raise your hand later. But for now, I think we will move on to Alexandra's paper on the Decolonised Dictionary of the Portuguese Language, Pedagogical Practice in the Classroom.
Thank you very much, Liz. So I'm going to share my screen, and here is my presentation. Thank you. So my presentation is about a project that we are developing at the moment at SPLAS King's College London in Portuguese classes, and it's also in collaboration with the Camões Centre. And my presentation will be organized in two main parts. First, I'm going to talk a little bit on the pedagogy of the dictionary, and in the second part, I will just run you through the project online that you can see. It's just a bit different from when I first submitted the abstract to this symposium. And this project started during the pandemic and resulted from the intention of creating a learning platform designed as a virtual space that could easily link to the classroom activities, where the students could have a research-led teaching and learning experience and collaborate with Portuguese-speaking countries in the global south. Oh, sorry. It is a website designed as an interactive e-learning tool for lexicon acquisition. The pedagogical value of a dictionary is well known to all of us who deal with words, and it is a valuable tool to help the students recognize the semantic and expressive arrangements that the appropriate use provides, as well as the grammatical and syntactical conditions required by the contextualization of words in sentences and texts. And lexical content is fundamental to all communicative language activities, from comprehension, communication, interaction, oral and written production, and so on. This sort of project or platform was also a way to decolonize two main aspects that were very important for me in my learning and teaching approach. One of them is skills and the other one is assessment. So it allows us to develop activities that require students to put in place the 4 basic language skills, but integrating them into a communication process that required more than that. And in parallel to a good use of grammar structures, it would require them to develop critical thinking, creativity, and problem solving. It also allows us to decolonize assessment by moving from traditional assessment modalities, such as oral exams based on presentations or writing tasks, such as essays, that could be easily replaced by interviews, podcasts, book reviews, scripts for interviews, translations, and so on. It also allows us to decolonize our learning style by making it more integrative. So I talked already about the skills, that the 4 fundamental skills for language learning, and added more learning skills are more focused into critical thinking and creativity, and come up with different answers to the problem solving to the situations that came up. It would be more collaborative because the students would be working as a team, but also they would be interacting with other academics, with other students, writers and artists in the Global South. And you'll be, I'll just show you, and it will make a lot more sense when you see the website. It will also allow us to have a research-led approach because we are now exploring some research strands, of course, linked to lexicography, to language history, to Creoles, but we also developing at the moment a project connected with the Arabic influence of the culture in the Portuguese language, and we are developing at the moment a game, a word game with the students. So this is just one of the virtualities of this project, and also allow us to bring another component, which is the context-based learning, with activities that require the students to be in contact with authentic language documents and live interaction with speakers from different parts of the parts of the world where Portuguese language is spoken, and to displace it from Portugal and Brazil, which are the continent, the countries that usually have a lot more protagonism. So why use a dictionary? Well, why a dictionary? Well, mainly because I do love words and I do love working with lexicon, but mainly because both dictionaries and lexicons are instruments which help to store and maintain the language, but at the same time allow us to understand how words vary and evolve in a dynamic process. And at the same time, they accumulate functions which encompass linguistic, cultural, or scientific knowledge. And one of the aims of this project is exactly to tackle the culture of the Portuguese-speaking world through the words we speak. So, and when it comes to the Portuguese world of words, this is quite a vast universe when we think about the Portuguese language. Its geographical dimension, which is spread over multiple spaces that are bound by language to the history of colonization, of course, in a very extensive and discontinuous area. And like in any living language, is internally characterized by the coexistence not only of norms and subnorms, but also of words that travel from Portugal to Africa, to Asia, to America, and form the linguistic superstrate, or eventually creolized with native languages, and are now returning to Portugal. And by this I mean they are being integrated in the linguistic norm in a reverse move, in a transnational movement resulting from migration, globalization, and language policies within the CPLP, the community of the Portuguese-speaking countries. So this community was created recently in the history, so it was in 1996, and it is defined as a place, a multilateral forum for the deepening of mutual friendship, political and diplomatic cooperation among its members, but its main objective is to bring together the Portuguese-speaking countries in order to standardize and disseminate language and increase cultural exchange between them. So the maritime expansion and establishment of Portuguese colonies meant that the language was taken to various continents and imposed there as an instrument of imperial unification, giving birth to what we call today the Lusophone world, where linguistic diversity and cultural affinities, as I mentioned before, coexist within a unity that structure the linguistic system of the Portuguese, of what represents the Portuguese language. But as we can see, this unity is formed or is composed by diversity as well. So we can recognize the European variety and Brazilian variety, And then we can also identify the different variations that are spoken in Angola, Mozambique, Cabo Verde, Guinea-Bissau, São Tomé, and East Timor. These differ to a great or less extent. Nevertheless, this differentiation does not compromise the unity of the language, but makes it possible to recognize different uses within the linguistic system of each community. And this is precisely the aspect that gave birth to this dictionary in particular. So I'll just give you an example. So this is a book, a novel by Onjaki, an Angolan author. And in the end of the novel, you will find some pages like the image you can see on top. So it's a small glossary that gives you an explanation of the words that seem pretty much like Portuguese words, but for me, or for a Brazilian person, they would not be understandable because they are originated from native languages such as Umbundu or Kimbundu. The fact is that because we have these migration movements, some of these words are becoming more popular, either in Brazil and Lisbon, where this migration is stronger. And they are already being assimilated and absorbed by the Portuguese language dictionary, which is a very interesting process. So the idea for this dictionary was precisely to combine and bring together these variations and put them in a tool that would allow our students either to work and do some research and through their readings and through the discovery of some words, just do some research, trying to find the origin of the word, compiling some information about it, and then upload it to this digital platform. So why call it Decolonized Dictionary? Well, decolonized because we've seen that there is a process of colonization and history colonization behind it, but also because it is our intention to just deconstruct the notion of the hierarchy of European and Brazilian Portuguese as languages of prestige and majority elites. So I'll give you an example. We have, for instance, the word bus in English that we referred to in Portuguese as autocarro, ônibus in Brazilian variety, but machimbombo in Angolan and Portuguese and Mozambican Portuguese. And why not bring all these three words to the perception of the students so they can realize that if they go to Angola, it's worthless to use the word autocarro because the word in use will be definitely machimbombo. Or if you go to Brazil, you can't wait for an autocarro because you will have the omnibus point to expect the bus, the omnibus. And so it is our intention to put all variation of Portuguese in equal footing. But this is in Lusophone spaces outside Europe because one of our objectives as well is to lift the veil of ideological colonization of the Portuguese language within the country and also within the Iberian Peninsula because in a way, due to Portuguese history and the dictatorship that we suffered for such a long time, there was an erasure from collective memory of, let's say, Islamic and Sephardic elements that were very important in the constitution of what is the Portuguese language today. So we want to bring that history to the surface and just create glossaries for the speaker to realize, okay, so these are the words that we receive from Arabic tradition as well, or these are the words that we can still share with Galicia, for instance. So this platform, it's not only a dictionary, as you might see, and it became a very complex portal. So it's actually a lexical research tool where we do not have the ambition of creating a dictionary with thousands and thousands of words that exist in Portuguese, but where we want to just create glossaries that show the Tupinisms or Mozambicanisms or those universes of words that came from Bantu languages, from Kimbundu, from Umbundu. This is just an example. It's also a tool for language learning because we need that and we want that pedagogical support and give it to our students through gamification. So as I said, we're at the moment developing a word game with a student, an international student, which is helping us, which is very interesting because this project allows us to have all these sort of interactions internally and externally. It's also a literature portal and a research portal. And it has this complex structure divided in three main dimensions: the pedagogical, the research, and the informative, because we also show some information. We show some information on books and authors and some feature words, which is one of the parts of the dictionary that people usually enjoy a lot. And we want as well to decolonize this approach to literature by interact especially with the authors that usually we don't hear much about and whose publications are circumscribed to Angola. And it's really hard to get them to the UK, for instance, or even to buy them in Portugal, because the mechanisms of diffusion of the book are still very complex and sometimes difficult, even though CPLP and all these organizations are trying to cover and trying to simplify this cultural exchange and publication. So I'll guide you now through the project. I will stop sharing this because I have to share another screen now. And I hope the sound is okay. Okay, and I'll just guide you through it. So it became quite a complex project because in the beginning I was actually thinking about doing it in a new learning platform or a software designed for e-learning courses, and it would be a much simple thing. And I was just thinking about having the students doing some research and uploading the words and then trying step by step organizing different glossaries. But then the project, maybe because of the use of the word decolonized, and it grabbed the attention from many academics in Angola and Mozambique who easily identified with the nature of this project, and they wanted to cooperate. So all of a sudden I had in hands a huge amount of words and glossaries made by professionals and academics who are actually now involved in the process of developing a dictionary for the Mozambican language. So it grew in a way that I'm still trying to think what will be the future of this project. But anyway, so as a classroom instrument, these are the potentialities. So we have the glossary here. So if we can just see that I have some words, I stopped because I realized that a presence of someone specialized in lexicography would be really needed at this stage. But just to give you an idea, so we have the different categories here. So if you click, you can go straight to cotisms. This is an exception, and this is actually a bug within the digital tool, because cotisms is a universe of words that Mia Couto, a Mozambican writer, created, and I decided to bring as well so we can have a research strand connected to his work. But these cotisms words are actually fiction, and it's very interesting because it allows us to study the plasticity of the language and see the way he builds up new words by putting together pieces of words of different rules in Portuguese anyway. But because of a bug, it is here, it shouldn't be here, but anyway. So you can find Tupinisms, you can find words from Bantu origin or Umbundu, Kimbundu, or Mirandish. Then we have another page which talks about the project and the feature words. So this is where students got involved, and this is where the interesting part of the work can be made by them. So what we have here is a word that people chose, and it's representative of the culture of their country. So we have, for instance, the word maning in Mozambique, mangolé in Angola. We have the word salu we have the word mar, which is in Portuguese. We have the word milho, corn. We have another word from mirandês. Mirandês is the second official language in Portuguese, and it's just spoken in the north of the country. Then we have another word from Mozambique, another word from Brazil, and East Timor. So I'll just click here so you can see how it works. But it's pretty much the person speaking in Portuguese.
Olá, o meu nome é Zênia Filomena Lobo e sou aluna do segundo ano da Faculdade de Ciências Exatas da Universidade.
So it gives you a taste of the different variations of Portuguese in the different countries. So as I said, this is a work in progress and there's a lot of things to do at the moment. So in the next phase, or once we start the new semester, we will have students creating the subtitles, translating and hearing the Portuguese speakers and putting these into words. So another research and assessment process that will require as well the students to do is just to reach out the students, reach out the academics or the teachers in the different universities from Cabo Verde, from São Tomé, from wherever, and try to reach one student and either suggest a word or asking them to suggest a word. And this will be done essentially by email. So the student will be required to write in Portuguese. So the communication skills or the written production will get involved and trained here. So the another important page is the one connected with research. And these are the two projects that we submitted, exploring the power of Mia Couto's lexical creativity. And this is also supposed to be on a game and a word game that we are going to develop. At the moment, we are just focusing on this one, Culture and Science in Vocabulary of Arabic Origin in Portugal. So I'm developing this at the moment with a student. Then we have another section for books and authors, and this is the section where the students as well can be assessed, because here is one example of a podcast that I developed with an Angolan writer, but in the future, the students will be doing in my place. So they will be required to read the book review or eventually to read a chapter. They will be required to develop the script for the interview. And eventually, because I'm thinking especially for more advanced levels of Portuguese, of course, they will conduct the interview and record the podcast and everything. So another way of doing is just a short book review if they want to write it. And that's all. Then we have the page Cultisms that is pretty much still in progression as well. So students can also, instead of just focusing on writing pieces or speaking, they can also develop video pieces. And this is one example of the work that we do by collecting information on the internet, by collecting or reading interviews about the author, and do what we usually did in the past, which is cut and paste newspapers. We can do it digitally and then copy paste everything into a video like this. And this, of course, is a visual. I won't put it all because it's a bit long. But anyways, just to give you an example of how the students, without speaking directly, which actually they can, and we can have a voiceover, but they can also do a lot of reading and online reading and a selection of the information, just choosing the right information and put it together in a sequential exercise like a video. Then we have the links, and this is also a very interesting part because we can explore the internet and check all the immense work that is been doing, especially in the global south, and link it to this project and analyze. So this is what academic Epsilon or the project that is happening somewhere is actually doing about a very specific Portuguese context. Let's say Calunga in the Lusophone context. What is Calunga? So it's an Afro-Portuguese variety spoken in a small community in Brazil. Or what are the aspects of the language, of the Portuguese language in Angola? Or what is the situation of the Portuguese at the moment in East Timor? So this will decolonize basically the approach that and the perception that we have of the Portuguese language, especially when we are in Europe and so connected with Portugal. And that's it, I suppose. And back to you, Liz. Thank you so much.
Wow, that's brilliant. That's so fascinating.
It's huge.
I'm so busy writing notes. I didn't realize it was back to
I could still speak about it, but I suppose I won't bother you.
Oh no, I'm definitely going to be looking at the Cootisms bit and looking into that.
Yeah.
But, I mean, that whole assessment project, what a brilliant student experience.
Yeah, I actually need volunteers. So anyone who actually wants to be part of the team, please contact me. I'll just leave my email on the chat box as well, because it's a huge project and I want it to be as more collaborative as possible. So all the collaborations and interests are very, very welcome.
Maybe I'll go back and I'll become an undergraduate again and sign up for some Portuguese with you.
Oh, thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much. We'll move on now. We'll come back for questions later. Lots of very positive things in the chat. Cecilia, over to you, talking about hybridity and transnationalism in the modern languages classroom.
Sorry, I needed to unmute myself. Okay, so good morning, everybody. I'm Cecilia Piantanida. I'd like to talk to you today about my own experience, really. This is a practice-based paper of my experience as a teacher at Durham University of both language at a higher level, but also culture and sort of literature and visual arts. So I'd like to think about how to develop a transnational and sort of decolonized curriculum through the lens of hybridity today. And the paper really responds to, of course, the need that has been so eloquently put forward today by all speakers in the conference, but also the HRC, of having an increasingly transnational approach to not only research, but also teaching in modern languages. Because we are an increasingly globalized world in which patterns of migration bring people and cultures together, and we increasingly living in a multilingual society, and therefore teaching languages should really address this as well and have a much more natural experience going beyond the monolingual classroom. So these are my premises. So what do I mean with hybridity? I mean, it's a very complex and fraught in many ways, but also multifaceted concept. Here, I want to use it in order to deconstruct monocultural, monolingual approaches to teaching and learning modern languages. And my examples will be from the Italian language class. But the point is to bear in mind and think about languages as hybrid, as opposed to pure languages, which is really the premise of the monolingual approach to teaching languages. And indeed, as Dan Ping said, arguably languages are a concept, really a colonial concept. So just start thinking about these as encounters, really, rather than fixed entities. But also, of course, trying to address the relationship with between the local and translocal, thinking about the nation and the transculturalization that it's happening these days, and has always happened, really, in the encounters of cultures and people, but also thinking about in terms of culture, literature, and cultural products as inherently transcultural and transnational in terms of the development of genres, for instance, and literature as encounters of nations and traditions, really, that are then recontextualized within the local, as Ramazani in Transnational Poetics has pointed out very powerfully. Then, of course, I use it also to speak about power and power relationship within the, or think about power relationship within my teaching practices, both at syllabus level, but also in terms of as a teacher-student relationship. Of course, post-colonial hybridity, which is, I mean, I'm not going to speak up, sort of explain what it is, but it really raises issues of resistance and power. And through writers such as Gilroy or Baba, challenge static categories of subjectivity, as well as posing meaning as a site of struggle. Of course, there are other thinkers, like I can think of Tony Neri and Hart's Empire, sort of questioning post-colonial hybridity as another form of erasure of power relationship. But I want to think about it, the positive aspects here of hybridity. We can discuss perhaps later if this is a valid framework. And so think about hybridity as an encounter and a way of thinking about subjectivity as something that is not static. And of course, also this invites us to think about the teacher-student relationship as horizontal, and to think about a sort of ethics of care of the sort Damping was talking about in her own paper. So with this in mind, my proposal for a hybrid teaching approach brings together various aspects of teaching and learning that have already been put forward in other places. But I want to emphasize that these are three interconnected areas. And the first being absolutely central to me is that culture and language teaching and learning need to be integrated, both in a language class, but also in culture class. And this is very important to me. And then this informs then, on the one hand, a development of a transnational syllabus that would invite students to think actively about how language would work in society, but also in relation to their own selves and identity. And as well as the syllabus, we also need to think about the language classroom, or the modern language classroom, really, as a plurilingual and translingual space that would allow for this sort of hybridity to emerge naturally. And as has been said before, plurilingualism and translingualism assume that each learner or each student, each person has a unique repertoire and a single repertoire of language skills, rather than skills in every single individual languages, and with a single repertoire that they would then use it to communicate or carry out various tasks. So this is my framework. And I want to now show you some examples of what this might look like, and what I tried to come up with these sort of broader ideas in mind. So my examples will be from my final year Italian language module at Durham. So it was an advanced level module, which is usually taught thoroughly in Italian. And then a final year Italian culture module, which I didn't design, I inherited, but that I taught for several years alongside the final year Italian language module. And so I had the same cohort of students for both modules, and I tried to bring language and culture together as much as possible. So let's start from the Italian language module and how to perhaps think about developing a transnational syllabus for this kind of module. Italy is a very useful and helpful case study. I divided my modules in themes. So I thought about to what extent is Italy and Italian plurilingual. It's an encounter of dialects, minority languages, language of migrant communities, post-colonial. Of course, Italy has former colonies, and it's a post-colonial dimension there, as migration shows and beyond. But it's also inherently locally post-colonial in the way that the North-South divide could be sort of theorized as the North colonizing the South. We can talk about this more, but also it also transculture, and this is something that's very dear to me. It's a point of encounter throughout history of various cultures, ancient cultures, Renaissance cultures, and modern traditions, and therefore languages, but also more recently fluxes of migration from abroad into Italy, but also of Italians abroad throughout its history. So my module was shaped by these ideas. It's a language module, as I said. And now I'll give you an example of a learning unit specifically based on the last topics on transnational Italy. So for each unit, within this, or each week we'd have a practical writing class and an oral class. I want to focus in particular on the group project that I did with students that we did together. But just to give you an idea, in week one, after a practical class on Italians abroad, we used the Transnationalising Modern Languages website, which is in English, and students were invited to look out for stories of transnational experiences and mobilities and then present them in Italian, which is already a very useful way of sort of doing cultural translation, switching from English, which is mostly their mother tongue, into Italian. And then in week two, we had a practical class on openly on post-colonial Italy, in which they were introduced to what the sort of the history of colonial Italy was, and then watched a home 15 minutes of this documentary, which I really recommend, by Simone Brioni, Aulò, which is based on an interview with Italian-Eritrean writer, transnational writer Ribka Sibatu. Students had to watch 15 minutes or more if they wanted to, and then write a written summary of those 15 minutes, a home, which then we would workshop in class. This is all gearing up towards the group work. It is something that I really cherished and I think worked very well, and students loved, as the evaluation showed. In the group work, students were asked to present on contexts of Italian language with other languages and cultures, any language and culture really. Some of the presentations were on Italian-American community, and then present them in class. So some of the presentations in class were on Italian-American communities, Italian language in Argentina, tango, and so on. But what was interesting for me was that, and what I wanted to create was the group work as a translingual space and a mediation exercise. So the groups were set up so that some students would know both Italian and the language of contact, but others wouldn't. And so students were invited to work and reflect on linguistic and cultural encounters among languages that may have not spoken before. And the peers had to mediate between themselves, the plurilingual knowledge and pluricultural knowledge, and the other students. And then all of them had to mediate this content to class. So it's not necessarily that the language class was a translanguaging space, but the group work was, and students were really very much taking ownership of their own learning through research-led groups. And of course, is also collaborative, as Alexandra was saying, in the way that it's, if we want to think about this, it's much more horizontal than usual work. I would have liked this to be a creative group work, but because of the pandemic, it was more difficult for students to meet up, so it was all done online. But in the past, I did have creative group works, and it worked very well. And in this case, it was creative responses to transnational literature. And then students went off and did their own thing, which could be a video interview in Durham with the owners of a coffee shop, Capriccio, or a staging a talk show in class on students' own experience of living abroad. Equally, it was a staging a newsreel on Sea-Watch and what happened with the NGOs and the migrant community, and the ensuing discussion. It was all staged and prepared with students. This is interesting because literature says, Aidan and Eschenauer has pointed this out very clearly, that living aesthetic experiences also encourages cultural empathy. And so, and once again, there's a blurring of the boundaries between academic and creative practices, which is helpful, but also not only for their own learning, but also employability in many ways. My second example is about the cultural module that I taught called Writing the Modern Self. It is on the representation of self and identity in Italian literature within a European and transnational perspective. So the students learn about context, transnational context, as well as the Italian tradition of various texts, which are, the lectures were in English on text in Italian, but I wanted to experiment with the seminar space as a translingual space and plurilingual space. And so I asked them to speak in Italian, or indeed in any other language they felt comfortable speaking in. There was no language hierarchy in the seminars. Students were free to switch to English or any other language, or any other language at least that people might know, and also to use concepts in other languages if and when needed to express complex concepts. Their interactions were very natural because they were interacting with me, but they were interacting with their peers in a very natural way. And it's much closer, I found, to a real life situation because there was less emphasis on accuracy than in a language class. So students were really free to experiment with languages and new language repertoires that they may have not had the option to experiment in a language class setting. And students, once again, at first found this challenging because they're not used to it, but then extremely rewarding. I wish I had the feedback, but it was positive feedback, and the students pointed it out. So I'm going to conclude, if you give me a couple of minutes, on what I'd like to do next. So based on this experience and go a bit more experimental perhaps. So I think that for language modules, plurilingual activities are really something that are needed, especially in the higher education system, in which sort of languages are still taught nationally. So joint classes with teachers of different languages, for instance, which might be introducing or having one once a term, for instance, introducing language encounters, for instance, between Romance languages, or for instance, within the Italian Francophone setting, Corsica would be a fantastic example in which sort of Italian and Francophone culture come together. But having teachers of different languages engaging and speaking about these would bridge the gap. It also would bridge a gap of knowledge, because not all teachers know all languages, but that's not the point here. It's the point, I think, is to activate language awareness as much as possible, especially in the lower levels, because I have been speaking about the higher levels. That's easier. But when it comes down to beginners and post-level students, might be more complex. Another option could be intercomprehension strategies. For instance, reading a story in a bilingual edition, listening to a recording of it in a third language and retelling it and writing in a language of schooling. Not all these languages need to be known and by students and teachers. Once again, it is about shifting the paradigm from monolingual to plurilingual. And then finally, in cultural modules, the big question, I think, for me, it would be how to integrate language and culture in beginners across core modules, which are usually taught in translation. Certainly there's something to be said about activating heritage languages or the mother tongue of each student using pre-existing knowledge of how languages work there through various activities at the seminar level, for instance. But certainly also greater emphasis on dynamics of cultural translation and linguistic translation of culturally specific aspects of the text or cultural products that are talked about. And then again, encouraging plurilingualism and translanguage through in-class activities. I mean, I can give you examples, but I've run out of time, so we can speak about it in the questions if you like. So these were just my suggestions. Really, it's pretty much as a work in progress, as you can see. So I look forward to any feedback that you might have. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cecilia. Again, so many great ideas there. There was a note in the chat saying what a great idea to develop the oral practice by getting them to engage with the transnational stories. I couldn't agree with that more. I think there's lots of us thinking, wow, great ideas. And I'd love to know how those plurilingual activities work out, where if you start bringing colleagues from different languages in. I think we'd all like an update on that once you've managed to try that. So there are some questions in the chat again, but I think we will just move on to Salvatore's paper and then come back to all the questions at the end. So Salvatore is going to talk about reflecting on and challenging narratives of Italy and Italian with students.
Thank you, Liz. I was prepared for the paper, so I was reflecting on the paper, realized that perhaps reflecting on the Italians with students would have been a more economical title for this presentation. What I'm going to present today is texts and the questions that I've asked myself and students that have helped us reflect on Italianness. Text, of course, in a sort of broad sense, not just written text. So Italianness, this can have different labels or tags. It can refer to the Italian language, it can refer to being Italian, but also to the evolution the Italian language has undergone and recently, and Italians, or what being Italian means as well, considering migratory perspective of Italians on themselves has changed. So all these questions somehow, sorry, I can see that the connection is unstable. Please let me know if I start cutting out. So all these questions and texts have something to do with either or both issues surrounding decolonization or the transnational perspective. And when I look or reflect on why I have a strong interest in both, so I can see that they both point to, they have a common denominator in identity, which from a transnational perspective, emphasizing the kind of fluidity of this concept, refers to the process of identification more than identity. And I've also come across an interesting, again, in a transnational perspective, I've come across an for identity, which is
we just lost you for a moment there, Salvatore.
Oh, sorry.
Say that bit again, we just lost you for a moment.
Shall I try and switch? No, maybe no. So yeah, sorry. So so another metaphor that I've come across in transnational identity as a honeycomb, that it provides structure, it binds, but at the same time it has some hollowed out spaces, so pointing to the porosity of identity. And intimately connected with identity is another element that intersect both the transnational perspective and decolonization, which is, of course, language that is a shaping factor in everyone's identity. So these texts and questions, or actually, let's say that this reflection are sort of naturally evolved, or actually naturally led me to use an inquiry-based approach, where I would try to pose, wherever possible, sort of landscape of questions to students that hopefully would trigger further questions and for our discussion. And one of the discussions that we have, or the first questions that I ask students at all levels, is whether we should keep the Italian flag on our Blackboard homepage. Of course, students' responses varied according to the level, according to how students, to what extent they were aware of kind of decolonization, issues around the decolonization or not, so ranging from I don't understand what the matter is, why can I ask this question, to why bother, to, oh, I can see the point, but I think that it is far less controversial than, for example, the use of the British or American flag to refer to the English language. So I have grouped questions and texts under four headings, and for each one of them I have used a question as a sort of label to that sums up more or less what's the whole the discussion is about. So the first one is, which language do you feel, which language feels home to you? Is it an offense to be or being called second generation? What are we going to do with the statue of Cecil Rhodes at Oxford University? And the last one is, guys, whether so let's start with the first part, language and identity. And first year courses, I've used extracts from Jhumpa Lahiri's In Other Words. First of all, because it's fantastic for motivation. It's just it expresses her fascination and passion for the Italian language, but also because it's sort of problematized the relation between languages and identity, and she talks about her conflictual relation with both Bengali spoken in a family and English spoken outside a family in the United States, and so the conflictual relation with these two languages until Italian, she comes across Italian, and this is here. She describes Italian as a new space, her own space, as opposed to Bengali and English. And another interesting point that Jhumpa Lahiri's work has allowed me to make with students, or actually has tied in with my reflection on all this, is that she points out that part of one of the reasons why she has had such a conflictual relation with the two languages she was brought up with is that there was no dialogue. No dialogue that somehow can link to what Dan Ping was saying about relation when she was talking about Maori epistemology. So the importance of creating relations, connections, and Jhumpa Lahiri felt that one of the reasons why she had such a conflictual relation was the fact that nobody has showed any interest in the other. speaking. And transferring this... Oh, sorry.
Sorry to interrupt. Maybe if you turn your video off.
Yeah, okay, I'll try that. Yeah. Sure. Do you want me to go back to any of the things that I said, or was it more or less clear? Okay, yeah, I can carry on. Okay, so transferring this to the classroom, I have the privilege of working with a very diverse student population, and some of my students are actually embody transnationalism in that they have they were born in a country, then moved to Italy. They did much of their schooling before coming to the UK. So they have this kind of multi-layered I found that eliciting something that has to do with that multi-layered identity and valuing what the responses are has been a powerful, very powerful tool. First of all, in terms of engagement, and secondly, in terms of inclusivity. When I talk about eliciting something that has to do with their multi-layered identity, it can be something as simple as one of the languages that are spoken in the country where they were born, or food, or politics, culture. So I'm quite conscious of the time, so I'll skip to the next part. Here, the starting point for us is whether students regard the expression second generation as problematic. And after a discussion that we've had about this, we watch a clip where this young writer, Antonio Di Stefano, is interviewed. And where the presenter addresses him, saying he's Antonio Di Stefano is a second generation writer. And Di Stefano just points out in his reply how that second generation, the use of second generation separates, already marginalizes the recipient of that expression. Something that, and Di Stefano acknowledges the fact that the presenter didn't have that in mind, but it's just this lack, pointing out to the lack of awareness on this, that it was really interesting, and I also think valid from students. Moving on to another second generation artist, a rapper in this case, Gali, here, sort of sparked a controversy when he was when he criticized the TV show where a comedian him wearing fake dreadlocks, with fake dreadlocks and blackface. We watch a video that he, I think he posted on, that Gali posted on Twitter, I think, where he's explaining that he's not, he didn't think that the comedian had bad intentions, or was intended to have racial overtones in what he did. But what he criticized is, again, the sort of lack of awareness in from the comedian, as well as the broader Italian audience, about what the black were, the context in which it was originally used, and the kind of associations that it has for the black community. And at this point, the question for my students is, can you tell me where it comes from? What are these controversial or associations that Gali is referring to? Okay, again, here I'm going to skip a bit about white privilege. The the starting point for our discussion on here, fascism and colonialism, is what are we going to do with, what would you do on Cecil Rhodes' statue at Oxford University? Should it be toppled? Should it be removed? What do you think? After a discussion on this, sort of the focus shift to Italy and asked students, what about Italy? Do you think that Italy has any landmarks, any monuments that would need, that can be regarded? Students are quite perplexed by this question, as they associate Italian monuments and landmarks with a sort of untainted beauty, with Renaissance, without realizing that there may be monuments and landmarks that are quite problematic, as I think very accurately pointed out by Ijaba Shego, who has extensively written about this. She co-authored a book about fascist and colonialist traces in Rome in 2014. But then we look at her article that she published in the wake of the Black Lives Matter movement, and I think 3 days after the statue of Edward Colston was toppled in Bristol, where she discusses if actions like that could be reproduced in Italy, or specifically fascist city. And it's quite interesting for students, apart from, of course, to learn about this, how fascism has left such an enduring imprint in the city. But it's her perspective that is then is sort of conciliatory perspective that is quite interesting. As she says that, given the fact that these landmarks and monuments are such a pervasive presence in Rome, it wouldn't be possible to just remove one. You would need to remove them all, and this would scar the city, its identity. It would make much more sense to erect monuments and landmark statues that would just counteract, or that provides a different narrative, the narrative of the victims of, for example, of fascism. In a way, something I think her perspective stance is in a way very similar to what Anthony Gormley proposed about the statue in Oxford, to turn the statue to the wall. And I'll move on to the last part, the last chapter, where here the question is not a question that our students, but actually a question that students ask me about where I would recommend them going in Italy to acquire the proper accent. And I usually answer this question by asking another question, which is, where would you recommend me going if I wanted to acquire the proper British accent? And here the response is almost invariably to the south. And this gives me the opportunity to ask them the question, yeah, but where does the south begin? In England, Britain, given that most of my students are British, or they identify themselves as British, or in a different country. And it's a quite interesting exercise when students at the very beginning, they look around to see whether something that they may say can be problematic for one of their fellow students. And then they start laughing when one after the other, they point out that the South or the North is above an imaginary line that is to the north of where they come from. And everyone, more or less, so starting from Kent, London, Birmingham, this year, a student said that the imaginary line was crossing Stoke-on-Trent. It's quite interesting to see how everyone associates themselves with the South. Most of my students are more or less aware of that the South divide in Italy is sort of reversed than what they have in Britain. And then we discuss how these sort of prestige is attached to some dialect or accents based on this North-South divide, despite the fact that the linguistic Italy is far more composite in this respect, and that and then actors in Italy would normally be trained on a sort of hybrid accent between the Tuscan and Roman accents. Last bit is about gender, that has been part of our discussions, class discussions, and work in several ways. Pay gap. Recently, we also engaged in an interesting discussion on food porn and how this to gender issues. But then linguistically, from the very beginning of when they are in first year, we discuss how some markers, for example, agreements, the word endings, as in the word here, ragazzi, guys, can point to some sexist stances in the Italian language. And what I found extremely useful is to engage students, or to ask students to read articles written by this linguist, Cecilia Robustelli, who has extensively worked on second language acquisition, has also worked on Italian as to know the non-native speakers, and who has this very interesting sort of take on gender, and not interesting, it's a very scientific look at gender and language. So, for example, when she looks at the fact that some professions don't have an equivalent, a feminine equivalent, she looks at the language as a system to show how, for example, ingegnera is something that the language would normally allow, and it's only a matter of a social issue or a social hindrance that has prevented the language from using that word. The exercise, or the kind of question that I asked students, and that is the last point of my presentation, has to do with gender and inclusive language, where we'll have a look at some of the proposals that have been made to make Italian more inclusive. The use of a star, the use of the phonetic symbol for the first sound of the word about, so the schwa, or the apostrophe. And students are asked what they think about all this, why, also based on what they know about the debate surrounding language and gender in the first language. For example, I don't know, the emergence of forms such as here instead of his or her, of hybrid forms. And then before moving the focus again, or before engaging with where I think very interestingly points out that inclusivity cannot shouldn't be adopted or shouldn't be proposed without considering the language as a whole, as a system, and the markers or endings, word endings, or the agreement markers cannot be easily erased without weakening the internal coherence and cohesion of what we write and what we say in a language. And I think that more or less illustrates the examples, or the most important examples I wanted to illustrate today.
Thank you, Salvatore. Lots of really interesting topics and interesting links for us to follow up on there. We've got some questions that have been coming through in the chat. Got the first question is to Dan Ping, and it's from Barbara Hanna. It says, to what extent in your Chinese classroom is the indigenous epistemology recognizable as such? That is the teaching practice recognized by the students as a contribution of Maori culture, or is it simply seen as good teaching practice?
Thank you, Liz, for reading out the question. I think this is not a single case in New Zealand, because Aku or Whanaungatanga, the relation-based teaching approach, is promoted at a national level and also at the university and the faculty level. And it's up to each language or subject coordinator or the program leader to decide whether to take it on or, to spend some time on studying it or exploring it. But I think for Chinese, we are very cautious about what we teach in the classroom and how to localize our curriculum, because this language has been under attack for a long time, for accusing many Chinese teachers of not being able to teach English-speaking students. So we studied the language teaching pedagogy, and we wanted to know how to localize. And then they came to us as a very big question: what is to localize? Who is the local? And then, we started to read the literature, and then we found there could be one body of legitimate knowledge is in addition to the Western ways of teaching. So from the first time we started to incorporate a little bit of Maori ways of teaching, because all students know about it, teachers know about it. We don't have to make it very specific that what we are doing, because it is recognizable. It's completely different from what we are doing, as how we were trained in the Western university and how to teach languages. So from 2019 to last year, we can see a gradual increase of indigenous students, Maori students and Pacifica students doing Chinese. The number increased from 1% to 7%. So this is an amazing change for the program. And also not only at the higher education level, I hope there's no one from New Zealand, so I can review some secrets, because I'm appointed by the Ministry of Education to work on the NCEA assessment standards review. NCEA is the National Certificate Educational Achievement. This is the national level entrance exam for New Zealand students, if you are not doing international curriculum. So the government is going to incorporate Maori ways of thinking and ways of teaching into NCEA. So this is quite a big deal. They're going to require a lot of research to do this. And just a little bit about Maori and Chinese. Many would think, indigenous culture and Chinese and Western way and the New Zealand ways of teaching would be completely different. But as a matter of fact, the group of Maori people and Chinese people, they have gone through some similar history in the past of New Zealand. Both groups they've gone through racism, legalized discrimination, and part of their world views are amazingly similar. because for like the importance of the relationship in teaching and learning and knowing things is also highly valued in Chinese. But because we were trained in the Western way, we thought making relationships are just so Chinese. It's not international. It's not modern. So we just need to forget about it. And then Liz just picked up the keywords in my presentation about unlearn. I think that's something really important, because we have to unlearn first, and then we can recognize different ways of knowing and thinking. I hope I have answered the question given by Barbara.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you very much. I've got a question to Alexandra. First of all, a very practical question, just from Helena MacDonald, saying, can teachers use these resources, or do they need to pay and register?
No, they can actually use them. It's no need to pay. What I would like to say is that to hold a minute or a couple of months, the link or the access will be Google searchable from September, because at the moment we're still making some decisions and there are a couple of pages that are still in progress, and we hope by September to launch it in a proper way. But no, it's totally free. You don't have to pay anything.
Brilliant. And then also a question from Tatiana Bruni asking, do students work on the dictionary during regular courses or during research thesis projects?
No, they can do both, actually. So that's the beauty of this project. We can use it in class and develop in-class activities. And we also have some projects in the section dedicated to projects to do it as a research. And at the moment, we still don't have any student doing it or using the project to develop any autonomous research project. So everything is still very connected to the class and the course structure. Well, we do have that curve application, which is external, but is still within the university, but it's just a 1 month internship. But students can do both. And the most interesting thing is that we can just develop it in class and supervise it, or just give students some autonomy, and then they can devise or they can develop their own ideas and bring them as well to the project, because the students' input here is really, really important.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. We've got a question to Cecilia from Joseph Ford, saying, we're often instructed to teach certain standard forms of language and students demand that. So how has this worked with the students and those managing the curriculum?
Yeah, good question. I think the way I try to manage it with students is to try to move away from this idea of the standard languages or fixing on this idea of a standard language. And it's another way of it's another ideology, right, about languages. The way I do it is to introduce and work a lot on register and variety, and try and ask students to reflect on that, and that Italian or any language can take various forms. Of course, I will correct if in their assignments, I will correct them if there is a grammar mistake. But in terms of lexis and contacts with other languages, I think we need to sort of move away a bit from this idea of having a static approach to standard language. In terms of the second part of the question about
how does that go down with the management, or those managing the curriculum?
Should ask them. Marcella, maybe. I don't know. That's a good question. I think it is about managing the curriculum. It is about emphasizing relationship with languages more and more. And that's why I was suggesting that perhaps more collaboration between teachers of different languages and sort of emphasizing these connections, this hybridity could help. Of course, this poses a question of timetabling and all these very annoying aspects which we need to take in consideration, but it could be, I don't think it's completely crazy or unachievable. But yeah, I really do think we need to think carefully about the relationship between national and transnational, also in the way we set up teaching in the classroom and in the curriculum throughout. So I think it's a good point. We need, it's not enough to say in the Italian language class, oh, but Italian doesn't live in a vacuum. It would be great if it was implemented also at a practical level, at a curriculum level. But these are very big questions.
Okay, and there's a question from Silvia Bertoni asking you to expand on your last point. I'm mindful that we are already over time, so could you maybe expand on it briefly?
I mean, my last point, the cultural modules, encouraging plurilingualism and translanguages through in-class activities, I would imagine that is it.
Yeah, sorry, just because you said I wish there were time to say more about this. So I was wondering if there was time now. Sorry.
Yeah, and it's, again, it's another big topic. It really depends how the cultural module in question is set up. But I was thinking that within the seminars, if there were seminars in such a module, it would be a good place to either through group work again or through sort of a seminar led by the teacher to use students' own sort of already knowledge, pre-existing knowledge of languages, whether it's just the mother tongue, the varieties of Englishes, for instance, if we're talking about English mother tongue speakers, or other languages they might have learned that are different to the to others that might be learning from scratch, and use it so that they could bring it to class. So very simply, the teacher could assign students a task to find a text or a video or a film in the language that they know that's relevant to the topic that they're studying, and bring it to class, and then students would have to mediate it to the rest of the group. And then there would be a discussion. And it doesn't need to be a text, and I'd like to emphasize this, that all students can read in the original language. And that's the point, right? So trying to engage students at different levels with different, and using their different skills to decipher, understand, or even gauge cultural diversity and linguistic diversity. So, for instance, but I'm open to ideas.
Thank you. Got a question to Salvatore from Tatiana Bruni, asking, are these discussions done after students have done some research on the topic, or are they free conversations that you open up in class?
Yes, thank you. Is that we do to initiate our discussion and then reading and research on a given topic. So they're just I would introduce a given topic by having this kind of preliminary discussion with them, and then we move on to the texts, and then further consolidate the whole thing with a final discussion based, or further discussion whether this can be oral or written, or I don't know, a production of a text where all the strings are pulled together, and then of course their response is much more informed at the end of this. What I showed are just activities or discussions that we have, preliminary activities that sort of open the discussion on a given topic.
And just very briefly, just could you expand on that point about gender, thinking about what you mean by considering inclusivity in relation to language as a whole? Are there cultural or religious or even linguistic restrictions in relation to inclusivity for Italian language?
No, I was simply referring to the fact that having I mean, it not only in word endings, but determiners, articles. So by removing the final vowel of an adjective article, that would weaken our ability to understand internal references in a text. So, and this is what the linguist Cecilia Robustelli was pointing out, that people shouldn't just try to sort of erase everything in the name of inclusivity, but they also should consider the fact that the internal structure of a language and the internal references that would be otherwise wiped out, undermining internal cohesion and coherence of a text or of a language. So this is just nothing to do with, let's say, other forms of restrictions.
Thank you. There's a comment in the chat that I think sums up beautifully what I might like to say as chair from summing this. It says, many thanks to all 4 speakers in this first session for a very stimulating window into your experiences and practice in these issues. Much to take away and think about here. I cannot think of anything I could say that would be more appropriate than that. So I just like to reiterate thanks to the speakers. We have run over a little bit. So I would suggest that maybe we reconvene at 11:20, give everybody 10 minutes to go and get a cup of coffee. Is that okay? But thank you for your questions, thank you for your papers. Thank you all very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, so welcome everybody to our second panel of the day on decentering cultures. So we have 3 papers today, and the first paper is a joint work by Derek Duncan of St Andrews University and Jenny Burns at Warwick University. And the title is Thematic Cartographies, Transnational Modern Languages. And I, without further ado, I will leave the floor to Derek and Jenny.
Jenny and I are going to be giving a joint presentation on a book which we're co-editing, which I think, well, we hope addresses very directly the themes of the conference. It's called Transnational Modern Languages, a Handbook. And it looks at different forms of cultural study across the modern languages. Thanks, Simona, that's great.
Okay, just, yeah, sorry for interrupting you. Just let me know when I have to switch to change the slide, if that's all right, okay?
Okay, perfect. Could you go on to maybe the second slide right away then?
Sure.
And go on to the next one. Thanks, that's perfect. Jenny and I are editing a book, Transnational Modern Languages, a handbook. Jenny will say more about that book itself in a minute, but it belongs to a series which Jenny and I co-edit along with Charles Baudet and Laura Dana Polezzi, published by Liverpool University Press, Transnational Modern Languages, which to date has published 5 books, which you will see on the screen, largely respondent to the kind of language areas, national language areas, which we teach in modern languages departments. In addition to the German, Spanish, Portuguese, Russian and Italian studies volumes, which already appeared, a French one is in preparation, followed quite interestingly by one in East Asian studies. We have also commissioned volumes in Arabic, digital humanities, environmental humanities, and Black transnational studies. What the volumes do is to look at national cultures through a transnational optic in order to kind of like solicit some of the perceptions and methodologies, epistemological breaks, which speakers today have already been engaging with. But whereas the books which have been published to date do this through the prism of a single national or language area, a handbook takes a different and perhaps more radical perspective. Jenny, do you want to say a bit about that?
Yeah, thank you, Derek.
Sorry, Jenny.
It's all right. It took a minute to unmute. Yeah, thank you. And thanks to everybody and good morning. Yeah, so the handbook is the sort of the keynote volume to the whole series, but we made the conscious decision not to have it as a sort of reader of authoritative introductory essays. What we've put together in a handbook is 30 or more, I think 37 short essays on specific keywords, which we see as being not only central, actually central and part of, even peripheral to the work that we do in modern languages research and teaching. There's no attempt at all to be exhaustive. It would be impossible to do that, but rather to be indicative in the choice of the keywords and indicative of the kinds of routes that actually we'll come back to discussing today, but routes through different areas of inquiry in modern languages and in some different locations and languages. And I think it was interesting to hear Liz's introduction to today, actually, because I think in very much the same spirit in a handbook, we've emphasized sort of pluralities and implicitly diversity rather than having any sort of keynote authority in the volume. So the handbook, I think we put together, again, adopting a broadly what we might call a broadly decolonizing principles. So the authors are chosen from quite a variety of locations and disciplines. They may or may not be recognized as experts in their field, but what we've asked them to do is invited them all to share their perspective and their research practice around a critical question or term, and to share it in a non-directive way. And our ambition for readers is similarly that they will not be directed through the volume according to specific topics or times, temporalities, but instead invited, encouraged to establish their own routes through the different keywords and the different essays, and ideally also to come back and sort of adjust those routes over time as they progress further with study and research. So it's really in that spirit that Derek and I are going to talk about cartographies today, but back to you, Derek.
Okay, thanks, Jenny. As Jenny suggested, I mean, I still think one of the challenges for the reader of a handbook is actually working their way through it in an intuitive way, because there's no single way to engage with the text. And as Jenny says, we hope that readers will engage with it diversely and differently over time. But what I'm going to propose is a selection of 4 essays, which may be read in terms of combinative possibilities to engage with, I think, some of the key questions which Liz and Marcella are posing through this conference. And very much the emphasis here is on transnationalising the word and the different ways in which the idea might be engaged. So the first essay that I might suggest as a departure point is an essay on machine translation by Lucas Nunes Vieira. I should say that I'm going to give really just a very brief taster of the key ideas which each of the authors actually puts forward in the essays. The essays are relatively short, but they're much more complex, and I'm going to be able to kind of explicate here. Lucas very much puts the emphasis on translation as a process, and draws attention to the cognitive labour involved in any work of translation. Interestingly, he refers to Google Translate, which is a very kind of commonly used tool, both for professional and vernacular translators, as a tool of everyday transnational communication. And he reflects both on the effects of Google Translate for the professional translator or the translating subject, both in terms of the potential for enhancing, but also detracting from professional competencies, but also underlining the fact that translation, the practice of translation, can be something which everyone does and engages with, and the various vicissitudes of that. But for me, one of the most interesting observations he makes is that he draws on research in empirical education to reflect that machine translation now has a potential to act as a substitute for English as a lingua franca. And that seems to me a really exciting way of decolonizing language study or linguistic knowledge by removing English or any other single language as the epistemic center from practices of linguistic communication. Luke Sunderland, in his essay on Cosmopolitan, does similar but very different work as he explores the work of Marco Polo, the medieval Italian in inverted question marks, journeys which are recounted in his linguistically hybrid text. Luke develops the idea of deep cosmopolitanism to kind of convey a sense of how engaged linguistic study might encourage a willingness to see other perspective concepts and identities. He also underlines the idea that cosmopolitanism is a practice. So brings us back in a way to look at an idea of translation as a process. It's something we do rather than just a kind of idea or an abstract entity. But in looking at Marco Polo's text, one of the really interesting things that he does is he sidesteps the idea of translation in the conventional sense of moving from source text to target text, when he talks about Marco Polo's development of new vocabularies, when he learns new words for palaces, banquets, ceremonies, textiles, spices, and precious stones, etc., etc. The list goes on. So here he's talking about developing a new lexis, which is not about finding equivalents in one's own language, but allows oneself to be open to diversity and new experience. Julia Prest, in her essay on performance, looks at what happens when French national theatre in the 18th century was exported to the colony of Saint-Domingue, the country we now call Haiti, and explores what happens when the classical texts of French national theatre move to a context in which they're produced differently, performed differently, and received differently by an ethnically diverse community. Interesting, she talks too about the transformative effects of these productions when they went back to the French capital, underlining the fact that translation, transnational encounter is never a singular one-way process. But the experience I would want to briefly finish on is the chapter by Claudia Peralta, who is a professor in the Department of Literacy, Language and Culture at Boise State University in Idaho. About a project in which she's been involved called the Child Community and Context Study Project, which involves teachers of English language, going into the homes of non-native English speakers as a way of enhancing understandings, competencies, and an appreciation of the richness which diverse cultures and languages bring to an ostensibly monolingual classroom. She reflects briefly on the history of bilingual education in the United States, which was actually quite rich and diverse before the 20th century moved to an English-only policy. Reflecting on the initial resistance of the English teacher of actually going into students' homes, which I think would kind of like fill a lot of us with a sense of some anxiety for all sorts of reasons, she nevertheless concludes with an examination of their very positive responses to the experience. And her final concluding remarks take us beyond the purely linguistic to actually give us a sense, again, tying in with Luke's reflections on deep cosmopolitanism. She reflects, responding to the linguistic and cultural injustices that characterize the lives of many culturally and linguistically diverse students is an obligation and a critical challenge for educators. And I think in some respects, this is one of the challenges which, and perhaps the key challenges, which transnationalizing or decolonizing modern languages does. It's not just to develop a sense of a cosmopolitan subject in the sense that we make our students as well as ourselves kind of like international globetrotters, but we actually open ourselves to diversity of perspectives which are local as much as, or perhaps more than, distant in relation to ourselves. Jenny, can I pass over to you at this point? Jenny, I think you're mute.
I'm not anymore. Am I here? Okay. So, yes, I'm going to do the same sort of route, a similar route or process to Derek. So thinking about a sort of an archipelago of essays that in various ways connect with one another in ways which might surprise a reader who's first looked at the list of keywords and the index of a handbook. So I start with an essay on ecologies by Sophie Fuggle. So this is set in an island location, the island location of Con Dao off the Vietnamese mainland, a former French penal colony. And the essay starts from the geological and the ecological substance of the island, noting the destruction of the coral reef through mining in the early years of French occupation. So here the ecological violence of extraction is actually aligned as well with the colonial political violence of oppression and of torture. So she records how the quicklime produced from mining the reef and produced by prisoners through their labour is also used to pour on the prisoners as an instrument of torture. So, as she puts it, this brief example serves to emphasize not simply the continuities between colonial exploitation of human and natural resources, but the way in which the territory's natural ecology was weaponized against the Vietnamese people. So it's interesting to hear, I think, that Imperial France is decentered here in the sense that we look at it in this island location in one of its colonies and in a particular kind of in the particular construction of a penal colony, but it's doubly decentered by the focus, interestingly, on more recent history and on futures in relation to tourism to the island. So for global tourists, the now pristine ecological and recreational site where the structures of the penal colony are present but barely visible, these are seen as sort of unmarked by the colonial past for tourists. And yet for indigenous tourists traveling within Vietnam, they are places of memory and of commemoration. And languages are an index of all these shifts. So these ecologies of transnational cultural practices are condensed very interestingly into this one island location, literally sort of off-center, off the mainland, and also literally grounded in a particular kind of spatial geographical quiddity. But Sophie Fuggle, the author, makes the point that isolation is also an index of connectedness, that this is a specific and sort of condensed example which also connects the experiences on the island in various ways to other histories and to other locations. And it's that emphasis on temporalities, I think, which is particularly interesting about this essay. So we can see ecological violence, repair, renovation, underlying a sequence of human displacements from colonization to imprisonment to tourism, and also the trauma and mourning that insist in their aftermath. And again, to quote the essay, the presence of survivors still in the island and visiting the island emphasizes the island as a space of perpetual shifting memory work, a space of care via the creation and maintenance of a local community. And it's that sense of community and locality that then takes me to another essay, Locality, by Marianne de Mossier. And she takes an anthropological and ethnographic approach to the interlocking of place and culture. So this essay recalls the ecologies one in likening the position of the student of languages and cultures as they approach field work or indeed residence abroad as a process of making the familiar exotic and the exotic familiar, in the author's words, a sort of decentering process, but a very different one. And it's interesting that she focuses on the trope of terroir, so the sort of richness of local territory and soil as an index of a particular kind of culture and product. And that trope, of course, interestingly recenters the discussion of place right into the hexagon of France and in its zones perhaps most, which are most the object and the source of national pride, and very much national pride. But she uses the concept of terroir to explore the deeper cultural and linguistic processes over time, which link the very geology of land and soil to its produce, and from these local products to the practices of production, distribution, consumption that are also established in and loosely defined by the locality. So in this way, wider cultural and community practices such as foodways, celebrations, language and discursive practices come to be contained in the same concept of locality. But what seems to be almost defiantly local in the notion of terroir as it's been constructed, acquires global presence by the way in which the notion translates as a specific commercial value, but also as a cipher of the ways in which place, culture, and language intersect to articulate an experience of specific locality that may also transcend physical location and acquire meaning, new meaning, and locally inflected meaning in localities elsewhere. And the essay does note that digital culture in many ways has facilitated this broader transnational experience of specific localities as a set of habits, values, practices, and histories embedded in a specific space. But I think this takes us then to the next essay I want to look at, which is Communities, written by Naomi Wells. So this offers a different, but I think deeply associated notion of geography in relation to human community. And it looks at the role of language in establishing and sustaining communal relations, not only defining communities, but enabling access to them. So it looks at the communities of Italian descent in Valparaiso in Chile. And the essay exposes the transnational experience of linguistic belonging as a mechanism of cultural belonging to a distant other place. So knowledge of language, even or especially in the sort of emotionally freighted fragments that may be part of a family lexicon passed on and eroded over generations and also sort of adapted. This enables communities to be sustained transnationally and also to adapt it to local conditions. So the focus in this essay on how Italian, a language displaced by geography and history in the context of Chile, is attached to culinary practices and foodways, to objects, spaces, all enacted and experienced in the local, the destination culture. And in a way, this sort of answers back, interestingly, to the locality essay with an example of how something like terroir might be reassembled dialogically in a different, distant soil. And I want to move quickly now, if I may, just take one more minute to translation. Partly, Derek began with translation, I'm ending with translation, and we have three essays on translation in the volume, really to make the point that, in our view, translation underpins understanding of modern languages, particularly of transnationalizing the word, and is often sort of under-investigated and treated as a sort of default skill and practice. So I turned to an essay by Zrinka Stachuliak on translation, where she refers to dispositions. And it's interesting that Naomi Wells in her essay on communities uses the same term about habits and dispositions associated with specific society. But the point that Zrinka makes in her essay is about commensurability rather than equivalence. So this goes back to what Derek was saying about the cosmopolitan essay. So in a sort of broadly similar way, she challenges the notion of world literature and of literary history based on a Eurocentric model and invites an opening up to other knowledge systems and modes of inquiry. And she takes us to the Middle Ages to do that, in order to subvert the modern Eurocentric notion of translation as equivalence, and instead to reinstate the agency of the translator, interpreter. And she makes much of the fact that translation is an oral and a written practice. So reinstating the agency as intermediary and crucially as decision maker. So she expresses the transnational as an experience and processes of mediation which enable not a leveling of differences and inequalities, as some models of globalization might suggest, but an alert attention to the commensurability of languages and cultures and experiences in different places and times. And I think she also makes the important point, I'll put it in her words because she says it very powerfully, if we wish to understand translational asymmetries of power, it's not enough that our analyses are transnational and transcultural, they also need to be transtemporal. And I think that's a key element of the volume, which Derek has illustrated and I have, that its span does not just occupy the modern, but deliberately begins with the medieval. Back to you, Derek, if you want to say anything further. Perhaps not.
You're muted, Derek.
Yeah, sorry, I'm unmuted. I would just want to underline, as I hope to become apparent, that the essays in the volume can be combined in all sorts of different ways, and the reader can develop their own pathways through the volume to make different connections as different authors echo quite inadvertently each other's concerns and inflect them slightly differently as the reader proceeds. And I think for us, that's one of the most exciting things about this field of study and about the book itself. Sorry for that bit of publicity there. But thank you. We could perhaps conclude there, Jenny.
Thank you. Yes. And we'll await the questions and discussion later. Thank you.
Thanks, Simona.
Thank you, Derek and Jenny. If anyone from the audience has any questions, please do pop them in the chat, and then we'll have a question and answer at the end of the panel. Thank you very much. Again, we'll move on to our second speaker of the day, Russell Mead from Cardiff University. She'll be speaking about challenging student preconceptions of Japan through transnational approaches to teaching and learning. Russell, would you like to share your presentation?
Yes, I'll just try to share my screen. Okay, so hopefully that's visible now. I'd like to thank the organizers, Liz and Marcella, for putting together this really fascinating symposium and for allowing me to contribute. I've learned a great amount from the other papers today. My talk is on Japanese studies, so on Japanese studies rather than Japanese language. So many students who enter Japanese studies programs in UK universities choose to do so because of Japan's hugely influential soft power. This is often wielded through popular cultural products such as manga, anime, and video games. And you can see here the national branding around popular culture happening quite clearly in the handover ceremony of the 2016 Rio Olympics, when the then Prime Minister Shinzo Abe appeared as Nintendo's Super Mario, perhaps the world's most recognizable video games character. So the profile of students today, so of students who are, who are very highly conversant with Japanese popular cultural products, is quite different from, say, 2 generations ago, when what attracted students was Japan's economic success. So while this is, of course, great for recruitment, it comes with risks. Engagement exclusively through popular culture can give rise to highly essentialized ideas about Japan. If asked to give a description, to give words that they associate with Japan, many students will say things like clean, safe, unique, harmonious. So far, so innocuous. However, in the online space, we see superfans who are not Japanese gather to express their very deep affection for all things Japanese. And their emotional attachment means that they often will accept no criticism whatsoever, however mild, of Japan. And this fossilized idea of Japan is then used as validation by far-right ultranationalist online communities in Japan, which are known as netto uyaku. So this means the net right wing, ultra right wing, and they tend to project racist views targeted mainly at Koreans and Chinese. And so, as you can see here, these quite seemingly different groups do coalesce online in a toxic mix. We also have to be cognizant of the geopolitical context in which this soft power operates. Over the past 10 years, the Japanese government has accelerated what it calls pop culture diplomacy. And so this push is largely motivated by a desire to, of course, create positive narratives of Japan, but this is to counter negative publicity on territorial and historical issues, most notably the so-called comfort woman issue. So comfort woman is a euphemism to describe women who were forced into sexual servitude during the Second World War. In the words of the former Japanese foreign minister, the aim of this investment is to cultivate people who are pro-Japanese, so not so innocuous after all. So this is the context in which Japanese studies exists, and I would argue that this therefore means that there needs to be pedagogical approaches that, of course, harness this enthusiasm, but which seek to dial back on some of this fetishization of Japan and promote more critical engagement. And one way of doing so is through a transnational approach to studying Japan. So in this presentation, what I'll do is introduce a first-year module at Cardiff University, which I recently redesigned as part of a new transnational curriculum in the School of Modern Languages. This curriculum shares an approach to pedagogy similar to the Transnational Modern Languages project that we just heard from, in that it seeks to sort of decouple this really tight association between nation and language and seeks to embed cultural literacy in language learning. So the module takes the following structure. It has a very rather pedestrian title of Japan in Context. It's a history module that prepares students for the study of contemporary Japan in the second year. As you can see, the first semester takes a rather traditional survey approach. So we cover over 2,000 years of history in one semester, so it's necessarily cursory. The second semester is a bit more thematic. As you can see here in blue, cohorts across the school, regardless of the language that they study, come together for what are called transnational sessions. And the aim of these sessions is to underscore that students gain skills as global citizens rather than as area specialists. Most of what I will say relates to the second semester, but even in the first semester, there are opportunities to challenge tropes about Japan. And one particularly stubborn trope is the idea that of course, Japan is unique, and that this uniqueness is down to the fact that it was once a closed country that was forced to open to the world only recently. So for context, from the 17th to 19th century, there was indeed a ban on ocean-going ships. This was an attempt by the government to restrict and control trade. Because this coincided with the age of discovery in Europe, students tend to see this as an anomaly. However, this was actually the norm across the world, and certainly in Asia. It was Europe that was the exception in this regard. The Japanese term that is often used to describe the situation called sakoku, and students inevitably come knowing this term already in Japanese. So sakoku means closed country, but it's not actually originally a Japanese term. It's a word invented in Japanese to translate a German description of the country. So this shows how already students come, even in their descriptions that they know in Japan, of viewing Japan and what has happened in its past through European lens. So one way to get students to think about this, to challenge this a bit, is to use artifacts from the era. And we use maps such as this one. This one is a map of the world, which was published in 1850 during this period of so-called isolation. So I use this to get students to think about how Japan saw itself in the world. It prompts them to think about what knowledge there was of the world in Japan at the time, where such knowledge came from, and why a place that is putatively closed would produce these maps in such detail and in such quantity. We continue to use maps in the second semester as a means of thinking about the idea of nation and a way of underscoring the newness of this concept. We do so by using this map of Japan and its surrounding regions from 1785. And this map perhaps makes no sense to you in this direction. So what I've done here is I've flipped it to the orientation with which you are probably most familiar, and I include a contemporary map of Japan for reference. So you can see from the coloring on the map that areas now considered an integral part of Japan were separate territories. This is the case. I'm not sure if you can see my cursor, but I'm going over the Ryukyu Kingdom to the south, which is in orange. This is now the prefecture of Okinawa. And you also have in red in the Pacific island, the Bonin Islands or the Ogasawara Islands in the Pacific. These are now part of Tokyo Prefecture. Perhaps most interesting is Hokkaido up here to the north in orange, you can see here that Hokkaido and Sakhalin, which are two separate islands, are joined together as one territory and are contiguous with parts of mainland Asia, today Russia. These communities are shown here, the communities that exist in this territory are shown here, of course, as unified, but they're later split with this territory being claimed and being incorporated into different countries. So we discuss what happens to the identities of these previously singular communities or joined communities as they fracture to have different national identities. Another enduring myth about Japan is its ethnic homogeneity. We start discussion of ethnic identity with discussion of empire, because Japan was a multi-ethnic empire. The idea of Japan as a mono-ethnic nation has transnational roots. It came after Japan's defeat in the Second World War, when the Allies, led by the Americans, defined nationality by ethnicity, deeming Koreans and Taiwanese living in Japan as no longer Japanese. Therefore, today there are communities in Japan who are considered Korean despite living in Japan for generations. And for many, or for some I should say, this is an unwelcome reminder of Japan's multi-ethnic past. So on the same issue of ethnicity, we consider the changing demographics of Japan and the question that this raises about national identity. We consider the implications of, say, Naomi Osaka, who is of Haitian and Japanese parentage and raised in the United States, being perhaps the most visible Japanese person on the global stage. We also discuss Nikkei-jin, so people of Japanese descent, by using the case of Kazuo Ishiguro. So he is the winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature in 2017. His works have been described as quintessentially English, and that's a quote from the Guardian newspaper. So here he is introducing, in English, the Japanese translation of one of his works. Food provides a way of making theoretical discussions about the malleability of culture easier to understand. We use the example of sushi, which of course one would consider Japanese, to look at how culture is constantly shifting. So none of these types of sushi that you see here would, they're of course considered Japanese, but they would not be recognized as such in Japan and probably be quite difficult to find or found in Japan. The module is a work in progress, and there are further ways to make the module more transnational. However, there are challenges, many of which relate to the type of pedagogical material that we have at our disposal. And I'm speaking here of material in English about Japan. Japanese studies, like other area studies, bears the heavy imprint of its imperial and Cold War origins. So this shapes the kinds of research questions posed, the archives consulted, and the knowledge produced. It means that the transnational is often framed largely in terms of East-West interactions. So take, for example, the main period of my research, or has been, the Meiji period, so the late 19th to early 20th century, which is seen as a period of industrialization and westernization. And these are words that come up frequently in discussions with students. The materials used to write histories, at least in English, of this period are overwhelmingly diplomatic records and travel writings by European and American writers. And they give the impression of the treaty ports in Japan, so these are sites of informal empire in Asia, as European enclaves, when they were anything but. I should add the caveat, however, that this is changing in more recent scholarship, but it does take a long time, and it is taking time to feed this into more introductory texts in the discipline. Recently, the Association for Asian Studies held an Asian Studies and Black Lives Matter roundtable, during which one of the discussants, William H. Bridges, made the claim that Black existence has been an integral component of histories, the present and futures of Asian studies. And he invited scholars to revisit the archives with this in mind. I'm sure that many found this provocative, but if one does heed this call, it does not take very long to find these Black lives. In my own work on the Meiji period, for example, I can see how writings on the Haitian Revolution provided inspiration and tools for challenging ideas around hierarchies of race, which of course was not favorable to Japanese people. As I continue to look, I find traces of West Indian soldiers and seamen in treaty ports in Japan in the late 19th century. Unfortunately, and perhaps predictably, their traces tend to be found in judicial records, but they're there. And there's no doubt that their stories will tell us new stories about 19th century Japan. These are encounters about which very little has been written. I won't actually discuss this slide as there isn't much time left, other than to point out that liquid area studies provides a way of thinking transnationally. Sorry. The scholar who proposed this approach, Tessa Mara Suzuki, like many other Asian studies scholars, decries the fact that Asia is often not a source of theory. It tends to be seen as something where you apply theories and concepts developed in Europe and America, and as a case study. There is a risk, therefore, that a decolonizing approach can perversely become a colonizing one if it sees places such as Japan simply as case studies for theories and concepts such as nation, empire, culture that are developed in the West. Japan and Asia, of course, more broadly, must feed into and shape the formulation of these theories. So to take one example, our understanding of race and racism, which is something central to decolonizing discourse. How might our understanding of these be articulated if seen from a Japanese studies perspective? If we ask, for example, why Netto Uyoku, so this is a Japanese far-right online activist, would call a Black person an honorary Korean as an insult, bearing in mind that on a British street in this COVID era of rising anti-Asian violence, there'd be little distinction made between a Japanese and Korean person. The transnational, therefore, provides a welcome starting point to help challenge essentializing notions of nation, but it isn't on its own a panacea, and how we achieve a truly transnational approach needs to remain under constant review. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Russell. Again, if you do have any questions for Russell, please write them in a chat, and then we'll have a discussion at the end. So our third speaker is Angela Viora from Monash University. She'll be speaking about cities, landscapes, and ecosystems, exploring contemporary Italy through local responses to global challenges, creativity, interdisciplinarity, and decolonization. Thank you, Angela.
Thank you. Hello, everybody. Can you see the PowerPoint? Yes? Okay. I'm gonna juggle with different documents, so bear with me, please. Just a sec. Okay. Yeah, I just want to make sure you can still see the PowerPoint and not the Word document. Yes? Okay, cool. Hola. First slide. Okay, thank you. My name is Angela, and I work in the Italian Studies department at Monash University. And I'd like to, and my background is in the creative arts, performance studies, and you will see why through this presentation. I wish to discuss this unit with you that I designed and taught in 2020 in the Department of Italian Studies for students of Italian language and culture, level advanced 2, which is the highest level of proficiency in the Italian studies at Monash University. This unit analyzes global issues in contemporary Italy through the lens of artistic and cultural local productions, such as public art projects, performances, works of street art, music, documentaries, and crime fictions. And these works have been Sorry, I don't know what I did. Okay. Are you still on the PowerPoint? Yes? Okay, sorry about that. So these artworks have been employed not as instrumental examples of wider realities, but as concrete realities themselves to study in order to understand what Italy is today within the world. So its culture, language and languages, diverse communities and multiple identities. That's why I refer to ecosystems. The key aspect of this approach is that we started from art. So art is, these artworks and cultural productions were both the subject matter to be studied, but also the starting points from which studying contemporary Italy, rather than serving simply as examples coming at the end of the discussion. So we explored how global challenges such as mafia, environmental emergency, gender equality, life in big cities, migration and mobility manifest in Italy, linking to the rest of Europe and beyond. This is something I stressed, I emphasized a lot, that nothing happens in isolation. So leave alone the development of a culture or a language. So we study local responses that raise awareness on these problems and or develop as solutions to them. So this approach decentralizes literature as the main medium through which studying languages and cultures. That's why I talk about decolonization. And also the approach advocates the educational value of the visual and performing arts, popular culture, and digital humanities in doing so. So this unit was very successful, got the highest mark, the Monash teaching excellence according to the students' evaluations. And so I do believe that this approach can be valuable for potential application to broader fields of linguistics and language and cultural studies. I'm just checking, okay, I'm sharing the right thing. What I mean by environment, so there is this triangulation. We talk about cities, città in Italian, so we explored cultural productions, artworks from north to south, from east to west, and also that linked to the language component. I was more in charge of the cultural part. I worked with this amazing language tutor, Margherita, and the book that we used teaches languages and grammar through the exploration of the different regions. So we were able to merge the two things, and I'm going to show you how in 1 minute, but also the notion as city as the known city and the hidden city. So to overcome stereotypes about Italy, about contemporary Italy, the city centers and the outskirts, and so on. Then the concept of landscapes, paesaggi, not only the urban landscape, but also the social, the cultural, the gender landscapes. And then the notion of ecosystem, to really understand that everything is connected and to analyze the relationships, the dynamics between culture and language, how they do perform together, how they do exchange, but also the relationship between art and culture, the impact onto the society. Okay. What does it mean that we study local responses to global challenges? So, for example, we studied how, let's say, how the question of environmental question manifests in Italy. And so instead of just speaking from an external point of view, we studied, for example, the crime fiction Gomorra by Roberto Saviano and the chapters about the toxic illegal waste disposal. And we saw the work of other artists, work of land art. So the thing was really to start from the street, from the world, from those territories, from the local. So how those issues manifest there and how the people living there responded to those challenges. That's why I'm talking about site-responsive approaches, and also in order to listen to unheard voices and look into the hidden corners of certain environments to unveil certain realities that might be unknown. For example, the situation of the outskirts of main cities such as Rome. This is important to acknowledge uncomfortable, unknown realities that are the starting point for artivism, activism, and to see the artistic interventions and how they impact, how they work on the Italian society, on the local reality. But also to acknowledge those realities, those little manifestation of art and cultures that maybe are not that famous, those artists, those thinkers that might not have 1 billion followers on Instagram, but still they're making a difference, they're making a change within the Italian society. So I'm gonna share with you actually the structure of this unit, so you can have a clear understanding. Okay, can you all see the Word document? Yeah, all right. So here we are. For example, about the climate change environmental question in the cultural part, we analyzed the crime fiction Gomorrah, in particular 2 chapters, and that students analyzed that from a linguistic point of view, and other things were, for example, Il Cretto di Burri di Gibellina. So it is the largest work of land art in Sicily that was done after the earthquake. In the language component, they also saw, for example, examples of climate change or how the environmental question is faced in regional realities. Also, again, through different media, because we studied how the language performs through different medias, through different topics, and how that influenced the culture. We moved also to talking about criminal organizations. So from the book Gomorrah, we moved to the movie. We studied the different kinds of languages, the different portrays, that these 2 media offer. And also, that was very interesting because the students reflected on the fact that those Gomorrah, those productions, they actually give a different view on mafia with respect to the Hollywood. So where criminal organizations are often depicted as glamorous, living in great ways. But this was, this book, Gomorrah, was written by journalist Roberto Saviano, living there in Naples and really speaking from an internal point of view. Then other works of art, again, that I'm going to show very soon. For example, the work of Rosaria Iazzetta. She's a performance artist, and she does performances in the public space in Naples, clearly giving messages against criminal organizations. So she's risking a lot, but still she's making a difference in the local community. About the life in big cities, we started with La Grande Bellezza, The Great Beauty, the movie by Sorrentino, giving this kind of postcard-like portrait of Rome. And then we compared that to a documentary, Sacro Gra, actually showing the reality of the outskirts, the peripheries of Rome. And students were like, oh, but that doesn't look like Rome. And the question was like, yeah, but what does Rome look like? So really seeing through this artwork, through these cultural productions, different realities, social and urban realities. Another work that was very important was the work of street art. It's a public project involving the local communities. I'm going to show you it not right now. So this is Rosaria Iazzetta, her performances, her intervention in Naples. And this is the work of street art, Gra Art, in the outskirts of Rome. This art is in collaboration with the museums in Rome. Here interpreted the myths, many myths of Rome and part of the ancient Italian culture. For example, this is the myth of Aeneas, and here interpreted visually. And Aeneas was actually a refugee escaping the Trojan War, and he portrayed Aeneas like a contemporary refugees from the Mediterranean area. And that is placed in the street, in the public space, working together with the local community. So not something just imposed from above, but really working from within. I'm just back to this, okay. Then we talk about documentaries, artworks, about identities. In Italy, there is this debate still now, ius solis versus ius sanguinis, so about those Italians born and raised in Italy to non-Italian parents, so they are not recognized as Italians by the law. And we go through different art projects, again, starting from within, from the local, involving the communities. From the point of view of the language tutor I work with, she's an expert on Afro-Italian hip-hop and identity. So we also talked about how rap is a medium now, is a strong force to talk about transculturation and translinguism. And then gender equality and women rights with artworks that, again, I'm going to show you here. This is a public art project, La Lotte Fica in Bologna, with posters within the street, in the public space, questioning challenges, binary images of gender. And I like these images because really gives us the importance of the impact that an artwork can do in the public space. And so the public space becomes the space of a public debate as well. And last but not least, this itinerant performance, What Were You Wearing? Come eri vestita? The format is from the US. It talks about violence, about women victims of violence, and they were always often asked, what were you wearing? Come eri vestita? So actually putting the responsibility on the victim. And these are the clothes that they were wearing on the day they were raped. So we also did a work of translation here between languages, and we also question how a gender language like Italian is used in a everyday, and how that can, some use of the language can actually foster a gender discrimination. And we compared that with English, and we found that that can exist in English as well, even though Grammarly is not a gender language. So we had this kind of broader reflection. Well, these outcomes, first of all, this was one of the most rewarding experience for me as a teacher. We really explored the relationship between Italian culture and language. We had a knowledge of contemporary Italy from within and from the point of view of the arts and cultural, what I say, cultural productions. We explored the language in use because by using different media, we could explore different lexicons. We saw the actual impact of art and culture on society, so from local to global and back. And as part of their assessments, students produced new really amazing research, and their research on their own on examples of local responses to global challenges in other realities in Italy through other media and through a linguistic point of view. So this is all for me. Thank you very much. This is my email. If you'd like to get in touch, ask me questions, have a chat about this, I would be very happy to. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thanks very much, Angela. Thank you, everybody in the panel. So we have a little bit of time for questions, although I see that the chat is being quite prolific in question and answers. So let me go through it. Should I ask the organizers? Some of the questions have been already answered in the chat. Do you want me to read them out, or how do we go about it?
I suppose if they have been answered, then that's fine. That gives more time for more questions, I suppose.
Okay, that's fine.
Right, Liz?
So I'm just trying to find if there are any other questions that came up that haven't been answered, but I don't think so. So are there any other questions from the public? If you'd like to unmute yourself for any of our speakers, Jenny, Derek, Rossell, or Angela. Rossell, yeah, you raise your hand, yeah.
I guess I can ask one if allowed. For Angela, I found that really fascinating that how you use culture, language, and you integrate them together. And you mentioned at the end some amazing research projects done by students. And I was just wondering if you could maybe expand on what type of topics they pulled out. What did they find most interesting in that module, and what did they decide that they wanted to go and explore further?
Yes, so well, they were very much interested in the issue of identity and migration. So Italy is, historically very known for as a country of emigration, with all the Italian diaspora, and is less looked at as a country of immigration. And so they were very much interested in the position of Italy in the Mediterranean and this issue of the new immigrants, but also those, I call them new Italians. I don't like to call them second generation Italians, because some of the students actually said second generation sounds like second class, and this is the way also they were treated by the law. So I guess the everything around identity in Italy, also because many of them are Australians of Italian origin. So the question of identity is very important for them. So they explored a lot the question of identity, and they did so in particular looking at those regions in the Mediterranean, for example, Sicily, and how that, is the region that is getting more and more immigrants for the Mediterranean as the first spot. So many of them looked at video production, so documentaries and videos about that. Those interested in music did amazing research about Italian singers actually talking about these questions of identity, and from a very sophisticated linguistic point of view, why those singers, they use we, why either than I, what does that mean? So I think, that question, I could speak about that for hours and maybe not. So I think the question of identity, what does it mean to be Italians in contemporary Italy right now? So this is what they were really craving for to know. Yeah. I hope I answer your question a bit. Okay.
Thank you. Jenny says, this also relates to weather concern about project as much as of the series and handbook themselves to tackle the value convention attributed to native level competence in a language, as has been referred to as well by Carlos in the chat.
Yeah, sorry, Cecilia, that's probably a bit misleading because I was replying to a comment in the chat rather than to the live comment. But yes, it was just to pick up on something that
yes,
Marcella asked about.
Great. Sorry about that. I also have a question for Russell. So you mentioned that you have sessions, your transnational sessions are with students who don't know Japanese or are not going to study Japanese. Can you elaborate on that? Or maybe did I get it wrong?
Liz probably is the best person to speak on that since she was behind the review, but I'll have a little go at it. So the entire cohort of first-year students, whether they are learning Portuguese, Italian, German, Chinese, they come together as an entire cohort where they look at issues such as language. What is language? We discussed this whole issue of what does it mean you're learning. When you learn languages, what are you learning? What skills are you getting? We look at the issue of nation, for example. Of course, there's a tie of language to nation, and it's a way for students to bring what they've discussed in their sort of national context, if you will, to have a discussion that transcends these borders to see where there's similarities. And they probably discovered that it is very similar, the whole idea of the nation being quite constructed and new. So yes, it's a space to basically bring together modern language students, regardless of the language that they're studying, to look at what they're studying and what it has in common. I hope that makes sense.
Yes, yeah, absolutely.
Exactly what we were trying to do. I think in lots of ways we were inspired by the Transnationalising Modern Languages project when we came up with this as a school, because we were trying to think, we've got this cohort of students and we are siloed in some ways. I'm a student of French studies, I'm a student of German studies, Chinese studies, but actually the skill set that we're building for all of these students as modern linguists is the same. We're teaching them about how to negotiate between cultures, and they'll come away from it with a similar skill set. They might come away with local knowledge. This is my knowledge about France, but the skills that they develop to understand cultures, to understand the interrelationship between cultures and history, to be able to move between cultures, those go across. So that's what we're trying to build in those. And as Russell said, to try and pull up some topics like, what is the nation? How does ideas of multilingualism or monolingualism, how do they fit with our understanding of the nation, and what does the transnational as a tool try and help us to do? And
Liz, can I say something to that very quickly? It's anecdotal, but I think it's important in the context of what we're discussing here, because you and I were there. So the very first lesson of that joint sort of cohort that Russell just described, I gave that lecture and you were in the room. And there were anxieties amongst ourselves at Cardiff at the time about how the students would react to that. And it's the only time in my life where at the end of a lecture, and there were about 200 students there, I've had people applauding. And it was literally that sense that this spoke to their experience, to how they lived their understanding of what it is to be students of modern languages. And I still remember that day because it was so indicative that our students, again, as so many have said so far, the practices that we bring into the classrooms have to respond and have to relate, starting from the very first paper this morning, they have to relate to the experiences of our students, but also our students bring these experiences of being, whatever we want to call them, but certainly multilingual, transnational, and very much diverse subjectivities and forms of identification. They bring them already into the classroom. And for me, that moment when, all those anxieties, which doesn't mean that it's easy and the resistances are there, and all the discussion about, native speakerism, it resonates so much with me, but also the assumptions, for instance, about what it is to be Italian, even for, second, third, or whatever generation, all of those things subsist and continue. but I think for us, it was a breakthrough moment.
And I think it also helps if we're thinking about how are we getting students to approach the curriculum from different ways. So when I talk about monolingualism or multilingualism, probably the best bit of my lecture is the bit that actually Rosselle helped me to develop, which is about when we talk about those questions of multilingual or monolingualism, but from a Japanese perspective. And that is, it's fascinating for the students of Japanese in the room, but it also means that our students of French, Spanish, German suddenly start thinking in slightly different ways than they may have thought about it before. So we're trying to do some good stuff. It's not perfect. It's always needs to get better, but hopefully we're doing some good stuff. And I'll leave over to the other questions that have come up in the chat.
Thank you. That's great. It's very inspiring. There is a question for Angela from Marta. What was the reaction of the students to such polyphonic proposals from a media point of view? Did they understand how important it was to move from literature to street art and back?
Thank you, Marta. That's a great question. Yes, they did. I think we have to remember the students I was teaching, they are the millennials, the so-called millennials. So they are very much used to these polyphonic environments, with media, with video. They engage a lot with that. So it was very natural for them to learn through different media. And many of them said, I'm more an audio person, I'm more a visual person. I learn better through video rather than reading, for example, which, please don't get me wrong, I didn't say let's throw the books in the bin, was not that, but was also really engaging with media that belong to our everyday life, so really working with things that are part of the real world, real life, and video and newspaper, Instagram account was very easy for them. And the second thing is that in the past they have, in the semester before, they asked me, can we do something about contemporary Italy? They studied very well the history of Italy and Renaissance and the 20th century. But how about right here, right now in Italy? So they love to look at the newspapers, for example. And the third thing is that these, I never met my students in person during this course because we were in the stage 4 lockdown in Melbourne in those days. And I remember the assessment of one of the students. He actually used his only 1 hour to go out within 5 kilometers radius to actually go out and look at the works of street art in his neighborhood. And he said that he never noticed them before. So he did his research on that. He actually mapped his neighborhood through the work of murales and graffiti and works of street art, and asked to the local communities, how about this work of street art? Why is there? What's the history of the place? Started from that. And so that was very, very great. I mean, he really applied the approach to his own reality. This is what I wanted to as well. So they responded very well. Yes, yeah. I think they were more prepared than I was, actually, even though I designed this.
There is a follow-up question. How's the module taught? A lot of material to cover, so I wonder how many hours are devoted to the module for each block of the module. So do you teach lectures and seminars? How do you teach it?
Yes, so there was 2 hours of cultural components online per week, and then 2 hours of language components per week again. A lot of material, yes. Well, the good thing is that my supervisor was also here tonight. He gave me full freedom and the possibility to do something that I do love, so about art and creative arts and public art. So the hours devoted to develop the module, I don't know, a lot of hours, but very rewarding, as I said, and was the online synchronous? Yes, so live on Zoom as we're doing now, 2 hours culture, 2 hours language per week. Yeah, and yeah, we covered a lot, but because they were very engaged as well. So sometimes happened that they say, oh, you know, I found this resource, I found this video about this artwork. Yeah, so a lot of hours, but very rewarding. Yeah.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. Perhaps you have one last question, if there are any. Not, we can wrap up. How are they assessed, Angela?
Okay. Oh, let me remember that. Okay. So it was, so they had weekly assessments through, no, don't be sorry, thank you. Weekly assessments on, about the cultural component on Perusal. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the Perusal platform, any of you. It's, oh my God, I will send you the link. I don't know how to explain Perusal. So basically you upload an article, an academic article usually, and the students have to read it, of course, and to respond to some questions, but they're assessed by these the platform, it's an algorithm, according to the way in which they engage with the text, and they can actually respond to each other as in a chat. So it's a kind of an asynchronous discussion. So that was the pre-class task. Plus another main resource like a video or a reading in language, because Perusal does speak many languages, but not Italian, unfortunately. So the resources were in English, so they could become prepared to class. And then we developed that in class. So we discussed the artwork in the pre-class. We add upon that, we did group activities in the breakout rooms. For example, when we studied participatory intervention in the public space, I just put them in the breakout rooms and say, okay, how would you create, what would you do in the campus about artworks and why? So to develop like a public project. Then there was the language component, again with weekly activities, ongoing activities. Then we had a final essay for culture and 2 language tests and an oral discussion. So the oral discussion was a group presentation, and they had to work in groups and do a little bit of research, as I did, like a presentation as I did today about, okay, choose a region, for example, Sicily, develop a project on that. So which issue there is in Sicily? Okay, this one. What is the local responses to that issue? So to apply what we learned in class. A lot of work for them. But they still gave me good marks, so I think they enjoyed that. They worked very hard. Yes. Yeah, I'm going to put the name here of this platform. It's called Perusal, like Perusal, the word, but with double L.
Brilliant. Thank you so much, everybody, for this wonderful panel, which is very inspiring once again. And thank you again to Marcel and Liz for the first half of this wonderful conference. And I'll leave it to you now.
Thank you. I think we've got a lunch break scheduled now, so I think we're going to reconvene at 1:30.
So welcome to the first session of the afternoon. It's a session on structures and approaches, and we're talking about transnationalizing the word and decolonizing modern languages as a whole, the curriculum, what we do in our teaching. So I'm delighted to welcome Viviane Carvalho de Anunciação, Craig Neville, Francesco Ricatti, and then I'm not sure they're here yet, but we've got Miriam Hawk, Karina, and Mara Fuentes Gutierrez. So I'll welcome them later on before they present the last paper. So without further ado, Viviane, the floor's yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you, everybody, for watching this presentation. Thank you, Marcela and Liz, for organizing this event. I just wanted to start from the point of view that my research, this paper is a reflective account on my teaching experience, even though I'm still finishing my PhD in literature, but I also teach, and I have been teaching the very same what is called Portuguese academic classes at the Language Center of the University of Cambridge, and this is my own account because I have a lot of freedom and I have a lot of liberty to design the course the way that I want, which is something really really important to me as a researcher, but also as a teacher. So before I designed these classes, I have always thought about my previous experience. I taught Port English in Brazil for almost 20 years of my life, and in a very mechanical approach in which I would expose certain structures and the students would model their own dialogues and fill in the gaps with their own ideas. And when I started teaching Portuguese, I didn't want to follow that kind of train, of the mechanical train of teaching, just making it a machine. So the first problem I saw with that, as I said, it's because it's purely pragmatic. The second problem with this approach, this mechanical approach that I have been trained to teach English and in Cultura Inglesa and other places like that, it's that it doesn't account for the complex reality of the students. The students are different subjectivities. They come from different places. They have different experiences. And third, it doesn't account for a subjective awareness of the student. And this is something that is very, very important to me. So this meant that the student was a repository of knowledge. So I would just put that into his or her mind, and then they would learn it. And this is not how it happens. So in order to I started reading, I started doing a little bit of research because I wanted to challenge this point of view and improve the way that I teach Portuguese. So I decided to apply the theoretical framework suggested by Morse and Murray, who emphasized that adult learning, higher education learning, is part of a complex chain of associations, which involve, quote, doing it, practicing, thinking back, reflecting on the experience, sorting out what went wrong, getting feedback, planning what to do next, doing it again, end of quote. So because of this dynamic and interactive approach, it felt more real, it felt more important to me. So such a shift from a content or a content to a student orientation enabled my work to be aligned with the constructivist methodology. So this constructive methodology proposes that, quote, learning and teaching should be learner-centered because individual learners must construct their own learning. It is what the learner does that is most important, end of quote. So if on the one hand, the constructivist approach is wonderful because it centers the student, it shifts this paradigm from the teacher to the student. On the other hand, it's not enough for me because I have worked with literature, I have worked with cultural studies, and I know that there is something more to be accounted, which is language as social discourse. And this is exactly when I turn my attention to the work of Paulo Freire and Henry Giraud. And I'm sorry if I'm mispronouncing it. So, in order to create, to improve, not improve, but to personalize, I think that's a better way to say it. In order to personalize my approach, I started with the assumption that language is difference, it's difference, coming there from Derrida. Meaning, as Giraud says, meaning is the product of a language constructed out of and subject to the endless play of differences among signifiers, end of quote. So this means that language is part of an ideological organized signifying practices, which needs to be identified and understood by students, particularly those who are acquiring foreign language. The second presupposition that I started to think about is the notion of the other. So what is this language? What is this other that these students are going to be in contact with? The other is problematic, culturally loaded. So for Henry Giraud, it's important to reclaim hidden stories and question social stereotypes. This is particularly, for me, fundamental when learners are learning Portuguese, a language that is spoken, as you know, as you have seen in the morning. I find it wonderful talks. South America, Africa, where the colonial legacies are still envisioned in class and ethnic racial divides. And the third supposition is a subjective awareness which stems from the student's critical practices. A subjective awareness would stem from an analysis of social realities and identity paradigms. So social realities, South American, African, Asian, an identity paradigm, feminist, LGBTQ, mixed race. What are those? How those things influence your use of language? And my role as a teacher, I also think that it's very important. Coming from Brazil, I haven't worked with different languages, so in a more constructivist approach, the teacher is seen as a facilitator, as a skilled professional. So how, like Jay Biggs and Catherine Tong emphasizes, he or she gives exercises, observes, and helps students to perform that better. So education is about conceptual change. Again, there is this student-centered, but also a little bit mechanical. This is when I said, I need a little bit more. And this is when I turned my attention to Paulo Freire. His solution is different. For him, quote, to know how to teach is to create possibilities for the construction and production of knowledge, rather than to be engaged simply in a game of transferring knowledge. So Freire, when I enter a question, I should be someone who is open to new ideas, open to questions, and open to the curiosity of the students, as well as their inhibitions. In other words, I want to be aware of being a critical and inquiring subject in regard to the task entrusted to me. So this is in the pedagogia do oprimido, pedagogy of the oppressed. So I find the idea of curiosity very important when I'm teaching, and it's very simple idea of curiosity, because this curiosity evolves from simply a naive curiosity to an epistemological knowledge curiosity. So by doing that, it changes, it transforms fixed ideas, fixed ideologies. And for Paulo Freire, the notion of dialogue was central. So it's a dialogue that guides these practices. So a dialogue is not an exchange of ideas simply, but a dialogue is when you question the very notion of knowledge. Where is this knowledge coming from, and how you can interact in a more productive way? Not simply we can exchange ideas about a film, but how do you go deeper into the themes of this film? So based on these ideas, the role of the teacher, as I perceive as for my language classes, is the curious facilitator, one that presents tasks and as exercises with a critical view in mind, hoping and expecting that students would critically engage with it, either by proposing a solution or criticizing some of the foundations. As Freire says, you have to be open to positive and to the negative. So just for you to have an idea of how I work, I wanted to show you two, if I have time. I think I have two minutes. So I can talk about a lesson in which I wanted to work with structures that would describe paintings, that would describe images. So the idea was to make them curious about something. So I showed them pictures that, you know, I'm pretty sure, and all of them had some ideas about them. So you have the Mona Lisa, very much known everywhere. You have the idea of Sherlock Holmes, and inciting them through a dialogue. So the idea of the dialogue, again, very much important. So using questions that tackle their subjectivity, but also the subjectivity of the artist as well. So what are the images about? Which one do you like best? Who would have created them? What do you think they are trying to say or to do? So these are the questions, how I started with the naive curiosity, and then going deeper into ideas of ethnicity, ideas of coloniality of power, ideas of progress, ideas of ecology. So in this class, it was a long class. So without saying the name of the artist, so I told the name of the artist later, and the artists were native Brazilian artists, indigenous artists, and also give them the opportunity to talk about their work. So I showed the artists interviews, talking about their own work. So they are immersed in a way in that kind of environment. And also, because this lesson was right in lockdown last year, I used their own work at the same historical time. So a painting with the alcohol gel and an indigenous instrument. So and the whole closure of the class was with a few grammatical structures. Another, let me interrupt this one. And just another one that, oh, no, sorry. I just wanted to show another, it's not working, why is it? Let me close this one. I am so sorry for that. Let me see. Good. And another lesson in which I tried to create an epistemological knowledge was working with differences between spoken and written Portuguese. So using a text by Lélia Gonçalves. So Lélia Gonçalves, she used to write academic essays with a Portuguese, with a spoken Portuguese flair. So that was an interesting exercise, because they had to differentiate between versions of Portuguese, a popular version and a more academic version of Portuguese. But then I would go further and ask them, why do you think an academic, a decolonial academic was trying to write in a way that it's more popular, it's closer to the way that we speak in real life. So, and then and here you can see that we underlined, we talked about colloquialism, idiomatic expressions, slangs, and differences between formal and informal Portuguese. So this is basically what I wanted to talk to you about my practice. Again, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. I'm trying to, there we go. Thanks a lot. Thank you, Vivian. I'm really interested in the, in your analysis of curiosity and the teacher being a facilitator in the process. Because I normally think about the students as, having a lot of imagination when they place themselves in a particular linguistic area, and curiosity goes very well with it as well. So thank you very, very much. We'll ask you questions towards the end, if that's okay. Okay, so now we've got Craig Neville, who's going to talk about the role of initial teacher education in decolonisation approaches.
Okay.
Thank you for joining us, Craig.
Thank you. Can you see the screen okay, yeah?
Yeah.
Brilliant. Okay, right. Diaguiva Horja Asconte Horki in Erin. Hello, friends and colleagues from County Cork in Ireland. As you can probably tell, I'm not from Ireland. I'm from England, but I, for many years, for 10 years, I was a secondary teacher of French and Spanish in the UK, and then I decided to come to Ireland to do my PhD. Which actually isn't in initial teacher education, it's actually in audiovisual translation in minority languages. But a lot of the things that I have kind of the theories and approaches that I have kind of been exposed to in this process have then led into me thinking about these within the context of initial teacher education. And now I am teaching on the program part of the program of initial teacher education at UCC in Cork. So just a little bit of background very, very briefly. I, as a teacher, was always very passionate about sociocultural knowledge, intercultural knowledge of students, and trying to foster this in the second level classroom. And one of the things that I was supposed guilty of being institutionalized for many years when I worked in my first school, in a rural school in Essex, where I was kind of teaching things from a textbook, and my experience of living in Spain, I was bringing that to the table, etc. However, then I went to work in a very large multicultural girls' school in central London. And I taught I went into one of my first Spanish classes, and in this school, 60% of the students in that classroom were Muslim. from various different backgrounds, whether kind of practicing Muslims or just kind of adhering to cultural aspects of Islam. And I opened my Spanish textbook and I was about to start teaching the topic of holidays. And on this page, there was a sentence that said about saying, I wear a bikini on the beach, and after spending a day on the beach, I drink sangria. So immediately I was like, well, this is completely inappropriate. And this can't be taught. And then other things that I noticed along the way, when I was at university, one of the other languages I speak is Catalan. And one of the things that I was always surprised at is the way in which Catalan, Spanish architecture is always presented in Spanish textbooks, Spanish language learning textbooks as Spanish, and there is often not any kind of reference to Catalan culture and the importance of architecture in Catalan culture, and kind of modernist and noucentismo kind of based architecture. So immediately I kind of started questioning these things and thinking to myself, you know, why have I never thought to question these before? And when I started teaching in the initial teacher education program here at UCC, similar kind of questions started to appear. In Ireland, the assessment system that we have for junior cycle and senior cycle, which is a bit like Key Stage 3, Key Stage 4, Key Stage 5 in the UK, has changed. And particularly in the approach to teaching modern foreign languages, where now the kind of strands are based on communicative competency, interlinguistic and plurilinguistic awareness and competency, and sociocultural knowledge and pluricultural knowledge and awareness. However, lots of the teachers in this scenario don't really know how to grapple with these concepts and these approaches. And when they do grapple with them, some of the outcomes that they have are maybe slightly worrying or kind of perpetuating stereotypes and things like that. Okay, so just briefly in this presentation, just so you've got a bit of an idea of what I'm looking at here, I'm going to think about, first of all, in the first part, why should teachers develop a critical awareness of language learning and teaching and assessment, particularly from the perspective of decolonial approaches? How do we foster awareness, change behaviours and renegotiate identities as agents of change within our initial teacher education? And then I'm going to present a model that we've developed and evaluated this year to help teachers understand the complexities of culture and language, and then think about some of the next steps. So it's a very much action-orientated project. So very briefly, I teach on the Professional Master of Education, the PME, which is similar to the PGCE in the UK, which is, in the sense, a student-centred approach to teacher education. The main part of it, which is where teachers spend most of their time on school placement in different schools, and 1 day a week they have an hour with me as their school placement tutor, where we discuss a range of issues and approaches and different things, but it's very much student-led. So what they come with, I kind of design learning opportunities around what they need. And at the same time, they also have lectures and seminars, which then feed into what we do. And this takes place over 2 years. Okay, so that's just a kind of brief introduction to the program that we teach on, that I teach on. So then at the beginning of the year, I was very interested in looking at the issues of sociocultural knowledge and awareness, and interlinguistic and plurilinguistic awareness, and how this kind of translates into the teaching that they do in the classroom. And we did 2 very simple, almost crude experiments. And the first one is I asked them to go into their classrooms, and with their students, I got them to, the trainee teachers, to ask students to find 3 pictures that represent the language and culture that you are learning, okay, in this classroom. Okay, so here you have the students from first year, third year and fifth year, and their ages and the number of students. And then here were some of the pictures that they gave. Okay, there were many more pictures, but these are kind of some of the representative ones. So I suppose what you can see here are the ones you might expect, from a Spanish language classroom. So you have bullfighting, you have flamenco dancing, you have paella, you have the beach, you have football, you have the word hola, and also La Tomatina, the festival. I suppose one of the reasons why we have one of these images, we have lots of these images, is because it's images that they've either got from home or from their own knowledge, or equally it's ones they've got from resources that they're interacting with, such as a textbook, or equally from their teachers. So then we repeated the experiment then with the teachers. But this time we were asking teachers to tell us, the teachers that I work with in the first year and second year of the PME, I asked them to find 3 pictures representing the cultural linguistic aspects that they would teach. Okay, so what they would decide to teach. And there were similarities. Okay, so they said they would teach about flamenco, they would teach about the Sagrada Familia, they would teach about Spain, they would teach about Latin America, South America, in different ways that it was referred to. Tapas was a key idea, and the beach, holidays, all of those kinds of things, okay? So one of the kind of issues that I think you can see kind of emanating from this is that the teachers are concerned with with teaching cultural aspects of related to the language that students are going to find interesting, or ones that are related to their own areas of knowledge and experience. But obviously, one of the issues that I kind of have with this, and that they've kind of come to develop an understanding of, is this is not really representative of reality or of truth. And one of the things that often people come back with to this is they say, oh, but students at second level can't deal with some of the more difficult issues that there are to deal with in the Hispanic world. Or I should also mention that actually in this group there were other students as well of other languages. So some students teach German, some teach French, but I'm focusing predominantly on the Spanish teachers in this presentation. And they said, well, they can't really deal with them. And one teacher in particular, whose her entire experience of Spanish was in Mexico. When I observed her teaching, she never, ever brought in elements of her experience in Mexico. She always brought in the experiences that she had from Spain. And I questioned it. I said, why are you doing that? And she also masked her pronunciation. She had, when she spoke Spanish, she spoke with a Mexican accent, but she tried to emulate a traditional Castilian accent when she did it. And I questioned her on it. I said, why are you doing that? Why are you hiding it? And she said, well, you know, it's not going to be examined. It's not what they're used to. That, as for many of you, I can imagine, is kind of a worrying kind of a thing to hear, if you like. And in lots of the presentations that we've seen today, I think that lots of the different approaches that we've heard in these presentations today, in the way in which we raise students' awareness of the richness and variety of language and culture, lots of these can translate into second level as well, very, very easily. But I think that teachers are often kind of unaware of this, or don't know how to do this, or don't necessarily have the awareness themselves of this. So just to kind of summarize this part, so the results of this simple experiment show that while teachers bring vastly different cultural and linguistic experiences from their personal lives, when this translates into their own perceptions of how this should be realized in their teaching practice, these teachers seem to be affected by their own normative filter, their own effective filter, that unwittingly encourages them to teach canonical ideas related, in this case, to the Spanish world, and in the main to Spain, and even within this realm to what we might call Castilian Spain. The continua of decolonial awareness developed by Castells in 2018 and modelled on Hornberger and Link's continua of biliteracy, which you see on screen here at the moment, in 2012, illustrates nicely how, from the content perspective, the narratives being woven in the languages classroom of this cohort are contemporary images mainly pertaining to the colonizer, the epistemologies of which mask the variety and richness that is inherent to less simplistic understanding of culture. Indeed, the lack of recognition as well of the linguistic diversity aligns neatly with the idea of there being one sacrosanct L2 that should be taught. Indeed, any cursory glance at a language textbook aimed at the secondary market often illustrates this fact. So how do we deal with this issue? So our kind of proposed solution that we've been working on over the past year, my trainees and myself, and focusing on is illustrated in the next few slides. So the first kind of stage in the process was to, with the students, was to develop, to foster an awareness, okay, decolonial awareness, I've called this. That is to borrow Castaigne's term from 2018, wherein we as teachers consistently and rigorously reflect critically on the theories, models, policies, and discourses that perpetuate not only the PME program, but also the theories and ideas that they're generating themselves through their teaching practice in placement schools and when working with me. You may note here that I'm consciously trying to use the first person plural we, because in this process, I was very conscious of myself being seen as like an expert, but I've consciously tried to reposition myself in the process as a peer of theirs, who has more experience, but nonetheless a peer of theirs, who is open to learning themselves, reflecting consciously and developing these decolonial approaches myself through the interaction with my trainee peers, very much like what Vivian just said with her students. An example of our heightened decolonial awareness centers around criticality, reflecting on the language models represented in the classroom and what they represent, as Robert et al. Indicate here on the screen. We critique the sociolinguistic and sociocultural interactions that are not only occurring between the L1 and L2 of the language classroom, but by adopting a more plurilingual and even translingual approach, the interactions that occur between the multifaceted language repertoires of our students when meaning making, in order to appreciate the complexities of language learning in terms of power, language, and culture. Here also rudimentary introductions to theoretical frameworks such as systemic functional linguistics, critical discourse analysis, grammars of visual design, I introduced into the process to equip us and the students, the student teachers, with the tools they need to be able to foster this awareness and define more clearly what we see and hear. And this was something that I felt was quite unique to teacher training programs. In the second step, as we develop and reflect on our critical decolonial awareness, my role in this process as an experienced yet equal professional was to help them to develop an understanding both individually and collectively what their identity as language practitioners. Much of the time in the early stages of training, this revolves around challenging commonly held beliefs about who language practitioners are and what they do. Language teacher identities are complex, as illustrated by the quotation on the screen here. However, the key element here in my own process is helping us as teachers to understand that identities change as a result of social interaction with other professionals, including people such as myself, the teacher educator. The awareness raising that I undertook with my trainees in developing their own critical decolonial awareness allowed them to critique and reimagine not only the preconceived idea of the language teacher that they had, but also challenge and question those of other teachers that surround them on the course and in their placement schools. And then in the final stage of the process, we develop an understanding of how we as language professionals can be transformative by altering our own behaviours and by being critically reflective. This idea was developed from the transformative action approach developed by Cemal and Bussi here, a framework that was initially developed to help community-based practitioners such as social workers to understand and combat systemic inequity. This framework is based on the premise that community social actors operate on a climb on which their actions are either destructive, so they perpetuate inequity, they're avoidant, so they're inactive in relation to the inequality, and in this case, what I was trying to foster here was the critical sides. They take assertive action that addresses inequity. In this case, we viewed inequality and equity as perpetuating a canonical, monolingual, monocultural narrative. Therefore, as transformative actors, our role is to harness, teach, critique, and embrace the whole multilingual, plurilingual, multicultural, pluricultural truth of the Spanish and the Hispanic world, as well as the other worlds that intersect it, both at what was referred to earlier, the local and the far away. Let's just, move on to slide one more thing there. So this is where we developed this approach that was through these three steps called critical decolonial reflection. As many of you may know, reflection is a core aspect of initial teacher education. where language teacher identity is co-constructed through not only our kind of discussions through peers, but also through them reflecting on their own practice. And in our context, students are required to reflect on various aspects of their practice on a weekly basis. However, in 2020, 2021, along with dealing with COVID and online teaching, we reorientated this slightly to focus on critical decolonial reflection skills on a weekly basis. So this was our kind of model that we followed on a weekly basis. And we would kind of focus on these 4 areas when doing our writing or discussing our reflections. So firstly, critical decolonial reflection required constant questioning of not only what was truth or what's reality, but also who can I be in this process and what is my role and how can I enact this? For example, in very simple terms, when teaching greetings to first-year students, should I simply teach hola and buenos dias? Is this truly a reflection of the diversity of Hispanic peoples and other indigenous peoples in the Hispanic world? It isn't. So by understanding more deeply their role as a transformative actor, teachers sought to diversify in quite unique ways what they taught, what they taught in the classrooms to reflect the plurilingual and pluricultural realities of the Hispanic world and the realities of their own classrooms. One fantastic example that I wanted to bring, but I can't because teacher observations are completely confidential, but I can describe it, was where one teacher, the students were brainstorming vocabulary and they were bringing the vocabulary to the board, the whiteboard, and writing it in the target language in Spanish around. So obviously a fantastic student-centered approach because they were bringing the vocabulary that they wanted to learn. And the teacher was then introducing other vocabulary as well that they kind of missed out. But what was then encouraged was that then students of other languages, particularly Polish, Lithuanian, Hungarian, Arabic, would also come to the board and they would write next to these words, those words in their own languages, which would then afterwards lead to conversations about, oh, how do you say this word in your language? Oh, it sounds very similar to Spanish, but this sound is very different. Does this sound exist in Spanish as well? So kind of really interesting approaches to really reflect the diversity of the classrooms. Also, teachers critically reflected on their pedagogy methods and assessment from a decolonial perspective to develop student autonomy, promote diversity, particularly with regards to the way in which students represented their knowledge, very much along the lines of universal design for learning. So for example, does a description of daily routine always have to be written? Can it be spoken? Can it be videoed? Can it be represented in a cartoon? What vocabulary do we really need to teach this routine? Should our models of routines to teach this language community be centered around Western Eurocentric traditions? I, for example, when I used to teach daily routine, had a fantastic video about women that lived in sub-Saharan Africa that spoke Spanish, and I used that to teach daily routine. Also, teachers developed an awareness of culturally sensitive pedagogy, understanding that whilst one approach has proven to work, and they're told in their lectures, this is the approach that's most appropriate and works the best, I kind of encourage them to question, does that work in my classroom with my students, given their linguistic culture and social heterogeneity? Finally, this model allowed us, including me, to reflect on our own subject knowledge, which I split into 2 types. Subject knowledge per se, so what we know about the Hispanic language and culture and languages generally, and also our subject knowledge for teaching. So how do we transmit that knowledge in an age and stage appropriate way? We recognize that our subject knowledge contains significant deficits, requiring subject knowledge development where student teachers sought to learn from each other. So in our sessions, it would very much be about, I've got to teach this topic, but I don't want to teach it in the way that it is. How can I adopt, bring into this different cultures, different ideas, different language to kind of combat the kind of one nation, one language, one cultural paradigm, which we all agreed was not fit for purpose. So just to conclude then, this is kind of a summary of what students and I felt worked and things that we need to work on. So the teacher reflection showed increased awareness and altered behaviours with regards to their planning and their subject knowledge. So being critical, decolonially critical of what they were seeing and what they were teaching. Teacher observations attested attempts to develop more plurilingual classrooms. Teachers spoke about their subject knowledge in more depth during tutorials, and they questioned it more. Observations showed how students used a greater variety of language. So they were trying to bring in different varieties of Spanish in different contexts. They gave greater meaning to the learning outcomes that I referenced at the beginning related to social cultural and social linguistic competence. Next steps and kind of areas to work on. Teachers sometimes felt very uncomfortable being an agent of change or a transformative actor. And it often depends a lot on the personality of the teacher. Lots of teachers felt I can't actually, I don't feel comfortable kind of trying to, you know, challenge these ideas and things like that. So there's something that I need to work on more next year. And I think that might be culturally rooted, particularly something in Ireland, but I'm very conscious of saying that as someone English saying that, so I won't go into that in too much detail. Teachers felt that it added to their workload, and this was an important issue. How do we ensure that teachers, there's the subject knowledge that they're for teaching that they're using in the classroom, that they can do it in a manageable way that reflects the truth and realities of the Hispanic world. Textbooks are the devil. We decided that textbooks just are not fit for purpose, particularly at second level. I just during this conference today, I had a quick look at just something that occurred to me, looked at a Spanish textbook from Ireland, and it was an article about immigration, and it was just terrible. Textbooks are the devil. How do teachers adopt decolonial stance if their only knowledge is of the canonical or the colonial? How do I even go about this? And that relates then to teacher subject knowledge development, which is something that I need to address more next year. There was a lack of, they feel that there was a lack of acknowledgement of the inherent power structures that exist in language teaching policy, in particular the idea that the instrumental value of language. Then we have a language policy in Ireland called Languages Connect, which it's fantastic because it's promoting language across the education sector, and more money is being pumped into language learning, which is fantastic. But one of the problems with it is that it's completely centered around kind of neoliberalist aims. It's all for earning more money. And then finally, this is a kind of interesting one, is the position of Gaeilge. So in Ireland, Ireland is unique in many senses because whereas in Scotland, for example, there is the policy of 1+2 that they're pursuing at the moment. Here in Ireland, it's 2+2 because students learn English and Irish. Gaeilge from primary school, and people in Ireland, although they don't admit it, have quite a good level of Irish. But one of the things that always surprises me, the teachers that I work with, they have Irish as well, but it never enters into the modern languages classroom ever. And it's something that I've always tried to promote and get them to do, but there's this like resistance to it. And it's something that I need to uncover more and understand why. But that obviously you've got, we recognize that our classrooms are multilingual, but one elements of that multilingualism is almost kind of shielded and covered. And I want to uncover why that is the case. So that's everything. It's a work in progress, so I welcome any feedback. So yeah, Gurumila Mahakov.
Thank you very much, Craig. That was great. Thank you. So many questions to ask you. And you mentioned the translingual approach, and this morning we were talking about translanguaging as well. So we can go back to that later on. Thank you very much. So we've got now Francesca Riccati talking about developing a European languages major, opportunities and challenges. Welcome, Francesca. You're muted.
I'll just share the screen now. Can you see it? Yes, okay, thank you. And apologies, as I was saying before, I'm a bit sleepy at this time, but I'll try my best to keep you awake at least. I would like to start by acknowledging that I work and live on the land of the Wurundjeri and Boon Wurrung peoples of the cooling nations, and I pay my respect to their elders, past, present, and emerging, and I acknowledge that sovereignty was never ceded. So in this presentation, I'm going to talk about the new major that we offer at Monash, which is a major in European languages, and I'll explain what that means in a moment. I'm going to talk a little bit about why we decided to do this and what are the challenges and opportunities. And then I'll talk briefly about decolonizing European languages and decolonizing this major and if it's possible or not. If I have time, I will also spend a little bit of time talking about one of the units that we are developing. So the major combines French, German, Italian, and Spanish and Latin American studies. So we have abolished the previous programs and majors, and we have created a single major in which students still specialize in 1 or 2 languages, and they can specialize up to advanced levels. So we have 4 levels: introductory, intermediate, proficient, and advanced. So they still specialize in a language, but their major is actually in European languages. And they have shared cornerstones. These are the units that they do in their 2nd year, where we talk about European cinema, but also the idea of Europe, from Europe and from outside Europe. Then we have a shared capstone. This is the unit that students need to complete at the end of their major. And in this case, it's called Power, Place, and People, and focuses on colonialism, anti-colonialism, and perspective about Europe from outside Europe. And then we have shared European languages advanced levels. So in a sense, we do the opposite of sharing the lower levels. More we advance in terms of language proficiency, more we share the classroom. So this is the idea. And we do that in our advanced units, where the students study in part in language-specific classroom, and in part they share the classroom with students enrolled in other languages. But we also do it in shared electives. For example, this semester we will offer a unit on crime scenes, where we compare different crime novels from different parts of the world. And we also have a number of internships and study abroad unit. For example, for French, we have a unit on New Caledonia and the post-colonial Francophone cultures of the South Pacific. So I guess the most important novel aspect of this is that the major is actually in European languages, and that students have the chance to study together with students in other languages, and we hope over time to develop classes that are more and more multilingual. So why we did this? The first reason, I guess, the one that was of interest to the management, is the financial viability of the major, but I think this is of interest for us as well as scholars and teachers. The majors in the individual languages were becoming extremely small. The enrollment were decreasing significantly, and the number of scholars in each major was becoming extremely small, which also created problems in terms of collegiality and proper pedagogical development, because they were kind of relatively isolated and very small unit. Now we are the largest major in the school, and many colleagues were worried about enrollments, but in fact we have for the first time in a long period inverted the trend, and the major is now growing in terms of enrollments. We also did it for theoretical and pedagogical reasons, believing that this kind of approach would facilitate transnational, transcultural, decolonial approaches, intersectional approaches, multilingual approaches, the use of translanguaging in the classroom, because of course students of French can bring their French in the classroom, and students of Spanish and Italian can bring their languages too. And this also encourages our students to bring in the classroom other languages, because many of our students are either international students or migrants or children of migrants, and so they can bring also those other languages in the classroom. And we also promote, as Angela has shown with the Italian unit, an approach that is multidisciplinary, multisensorial, and popular in the sense of popular culture, but also ethnography and folklore. So we are really trying to challenge the idea of one nation, one language, one literature approach. A lot of this was, of course, developed following the transnationalizing modern languages work, amazing work that has been done, especially in the UK, and also, I guess with an Australian take, and I'll talk a bit about that in a moment. And the hope is also to create a space to support counter-hegemonic perspective within a neoliberal university system. For example, the hope is to be able to hire in the future colleagues and scholars who work across languages rather than in a single language. And also, we have been hiring colleagues from, the Pacific and colleagues who specialize in sub-Saharan literature and so on. So the hope is that we will be able to do that more and more, because such a large and complex major paradoxically offer more flexibility than a very small limited major with very few hiring over time. Now, one of the central questions that I haven't answered yet, perhaps, is can we and should we decenter Europe in the study of European languages? Now, if the question is can we, I think we should, and this is part of what we are trying to do here. And I think we should. I'm not too sure we can in the short term, but certainly that is the process that we are trying to develop. And it's quite interesting that we call the major European languages, and so many people refer to it as European studies, and it's not a European studies major at all. It's a global major in European languages. But it's very interesting that so many people who also know the major quite well continue to get it wrong and say European studies, which perhaps suggests that the centering Europe through European languages it's a real challenge, and that we are not really there yet. The following question that relates to this very interesting symposium today is: are we really decolonizing languages? And I think this is a fundamental question, and I think it's a question that we all have to address from a global perspective, but also from a local perspective. Decolonizing in Australia probably has a different meaning from Ireland or from the UK or from Brazil. So in Australia, I think that you cannot really separate the issue of decolonizing from the issue of the genocide of indigenous people and culture and the dispossession of the land. And here I'm citing a very important indigenous scholar in Australia, Eileen Moreton Robinson, who said patriarchal white nation states and universities insist on producing cultural difference in order to manage the existence and claims of indigenous people. In this way, the production of knowledge about cultural specificity is complicit with state requirements for manageable forms of difference that are racially configured through whiteness. Now, this is a bit complex, but an example of this is certainly Australian multiculturalism that is deeply rooted in colonial ideologies and tends to represent each community as a sort of separate, standing alone culture. At the center is always the mainstream white Anglo society, and indigenous really become one of these appendixes, so to speak. And another thing that is very important that indigenous scholars often highlight is that the existence of white supremacy as hegemony, ideology, epistemology, and ontology requires the possession of indigenous lands as its proprietary anchor within capitalist economies, such as the United States. So we should not forget that capitalism in many countries in the Anglosphere and elsewhere is still founded on stolen land. And in the case of Australia, this is particularly significant because sovereignty was never ceded. So there was not a treaty. And so this is particularly important also from a legal point of view. And of course, in recent years, in part, the land have been given back to indigenous communities, but we are really far from any major change in this space, I think. So then, in the Australian context, at least, there are a number of questions that we have to ask before we can say, yes, we are decolonizing the curriculum. And some of these questions are we facilitating the restitution of unceded land to indigenous owners? In what way our units actually help that process? Being, of course, aware that, a unit in Italian is not going to change the world, but still, is there something practical that we are doing that? Are we challenging neoliberal and extractive ideologies? Can we really decolonize within a neoliberal system that benefit at least some of us and exploit many other colleagues, unfortunately? Are we creating opportunities for indigenous employment and leadership? Are we embedding indigenous epistemologies and ontologies in the curriculum? This is something on which I have worked for a number of years, and it is very challenging. There is always that answer of, my discipline has nothing to do with this. And of course, in Australia, it has everything to do with indigenous epistemologies and ontologies. In fact, I would say that, the lack of understanding and knowledge of indigenous epistemologies and ontologies is a tragedy for indigenous people, but it also creates an incredible emotional and an epistemological void for the colonizers who don't really understand the land. And that is a major existential problem for Australia and for the people who live in Australia. Are we working with, collaborating, inviting, citing indigenous scholars and elders? I don't think we can really decolonize if we do not start from the perspective and the work of indigenous scholars and elders. And are we addressing the complex relationships between migrants and indigenous people? And this is also, for me, important in the sense of attempting to bypass dominant and hegemonic views through the connection between indigenous people and subaltern migrants, especially refugees. I think there is a very creative and powerful political space that we have to explore. So if this is what decolonizing should do, then I think that we should try our best to integrate the colonial practices in European languages, but we should also be aware that the teaching and learning of these languages remain powerfully entangled with colonialism and modernity. And I feel that there is a lot of tension in this major that we have developed. You know, the major is not providing a solution, it's providing attention, it's making attention visible. And in my work and in the work of other colleagues, it is quite apparent. Where we are used to teach European languages as modern languages, and we cannot ignore how much modernity is entangled with colonialism. And that creates a very difficult space to navigate. And I would also say that I remain a bit skeptical of this very broad use of the term decolonial that is becoming trendy in academia, and that is sort of a synonym for, you know, cultural and linguistic complexity, a progressive view, perhaps, you know, a good understanding of colonial history, but does not really engage with, you know, the persistence of colonialism in contemporary society. I mean, I'm sure you have all seen what has been happening in Canada with the discovery of all these graves of children. In Australia, you know, the rate of incarceration of Indigenous people is still very, very high. In fact, much higher than in the United States, for example. Death in custody remains an enormous problem. We have had the stolen generation and the trauma of the stolen generation of Indigenous children being taken from the families is a contemporary trauma. So overall, I think that a more realistic approach perhaps would be to focus on transcultural and intersectional approaches that can go in the direction of decolonizing without claiming and occupying a space that perhaps is better occupied by people that are more directly involved in processes of decolonization. I've almost finished. I don't know how much time I have left, but just going to conclude, I'm particularly keen to promote the use of transculturation as a potential first step for us towards decolonizing languages. And here, in particular, I like this work of Menezes de Souza, where he argued that instead of thinking of a homogeneous culture and language that then is made more complex by heterogeneity, for instance, by migration, we should recognize that all languages and cultures are already extremely complex, and in fact is the work of colonial, neoliberal, racist ideologies to create homogeneity. And so that in a sense, the natural position of cultures is one of hybridity, heterogeneity, and complexity, and that it is one of the job of colonialism to eliminate such richness. And that's, in fact, what has happened with indigenous languages in Australia. I don't know if we have time for an example, or I'll stop here.
Very quickly.
Okay, so very quickly, this is one of the units that we have developed, Power, Place, and People, European Legacies, Global Resistance, and Transculturation, which is about decolonizing, post-colonialism from different perspectives. And just to give you some example of the good thing about this unit, it's a capstone unit. So many students who want to complete our major need to engage with it. It has multilingual assessment, multilingual classroom, team teaching, and focus on transcultural intersectional histories. On the other hand, because we bring so many different students in the class, there is a very strong dominance of the English language, which is a significant problem. There has been little involvement of Black and Indigenous scholars to this point. And the case studies divided, the French, the Italian, the Spanish case studies tend to replicate the old division of the majors. And some students, many students, I think, have loved the new units, but many are trying to avoid it and still focus on a national frame. So that's, again, is that tension that comes out again. And thank you.
Thank you very, very much. It's just fascinating presentation, and seeing what you're doing in Australia. And also, I'm really interested in this relationship between migrants and Indigenous people as a new space. I'd love to know a little bit more about that. Perhaps we've got time after the last presentation. That was great. Thanks, Francesco. Thanks very much.
Thank you.
So now we've got the last one, the last paper. Miriam, Karina, and Mara, are you here?
We are. Hello.
Yeah, hello. Because I can't see you where you are. Who are going to talk about decolonising the languages and applied linguistics curriculum in distance learning at UK. Oh, there you are, Mara. Hello. Welcome. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you. We are both from the Open University, and as scholars, we are located obviously in Europe and the UK, and are grounded in Western epistemologies and practices of language and multilingualism, and we would like to acknowledge the limitations of these approaches. Okay, these are the talking points. We are going to focus very much on our institutional context at the Open University, but then zoom in even more into our School of Languages and Applied Linguistics. And I hope there is something in it for everybody here as a takeaway. So we have a strategic framework, the so-called Access and Participation Plan. The narrative is that we want to improve access and success for students across all protected characteristics, and carers in particular, experienced learners and students from low socioeconomic backgrounds also in particular focus on those. And you may not be aware of that, but we are the largest university in the UK, but we cater in particular for adult part-time students. Although I must say, as a result of the pandemic, our student cohort has slightly changed, and we now also have more younger students studying part or full-time at the OU. And in the School of Languages and Applied Linguistics, we applied for and got funding allocated for mapping our curriculum using the Open University's inclusive curriculum tool. So for mapping our curriculum against this, or using the prompts of this inclusive curriculum tool. And the tool is based on these three principles: that all students can access the curriculum, that all students see themselves reflected in the curriculum, and that all students are becoming equipped to participate in a global and diverse world. So it is not rocket science, it's basically a set of prompts. And here are some examples. Is there any use of idiom, exclusive cultural reference or colloquialism? Are there any assumptions about the shared lived experience of students, etc.? Are there any case studies, activities, or material that reinforce stereotypes? So these are prompts used to systematically interrogate existing learning and teaching materials, and learning and teaching materials in the making across curriculum at the OU. So as such, the inclusive curriculum tool is not languages and applied linguistics specific. And now in our school, Languages and Applied Linguistics, we are using this tool to map for action and to map for change. We started by critically assessing the current uses of the tool mapped against our curriculum, but we are also developing, or have just finished developing, a bespoke version So a set of prompts that we use in the school to take a close look at our study materials, the content of our modules and courses, and we are asking questions such as, is the language used in our marking criteria simple, transparent, and accessible? Is the language used in our feedback? Because for us, most of the teaching happens through feedback. Is the language used in the feedback simple, transparent, and accessible? How do we take account in the way we teach and assess of potential communication challenges for learners who are not speakers of English as a first language? How do we assess written outputs that might not read as those produced by speakers of English as a first language? And we are doing this not on our own as academics. This is particularly important to us. We are doing this in collaboration with our associate lecturers in the regions and nations who are using the material that is produced centrally by us, the central academics, but not only together in collaboration with these associate lecturers, we also have a group of students on board to use these prompts to interrogate our existing and our new curriculum that is in the making. And another part of our approach to decolonization is actually our internationalization at home strategy. We want to offer our students global perspectives. We want to include such perspectives in our learning outcomes and in our assessment tasks. Although we are totally aware that just by using words like learning outcomes, we are very much positioning ourselves in the Anglo-Saxon approach to doing this kind of work. Still, we want to integrate key internationalization at home elements such as virtual exchange experience or virtual exchange experiences for our students. For those of you who are not familiar with virtual exchange, it is a practice that is informed and supported by research that consists of sustained technology-mediated people-to-people education programs or activities in which communication and interaction takes place either between individuals or groups who are geographically separated and from different cultural backgrounds, with the support of educators or specifically trained facilitators. So virtual exchange combines the deep impact of intercultural dialogue and exchange with the broad reach of digital technologies. And we also want to offer our students informal and non-accredited co-curricular activities to engage with international perspectives. We've pulled off the ground an open center for languages and cultures last year under increasingly difficult circumstances, but where we offer short courses in intercultural communication, non-accredited short courses, for example, apart from short courses in the languages that we teach, to provide learning opportunities for continuous professional development for CPD learners and those who do not want to or cannot embark on a named degree in languages studies. Now, by doing this work, we build on our very varied cultural heritage among the staff. We are drawing on our memberships in organizations, learned societies. We are also assessing our existing strengths, and we are looking for new opportunities for diversification in our internationalization at home efforts. And I've also shared here a definition of internationalization at home, the purposeful integration of international intercultural dimensions into the formal and informal curriculum. And we also want, by doing so, we also want to respond to external societal demands. Ortega 2017 talks about the social justice turn in SLA, for example. And this is very much the spirit in which we approach this work. These are a few projects that we are involved in, just to illustrate what I mean when I say drawing on our existing strengths. We are not starting from scratch, but of course there is huge room for improvement. And With regard to virtual exchange, for example, we've been part in a number of EU-funded projects with partners from around the world, not just from within the EU. You might have heard the Evaluate, Evolve, or the Erasmus Plus Virtual Exchange pilot project. Now our Open Center for Languages and Cultures, this new initiative, is about increasing choices for new and existing students through non-accredited short courses. And as I already mentioned, we offer those in the language that we are currently teaching, in intercultural communication, now also in artificial and intelligent and languages technologies, and very important for us, British Sign Language. British Sign Language is an official language in Scotland and now also in Wales. And we give free tasters, 2-week-long free tasters of the short courses on our hub on Open Learn. So that's our window to the world. So if you want to have a look, we have in the Open Learn, this is accessible to anybody and everybody around the globe with access to technology, obviously. So there is a limitation. The Open Center for Languages and Cultures hub with its tasters for the short courses. Another key initiative is that we have started to systematically map our curriculum against the UK Advanced Higher Education, Internationalizing Higher Education framework. It's hidden behind this link. I will share my slides with you afterwards. And there are prompts, also prompts in this framework that ask us to make sure that we offer international and intercultural learning opportunities. Yeah. How do we provide a range of accessible opportunities? How do we facilitate ongoing intercultural, international dialogue, etc.? And for me, most important is our attempt at systematically aligning our entire languages curriculum with United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. Not only in our accredited courses, but also in our non-accredited modules, new courses, new short courses. Yeah, now in terms of moving to the other strand, the more focused decolonizing strand in our work, needless to say, there's a lot of work to do in terms of decolonizing our mindsets, then decolonizing our teaching and learning. What I've shown so far are steps in that direction, and then decolonizing the curriculum, and then higher up making also a contribution to decolonizing the institution as such. And here I would like to draw in particular your attention, top right-hand side, bring together all stakeholders towards a holistic access and participation practice. It is not so easy at the OU because we are doing anything and everything at a distance. So getting immediate access and collaborating with our learners requires us to go the extra mile. But we have started doing this with our joint work with students on our bespoke version of the inclusive curriculum tool. And by systematically confronting, bottom left, the institutional and our personal challenges and barriers to the decolonization agenda. Talking the talk is one thing, we all know that, but walking the talk is incredibly challenging. So here are part of a few of our actions. Yeah, we have module team reading groups and discussions about diverse voices and narratives about appropriate language use and inclusivity in our teaching materials. We have a strong focus on creating diverse audiovisual assets. They play a hugely important role in our teaching materials because we do everything at a distance. And Mara will give you an example in a moment. We have created a workspace where we share relevant resources. We are providing parts of our materials as open source materials so that they're easily accessible to those who cannot register and study for a named degree. And we consult regularly with our students through our student commons room, what content they'd like to see covered in our language courses and what geographical scope they want to see represented. And most recently, we have now also started an initiative where we co-create teaching materials with learners from a widening access and participation background. The trial we are running is in the Artificial Intelligence and Languages Technologies short course that we are working with students. Yeah, I already mentioned that, the artificial intelligence course, and I think with this it's over to you, Mara. Please talk about the Spanish examples, please.
Hello everyone, I hope you can hear me all right.
You're a bit faint, you need to turn up your volume, Mara.
Is this better?
Yes, this is much better.
Thank you for telling me, Miriam. So good afternoon, everyone. So yeah, it is my turn to give you a couple of examples of how we try or are starting to decolonize our curriculum in languages, particularly Spanish, because it is my area. But as Miriam has explained, there are very conscious efforts in other languages too, and in the open languages or open center for languages and cultures as a whole too. So first of all, you have here a resource that is publicly available through OpenLearn, which is our public platform. And so we were commissioned to create a series of videos, animated videos on the history of Spanish, condensed in 6 minutes. And for these purposes, we worked with a very experienced company that do that for us. So what you have at the top is what I got, the storyboard that I was sent by this company, where all the animations, all the figures that didn't represent a character in particular, because of course, in a series like this, there are key characters that simply appears and you cannot help it. For example, Nebrija or Cervantes or, I don't know, Columbus. But when these other characters just represent people, it was surprising that they were all 30-year-old white male. So we made a conscious effort of basically having a mixture of men and women, and also diversity in ages. In this particular case, because of the context we are talking about, which is history and because it is for the general public, we had to be careful with representing other minority groups, because we are focusing in a particular geographical area, for example, where ethnicity is quite difficult to represent, especially, for example, in the ancient history. But we understood that, for example, in the second case, when Columbus arrived in America, there wasn't only, one person waiting for him. So it was, for example, a good opportunity to represent people at different ages and women too, in a case. Or when we were just representing the Romans, the Roman didn't necessarily have to be a man. It could be a mixture of men and women. So this company has been working for the university for more than 15 years. And this was the first time that this was identified. So something is happening here, something is changing. But at the same time, this is a little bit of a revelation because it's a Friday afternoon, so a little bit of gossip here, but they didn't really, they were a bit cross because they had to draw a lot of new characters, because all they had were, as I say, 30-year-old white male. Now I'm gonna talk a little bit about the model that we are currently producing and we are currently writing, which is the model that we teach in Spanish for final year students. So the level is C1. Something that I need to say, perhaps, is that we create all our materials. Sometimes we use third-party content for audio, video, and text and written assets. but we write all our books and all our materials. So if they are books of health, as Craig was mentioning in the previous presentation, it is entirely our fault because we choose what goes into the materials that our students see and study through. This means that we have to be very careful with how we present everything. And in particular, in Spanish, these are the decisions we've made. Some of them are quite historical to the Open University, others are more recent. So, for example, all the dialectal macro areas of Spanish are equally represented in the materials, which means that we have Spanish, like students have the opportunity, for example, to listen to Spanish from Equatorial Guinea or Judo-Spanish in our materials on a recurrent basis. And also we, in the audio assist that we produce, we always highlight the origin of the speaker. So to highlight that we are consciously displaying a variety of Spanish dialects and of Spanish linguistic varieties. Also, sorry, also there is a conscious effort of developing our students' plurilingual and pluricultural competence. So a lot of emphasis in what they already know about their own language or the languages they already speak and how they interact with what they are learning. We always have students who are involved as critical readers in the materials when we are producing the materials. So we listen to them whilst we are writing our courses and take their feedback into account through different ways. And in some cases, we invite them to write some materials for us to complement our vision of a particular topic. For example, in this particular course, there is something about European identities because we thought it was quite important, but also the elephant in the room was, of course, Brexit and how to deal with it. And it has been a student who has written that particular section of the content to try and give a holistic perspective about the topic. We also try to challenge certain traditional rooted views of Spanish and its culture from linguistic prejudices, and some varieties being more prestigious than others, to banning flags from all our materials, trying not to link a language with a particular country, for example. And we have also a lot of discussions on the current terminology that we use. And in here, for example, we used to use Hispanoamerica to refer to the Spanish-speaking countries in America, which is, I suppose, the canonical way to do it. However, we've changed that into Latin America, and it might look like a small change, but I have to confess that the core of the Spanish team was Spanish from Spain, so sometimes we didn't know how to tackle. It was our lack of knowledge and or lack of background what was preventing us to take some decisions. But in consultation with colleagues with other backgrounds, we have decided to go for Latin America. And it is a big step because it's going against, for example, the Real Academia, but we believe it is what it needs to be done. Same with Hispanos and Latinos, etc.
Mara,
So to conclude,
I'm sorry.
Yes,
Mara, I'm sorry. We've got very little time left.
I'm going to conclude. Yeah.
Wrap up. Thank you.
We are wrapping up. Yeah. We just wanted to show you this picture, which reflects a little bit how decolonizing the curriculum feels, at least for us, based on STEM, and how it can go in waves, and we can feel very excited, but also very anxious about the potential challenges. And we are finishing with some questions. Miriam, next slide, please. Simply, to collectively reflect on the challenges and what we probably have to do in the near future. This is it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Cheers.
Muchas gracias.
Gracias.
Sorry, I had to interrupt. I'm really, really sorry. Okay, so there's time for questions now, and we've got a couple in the chat. There was one for, oh God, sorry about that noise. My emails keep coming in. A question for Craig from Loredana. How aware are teachers, trainees of the exclusionary nature of those canonical images, stereotypes?
I was looking at that question and I was thinking about it. And I've written some notes down because I don't think it's a really easy question to answer, because obviously I'm talking from an Irish context, but there's also, it's different in the British context, or any context is going to be different. But I think that there's a couple of types. I would say that there are teachers that are very aware, and the ones that try to avoid teaching the stereotypes and perpetuating them. Some are aware of it but don't teach it because they think it's too much for students to teach anything but the canonical ideas, because the canonical ideas are the simple ones. So for those teachers, it's easy just to teach them, and they're easy for the students to understand, which I question. Then there's other teachers that don't teach them because they don't necessarily understand maybe like the integrated approach to teaching languages, where you can teach socio-cultural awareness at the same, and interlinguistic awareness, and also communicative competency at the same time. And then there are a lot of students that are not aware. And I think one of the issues that we have in Ireland, and I'm quite happy to say that this is an issue, is that in order to become a foreign languages teacher, I'm aware of what's going on in the chat there about talking about foreign languages, but designated as foreign languages here. The reason, one of the issues we have here is that to be a teacher in Ireland of a foreign language, you only have to have spent 3 weeks in the country. Now, this is actually very unusual in my experience of the UK, where lots of teachers have been abroad for at least a year. Whereas here, the regulations are very, you only have to have been abroad for a very small amount of time. So in order to acquire kind of, to understand the complexities of culture and language without having experienced it necessarily yourself, even just a small bit, is one of the reasons why a lot of the time they're just not aware of it. So it's through no fault of their own necessarily. And what they're used to is just being presented with this textbook and working through the textbook and just perpetuating the ideas and concepts that exist therein. So,
thank you. Thanks. We've got another question for you from Sylvia.
Yeah, hi there. I'm also based in Ireland, so. But my question kind of wants to find out what's happening elsewhere as well, because I was glad that you were on the panel, as a voice in teacher education, because all of us that work in third level know that very often you have to start from scratch with regard to all this, and with regard to a number of other things that add up. But to what I think, I also for a number of years worked in initial teacher education. I haven't for a while now, but I remember that it was so easy to suggest innovative practices, when they were teaching in junior cycle. Then there was this huge elephant in the room, that's the final exam. And that's where I'd like to see if that's the same scenario in other countries. And because of the way that exam is structured, and because of the underpinning or principles or lack thereof, behind the assessment, so many things are no longer possible. Is that still the case? Where is the debate, and is that happening in other countries, given that we represent, the globe here?
Well, just to talk about Ireland there very briefly, I think one of the issues that we have in Ireland is that the people that are responsible for the assessment at the end, the State Exams Commission, are completely decoupled from the curriculum organisation.
So, the NCCA, yeah, I know.
Yeah, so that's kind of one of the issues that you have, that the NCCA have very good intentions and actually set out how it should be done, whereas the exam at the end doesn't reflect that. Now, one positive that I'd like to talk about here that I didn't mention in my presentation, but for those of you that teach Portuguese, I used to work for an organisation in Ireland called Post-Primary Languages Ireland, which was responsible for promotion and diversity of languages in Ireland, and particularly heritage languages. And in the creation of the new Leaving Cert, which is the equivalent of the A-level of Portuguese, there was I and a group of people pushed for the Portuguese, because it was going to be centred in Brazilian Portuguese. And I pushed, along with a lot of other people, that it shouldn't be. And it should adopt a uniquely plurilingual, pluricultural approach. And it required lots of negotiation with the State Exams Commission and things like that. But what's actually happened is there's been, the State Exams Commission here have said that when the exam is marked, so not only during the teaching and learning do students have to be exposed to all varieties of Portuguese and have to have an awareness of all varieties of Portuguese, given that the vast majority of them are from Brazil. They have to have an awareness of all of them, how they're written, how they're structured, the language that's used in those different places, and that when they are assessed, that the person that assesses them has to have a knowledge of all varieties of Portuguese, so that they cannot be penalised for writing in one particular way over another. Because if I come from a European Portuguese background, learning European Portuguese, and there's fundamental differences between the two, and lots of, some people see like linguistically Brazilian Portuguese as being simpler linguistically sometimes than European Portuguese, which is crazy. But they go, this isn't very, this is too colloquial. That's the opinion that they have. So therefore, there's been a kind of conscious effort from the State Exams Commission that we will have people marking the exam that recognise all different varieties. So that was one little victory that we've had.
Well done, well done. There's a question in the chat that we could take a day to answer, which is, what does a decolonised curriculum look like from students' point of view? And I think we could spend ages talking about this, but has anybody got a very simple, straightforward answer, which I'm not sure exists? But what does a decolonised curriculum look like from a student's point of view? This is for our speakers. You in a way have demonstrated what this would entail and the kind of processes that you're putting in and strategies you're putting into place, so that there is a decolonised curriculum for our students.
I think it's never going to be a complete curriculum. I think the idea of a curriculum is colonial in itself. So the idea of that you're always open to a radical difference, it is the key. But from a student perspective, is to look at knowledge, not, at the end of this month, I will have learned this. At the end of the month, I will have a set of questions that I can go and research more, and I can further my knowledge. And I think that's what we should, I don't know, maybe it's a little bit simplistic, maybe it's a little bit, but just to kind of shift and say, this is an open-end road, and we have been talking about how students need to be centered. So they need to take the reins of their own learning process and further what they want.
Thanks, Vivian. Francesca, I think you want to come in.
No, I completely agree with Vivian, and I think an example I always used was one of my students of Italian from Hong Kong, who used my lessons on Italian indigenous relationships in Australia to make sense of the colonization of Hong Kong from the British and then now China. And, that's certainly something I wasn't expecting at all, and but it was very interesting to see, because he wrote a very beautiful essay about this, how a certain understanding of decolonization in one context, while recognizing the difference in the context, could help him to make sense of his own life within a colonized context. Yeah. So I think it's true that, we have very different students, and we also have to rely on accepting that different things will matter for different students, and then they need to kind of being agent of that process as well.
Thanks, Francesca. Hannah, you have your hand up.
I was just going to say more or less the same as what Francesco has suggested, that I suppose that the key area here is an inclusive curriculum where students feel included, but not just, as course developers, etc., but that they can see their own identities, etc., are acknowledged in the teaching voice and in the materials too. So I suppose because no matter what you're teaching, in a way that should be shown through the materials too, I suppose. So it's a different angle, but I think it should look like that.
Thank you very much. We're going to have to stop here. We'll need 10 minutes to go and make a cup of tea or coffee or whatever. So it's thanks again. Many, many thanks to everybody in this amazing panel.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. Thanks for staying until the end. So we're going to start our final session of the afternoon. My name is Rochelle Mead of Cardiff University. This session looks at learning in and beyond the classroom, and there are 3 presentations. The running order is slightly different to what you might have seen in the schedule. So we'll start with Marta Milani, who will be discussing Decolonizing the Language Learning Experience, Equal Language in an Open Space. She'll be followed by Susie Bowell, looking at Passport to the World, Decolonizing the Curriculum in Modern Foreign Languages, MFL. And then we have a joint presentation by Lisa Panford of St. Mary's University and Greenford High School, and Melinda Irvine of St. Bernadette Catholic School. And they will be discussing what does an anti-racist, decolonized MFL curriculum look like. Okay, so shall we get started with you, Marta?
Yeah. Good morning. Yes, I'm on it. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I'll share with you my screen now, but I invite you, if you want, to follow the link I copied in the chat, so you can explore in freedom my presentation if you want and when you want. So I share my screen. Okay. Can you see it? Okay. I don't know. Okay. So my name is Marta Milani. I am an Italian L1 speaker. I love Italian language and I admire it. I study it and I teach it, even if my daily life, my jobs and my passions lead me to deal with and inhabit various foreign languages as a foreigner speaker. I don't often speak English, so please be patient with me. I translate fiction. By doing so, in a part of my day, I avoid people having to learn a foreign language. So this is quite crazy. Yet, thank you to my studies in didactics. A few years ago in Montevideo, the capital of Uruguay, I started Clinamen, Scuola di Italiano, where, between other activities, I teach Italian as a foreign language. The pandemic has forced us, like everyone else, to shift all our activities online. In this distanced situation, we tried to maintain our language learning routines, but still, it's not easy. Clinamen, our school, is a very small school. is attended mainly by senior Spanish speakers, not living in Italy. And most of them are studying Italian for the pure pleasure of it, because it's a beautiful and musical language. Sometimes they just want to prepare for a touristic adventure in Italy. And for sure, they don't need it for work, for academic or for migratory projects. So given the learner's profile, the pleasure of learning is totally central to us. When I first read of this symposium, I asked myself, is Italian a language that needs to be decolonized, to be observed through a transnational lens? My first answer, honestly, no. Italian is spoken in a single country with a single strong language standard in all the peninsula, shared by almost all speakers and easily accessible because it's the language of TV, books, songs, schools, of everyone. As it been said before, of course, there are local and areal spoken, migration, etc. But the standard is one, shared, accessible, and clear. I teach the standard and I'm done. But then perhaps what is at stake today is also this cult of mine, this cult of the linguistic standard, this centered perspective of the classification of the different linguistic manifestation into right and wrong, beautiful and ugly, allowed and forbidden. And so my first reaction led me to look at this proposal with a cross-eyed look, to take it tangentially. So the question became, how can I make CLINAMEN learners live an intercultural discovery experience and a language learning experience free from these burdens of the right format and national established standard? And how can I live with them this experience as a facilitator of their learning path, sharing the experience of co-construction and conviviality? In my understanding, as it has been said before, this burden is the narrowed to the standard. They're already built and defined by the respected and immutable norm. But the standard languages is impossible to be perfectly adapted to our personal experience. I therefore tried to identify for exercise, for practices that I want to renew every day to free our language and our learning experience. The exercise number one is the exercise of patience and listening. Learners are the real protagonists. They are the core of the learning experience. And I want to listen to them and value their goals and expectations, their anxieties, if they have. And I want to know what they like or not. This exercise of patience and listening lead me to unhinged roles also in online activities. A practical example. We built a new conviviality, albeit screen mediated, when we learn how to occupy these new digital spaces. We have to investigate and negotiate new class rituals, because welcome, goodbye, your turn now are very different now, are very different online. And we need to structure the once individual learning more and more collectively. My proposal of exercise number 2 is the continuous discussion. lifelong and life-wide teacher update is as important, like today, is as important as in the classroom, repeated and constant checks on individual well-being within the group. If new demands have arisen, new successes, it's worth to put them in common, to be able to celebrate success, resolve doubts, recognize and resolve critical issues. And from this exercise, I'm sure to gain new inspiration and new motivation for teachers and learners, despite the catastrophe. A practical example, the continuous discussion is in action every time some learner asks and gets a few weeks later for an in-depth study of a certain topic. If he have the liberty to be curious, every time a learning project is proposed and implemented totally by the learners, I put it here, our last example, or whenever I participate in a symposium with other teachers on didactic methods. My exercise number 3 is the hybrid, selected, and situated word. To strive to use, even in class, a language aware of the standards, but not subjugated to the norm, means always and every time check the adequacy of tests, schemes, exercise topics. Measure the terms I use and my students use, and lead by example. If the real language is an intertwine of multiform and polyphonic knowledges and practices, and if I want to get in touch with this language in order to later be able to express myself in this language, then I will experience and observe a language that often escapes the standard. And definitely, I would not do a good job if I want to eliminate, hide, or flatten this varied linguistic experience. If I present only standard and clean Italian, learners would never experience the immense and varied linguistic ecosystem. In Spanish, the verb to teach is enseñar, but it doesn't mean only to teach. It means to show, to display, to make visible. So if I show a wide panorama of different and various language manifestation, and if I dare to encourage and facilitate the observation of the implied dynamics, and then support learner in the choice of which language to produce, then I will have this third exercise. I wanted to talk to you about how we have shown manifestation of linguistic sexism or some racist idioms that still circulate among some Italian speakers, but our colleagues speak about it before. So I take that example. And we came to our exercise number 4, to free our language and our language learning experience. The exercise number 4 is the selection, the choice, and the construction of the language learning experience. Choosing for and with learners a decolonized, equitable, and polyphonic language in a heterogeneous textual inputs with modalities of constructive proposal in progress and in an open learning space. What does I mean with a constructive proposal in progress? I always make everything as explicit as possible. And I remember that everything is always a proposal, never an imposition, and that the path is in the making. We build it together at every step. And reasoning also with learners on every aspect of our learning experience, negotiate with them every aspect, including the digital space we will occupy, and the tool we will use is an extra piece to pursue the goal of a learning experience aimed at acquiring an autonomous and conscious linguistic competence and feed the pleasure of learning of a foreign language. We cannot take anything for granted, for obvious, for established, and for immutable. We need to negotiate and discuss everything. And it's necessary to unhinge the standard norm. There is no right or wrong. There is no hallowed or forbidden, not in language and not in learning experience. Because in a linguistic environment composed of people with hybrid skills and various sensitivities and multiform lives, there is no ugly or beautiful, right or wrong. Regarding the selection, choice, and collective construction of an open learning space, I would like to briefly tell you about my personal experience and the experience of Clinamen. I wrote extensively about it in my article in this little book. For Maya Distanza, I've written this article on the simulation on the occasion of a symposium organized by Plidam of INALCO last summer in Paris. And this book, For Maya Distanza, is written by the group Circe, in Italian for now. In short, I have time, see. Okay. When the pandemic forced everyone in the world to change the style of their social experiences, I saw many people choose proprietary platforms, pouring the analogical and social study into a digital space. But the space is new now. It is virtual. It is another space. So in Clinamen, we have chosen to use free and open source software tools. For example, we met each other on Jitsi, that is an open source platform. We have all our material stored in Nextcloud. That is an open source cloud service. And we have a common notebook, a collective notebook, which everyone can edit and can register and can download in his computer and can print and everything they want. And so our tools to support learning and linguistic systematization, that before was our personal book, our common table to built communication with ludic activities, now is a Etherpad or Framapad service pad, which everyone can edit and see and reach all the time. Is something like if it's something like if after the lesson I can reach the lesson another time. I can see the blackboard in classroom another time. A blackboard where I written with my with all the group, and it's kind of if I can take back home all the classroom experience all the time, and if I can reach it all the time. Well, I know that on a technical level, someone knows how to explain it better than me. I simply know that we could only rely on poor informatics skills of senior learners and mine, but we wanted and needed to continue teaching and to continue our learning experience. So we ask ourselves, we listen to each other, and we found together the most appropriate solution. The most appropriate solution for us. It came a strange combination of free open source software tools and platforms, which we sometimes change, replace, abandon for a while, resume, integrate. Really, sometimes is a tormented love. But we choose that, and we think that is the most appropriate for us. Why? Because they are open tools. They are not owned by anyone, and they are built by the generosity of many. Because I know perfectly where we work, on which machine our work is stored, and how to get there anytime. Because the fact of not having password and users to create, or codes or strange names with many numbers, letters, lowers the stress given by an unknown environment, especially with this particular public of learners. They are, many of my learners are very senior. And because they are tools within our reach, they have a very low access threshold. It's very, very easy to learn how to use them. And I can use it from my phone, from my pad, from my iPad, from my laptop, from everywhere. And because they are uncrafted and appropriated tools. In conclusion, and I conclude, I took this proposal, for which I thank you with all my heart, to reflect on the fact that we need to speak, teach, and learn a decolonized language, freed from the narrowed Eurocentric perspective of grammatical correct, adequate, dignified. And we deserve to experience this language in free, current, heterogeneous, but situated textual inputs that offers us an honest panorama of linguistic reality and give us the tools to observe and understand the multiplicity of linguistic and cultural reality. And we want to choose to learn and teach in ways of freedom, even if sometimes we have to go find them and build them custom made. And honestly, it's a lot of work. And finally, we need to do everything possible to inhabit an open learning space. I think that it's not mandatory to use the digital tools that everyone uses. The first tool...
Sorry, I'm sorry to jump in, but just so that we have enough time for questions, I think there's a lot that the others might want to ask you, and in addition to the other speakers. So yeah, we can perhaps come back to some of this in the Q&A. So, but thank you very much for that. There'll be a lot, I think, a lot to ask about that. Just a reminder to put your questions in the chat as we go along, if anything comes to you as we go along. Thank you very much. Okay, so next we will be hearing from Susie Bowell, talking on Passport to the World, Decolonizing the Curriculum in MFL.
Thank you very much. That's brilliant. And thank you, Marta. Let me just start sharing my screen for you all. So my name is Susie Buell and I'm a practicing languages teacher. I also work as a visiting lecturer at the University of Leeds Trinity, where I myself did my PGCE back in 1999. So my session this afternoon is called Passport to the World, Decolonising the Curriculum in MFL. And essentially, it's quite a practical session. What I wanted to do very briefly is talk to you about why I feel that teaching culture in language learning is really important as a practicing modern languages teacher. I wanted to show you lots and lots of practical ideas of things that I actually use on a daily basis in my classroom. So I currently teach in secondary, but I have experience of teaching all the way from reception children up to A level. And then just a conclusion to draw everything together. So my first kind of encounters with international learning and a globalised curriculum was through the work of the British Council and eTwinning. And so through eTwinning, I've managed to connect up with other teachers in the beautiful French island of Guadeloupe. And this was with my year 4s at the time. We had a project called Nos Amis en Guadeloupe, sharing our lives, sharing our cultures, where you can see we would send various things backwards and forwards. We'd send our little teddy bear with his backpack, along with letters that the children had written in both French and English. We also, throughout the pandemic, set up a Padlet so that we could share things more readily without having to post things, particularly as we were all working from our own homes. And this was just a really nice and quick, easy way of sharing information and letting each other know about what we were getting up to in our own individual contexts. This also led to all sorts of incidental learning through other topics. So it wasn't a one-off project, it was something that fed into everyday lessons. In my second school, the Time Lady Lane Park School, I also managed to find a partner school in Martinique, and we set up a project called Connecter les îles, c'est très facile. We looked at poetry linked to the country of Martinique. And since then, in my new setting, we have also gone on to partner with a school in Rwanda through the Connecting Classrooms and Global Learning project. Those of you who are members of the Association for Language Learning, I am the honorary membership officer. And back in the last lockdown, I wrote this article, which is called Cultural Capital in Primary, Culture Makes a House a Home. And the key quote there, as you can see on the right-hand side, is about, sorry, I won't move forward too quickly. We often talk about the pillars of language learning being phonics and vocabulary and grammar. But if they are the sort of foundations of building a home, I would add that adding culture into the mix turns that house into a home. It just gives it that little something extra. So in terms of my own teaching and learning, I've drawn a lot of inspiration in terms of decolonising my curriculum from this particular Facebook group. And I know there are certain members on the call today who are also members of that group. There is also a shared drive, and you will have access to this presentation after the event today. So you can click on those hyperlinks and find out a bit more, but a great group for sharing ideas and resources. I think Craig alluded to this earlier, that many prospective teachers or sort of teachers who are in their training get to spend very little time in the target language countries. I was fortunate in that I did spend a year abroad, sadly not in the wider Francophone world. But since then, I've discovered channels like TV5 Monde, where I have been able to develop my understanding, certainly of Francophonie. For the German teachers amongst you, there's an awful lot of support material also from the Goethe Institute. In the first lockdown, I think this is back in March of last year, a number of colleagues, myself included, came up with this board game, which we were hoping would encourage our learners to step away from their screens a little bit and maybe play a culturally orientated game in French, German and Spanish that would help them to investigate the wider French-speaking world and German-speaking world and Spanish-speaking world. And this worked really, really well. We had some really good feedback. My consultancy, Polyglot Languages, I decided also back in April to set up this MFL poetry competition. This was open to learners of all ages and all languages. And we kept it nice and simple in that it was just to create a very simple haiku about their favorite French or Spanish or German speaking part of the world. And we literally had hundreds of entries from hundreds of children of all ages. It was just a really creative and wonderful experience, which I hope to repeat. And they're just a glimpse of some of the countries that featured in our poetry. I also, in the lockdown, created quite a number of virtual tours of different Francophone countries. So I think the main reason behind this, and this isn't something new, this is something that I've been doing for many years in my teaching, is that I've always felt that my curriculum, if I just relied on the textbook, would be very European-centric, very white, perhaps middle-class-centric. And so I've tried to sort of extend my curriculum where possible and on a daily basis to include lots of other French-speaking parts of the world, like Morocco, for example. So in this example, you would have a PowerPoint presentation which you could send the students on Teams or Zoom or whatever your preferred means of remote teaching. And they would simply open that presentation and click on all the various hyperlinks to find out more in French about that particular part of the Francophone world. For Spanish teachers, there are a number of websites here, Muy Interesante, Periódico El Gancho, which my colleagues and myself recommend to our students, again, just to try and encourage them to find out a bit more about what's going on in the world around them. This website, which I came across about a year ago, Brut, is available in French and Spanish, and there's also a Mexican version. And this is a fantastic website where I personally keep up to date with my own sort of subject knowledge. I make sure that I know what's going on in the Francophone world. But also it allows you to watch videos that are heavily subtitled. So in terms of an opportunity for authentic listening, but also authentic reading, it's a wonderful source of inspiration. Ajoinek 2, I tend to use quite a lot with my older learners, certainly my A-level students. And I think in A-level, there is much more of an emphasis on the wider French, Spanish, German-speaking world. But I really want to have that ingrained in my teaching right the way back to sort of, reception year 1. I want to try and drip feed that in and not just have it as a little add-on that we perhaps do at the end of term or something that we might do if we just got a little bit of free time at the end of a unit of work. My friend and colleague Danielle Bourdet introduced me to this website, Solidarité Laïque. It's actually a Christian organisation, but they have some fantastic resources. This one you can see is a boy called James from Haiti. And so when, for example, I'm teaching the topic of daily routine, what I would do is refer to this infographic of James. And there's also a brilliant supporting video on YouTube, which actually shows James, the child, in his home setting in Haiti, so that the children not only get to hear a different accent, but they also get to see his daily life, and they get to kind of open their eyes to a different world that perhaps they don't see in the textbook. I've always taught about different festivals in the Francophone world. And so a couple of years ago, I set up this calendar. There's a link there for anybody who's interested. And instead of just focusing on traditions in France, I've widened that now to the wider Francophone world. So you can see from the images on the right, we look at what Christmas is like in the French island of La Réunion and in Guadeloupe and lots of other French-speaking countries, the Drom-Tom. Again, I think maybe I had too much time on my hands back in the first lockdown. I started to create this calendar, Le Monde Francophone, en 365 jours. This now exists in French and Spanish and German. And just to give you a little insight into that, what I've tried to do is go through all of the resources that I've collated over the years and look at all the different Francophone, Spanish, German-speaking festivals and events that are taking place that tie in nicely with the different types of things that are linked to a traditional sort of GCSE A-level curriculum. So as I say, they are now available in French, German and Spanish. You can access those on polyglotlanguages.co.uk, and we're always looking for contributors to help with future calendars. So if anybody would like to help with those, I would love to hear from you. In my school, we also make a really big thing of La Semaine de la Francophonie, which is always in the month of March. The Institut Français generally run lots of competitions and events, quizzes, and it's a real opportunity with a particular date in the calendar to really stress how many French speakers, for example, there are in the world. For the German teachers amongst you, September the 11th this year will be German Language Day. And for the Spanish speakers amongst you, the 23rd of April is the annual Dia de la Lengua Española. So again, another opportunity there to really make a big thing of all the different places in the world where Spanish is spoken. Personally, I tend to also use efprof.org as an inspiration for my Francophone curriculum. As you can see from the map there, it is a network of French teachers, a bit like a Facebook in French, for teachers of French from all over the world. And that also means that it would be a good platform for perhaps finding partner schools and international links. A couple of years ago, I worked alongside Leeds Development Education Centre to develop some free lessons on the Sustainable Development Goals. And I just wanted to flag this up really because it was funded with European funding, and lots of hours, blood, sweat and tears went into creating these resources. They now also exist in German and Spanish. And what we've tried to do with those resources, again, is not just focus on France and Spain and Germany, but really extend those resources to the wider world in order to decolonise our curriculum. I have an annual subscription to these lesser known magazines, ELI magazines, and they run from primary all the way through to advanced level. The more commonly known magazines, I would say, for language learners is Mary Glasgow. Mary Glasgow is a complete inspiration to me. I get very excited every quarter when I get my magazines through the post, and you can see here some of the content. So Ile de la Réunion is very important to me because it's where I got married almost 20 years ago. So when I teach about holidays, I always bring in the Ile de la Réunion. When I talk about leisure, for example, I don't just want to look at what Parisian or French children do in their free time. I want the children that I teach to see faces of children from Tunisia, Swiss, Canada, and France. When I teach the weather, I try again to link it to Le Monde Francophone and look at the lows and high temperatures, and perhaps certainly now that primary languages is more of a thing, if this is a question of the students revisiting familiar language, then it's just a nice different context in which to present the language and to revisit it. For the Spanish magazines, you can see here there are also articles that focus on the wider Spanish-speaking world. And for German, here we've got an example where they link to Österreich und die Schweiz. In terms of paid resources, and I only ever promote resources that I think are really high quality and really well written. The Global Centre in Devon, a good number of years ago, created this brilliant resource called Hola Peru, and there's links there which you can explore in your own time for some free links there that you could look at to see what that's about. And then in French, Tic Mali, which I think, again, was my first sort of dabbling in cross-curricular learning in French, where I combined a lot of global citizenship, geography, alongside French. For younger learners, although I have been known to use this with year 7 and 8 children, there is this fantastic resource from Early Start Languages, which is called Bienvenue au Maroc, and it has video resources, worksheets, images, everything that you could wish for, really. About 5 years ago, I set up my own consultancy, as I said earlier, Polyglot Languages. And I think through a sheer frustration of the lack of Francophone materials out there for my own lessons, I started writing stories for my own learners, and that's led to me selling them online. So my most recent story is this one, Polyva au Maroc. And you can see there that there are lots of links to lots of different areas of the curriculum. So it's not just the traditional language that the children would necessarily find in their textbooks, but it's teaching them about the culture, the festivals, etc. I think my screen is just frozen. Let me just see if I can move forward. Sorry, I just skipped a bit too forward there. This is an example from that book about Polyvat au Maroc, so looking at traditional cuisine, and anything in the books that is hyperlinked takes you to an external link, which allows the children to perhaps watch a YouTube video, which they can follow in French to create a traditional Moroccan recipe. Recently in school, we celebrated La Fête Nationale du Québec, which is always on the 24th of June. And again, at certain times of year, so in the early months of the year, we also look at Carnaval. My next endeavour is going to be Polyvat en Guadeloupe, and I'm also currently working on Polyvat au Cameroon, because I've been very fortunate this term to work with a trainee teacher from Cameroon who's been a brilliant inspiration and help. So yeah, the stories currently existing for France, Belgium, Switzerland, Quebec, and Morocco. Guadeloupe and Cameroon are on their way, and I also have plans for Martinique, Réunion, Saint-Pierre-Miquelon, and French Guiana. How do I draw this together in my teaching? Well, what I tend to do at the start of the year is give the students a passport, so you can download one of these for free from the British Council website. And every time we encounter a Francophone part of the world, or if you're a Spanish speaker, a Spanish part of the world, I would give the students a stamp in their passport, and they would simply write in there a few lines to describe where they've visited, albeit virtually or otherwise, and what they've learned. So just to draw things to a close, in January 2011, Ofsted can be quoted as saying, teachers made insufficient use of the wealth of authentic material that is available to develop students' intercultural knowledge. And I would say that there is, in actual fact, a wealth of authentic material out there to help us in secondary schools to develop our students' intercultural knowledge and understanding. And I think if the lockdown has taught us nothing, that it's that can be done both in class and also independently of us. I personally feel, and I feel very strongly about this, that we owe it to our learners, no matter what level we teach at, to integrate culture from the wider target language countries into our lessons on a regular basis, and not just as a occasional add-on, as I think is often the case. And I do genuinely believe that textbooks have their place, but I think they must always be complemented with authentic materials from the wider target language countries. And because we as modern languages teachers, again, at whatever level, play a huge part in globalising or decolonising the curriculum. In terms of rewards for this kind of activity, back in 2018, after a couple of months at this school, I managed to secure the International Schools Award for my school. So if any of you are interested in that, please do contact me, because it is a brilliant thing to have for your school. And I think, in the words of John Rolfe, it is about bringing the world into your classroom daily, and about us doing everything that we can to develop proactive global citizens. I will just leave my details up there should anybody wish to contact me after the session. It's always lovely to hear from delegates. And as I say, if you would like a copy of the presentation, that will be made available to you at a later date. Thank you ever so much for listening.
Excellent. Wow. Thank you so much. Wealth of resources. Maybe you can put some details in the chat, just in case anyone missed it. I think they'd also be really appreciative of that. Thank you very much. Okay, so our final presentation will be by two people, Lisa Panford and Melinda Irvine.
Hi there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and we can see your screen as well.
So our presentation is called Part 2, What Does an Anti-Racist Decolonised Secondary MFL Curriculum Look Like? So we're Melina and Lisa, and absolutely delighted to be here. Thank you so much for having us. Melina, can you click to the next screen, please? Melina has been teaching Spanish and French in a state school in Bristol for 4 years. She has an interest in equalities, mental health, well-being, and is deputy head of Year 7 and is also union rep. And I've been teaching in London state schools for 14 years. I work part-time as a lecturer on the PGC MFL secondary programme at St Mary's University, and as a practicing MFL teacher and lead practitioner at Greenford High School in London. I'm currently leading a whole school curriculum review focusing on equality, diversity and inclusion. Next slide, please, Melina. Thanks. So in this paper, we aim to present the principles underpinning our approach, explore the concepts of diversification versus decolonisation in the context of our secondary MFL classrooms, model how we interrogate resources through a critical lens, and share a suggested framework and our next steps. Thanks, Melina. So back in March, Melina and I presented for the very first time, very scary, a paper at the Association for Language Learning Languages World Conference. And our paper was called, "What Does an Anti-Racist Decolonised MFL Curriculum Look Like?" And we began by saying that we didn't have the answer to that question. I didn't, and I still don't know precisely what an anti-racist decolonised curriculum looks like in MFL, because to be frank, I've never seen anything like one. Over 20 years ago, when I was 16, having studied French and Spanish at secondary school for 5 years, I got good GCSE grades in both. I had then, at best, a very vague notion of la francophonie and el mundo hispanohablante, which involved a few tokenistic anecdotes about Latin American festivals. And I was left with the utterly ludicrous impression, as I began my A-level studies, that I was a fairly unique speciality because I was a Black speaker of French and Spanish. It sounds ludicrous, but that is true. 14 years experience teaching our subject at all levels of secondary school leads me to believe that this misconception is one that may well endure in many of our pupils today. And you'd ask, like, how can that be? Well, amongst other things, including a very serious shortage of so-called BAME languages teachers, our curriculum is driven by the outcomes presented in the GCSE and A-level subject criteria. And both of these fail to explore the rich socio-cultural, historical, and political dimensions of our subject. So the colonial underpinnings and legacies of our target language countries were back then when I was a child, and continue to be unexplored. Eurocentric cultural examples were back then and continue to be favoured in course books, as Susie alluded to earlier. European literary texts were and continue to be centred by A-level exam boards, and Black narratives were and remain virtually non-existent, and where they are present now are consigned to the topic areas of festivals and immigration. In the past year, history teachers and their curricula have been thrown into the spotlight. The history national curriculum has been really widely criticised for systematically omitting the contribution of Black British history in favour of a dominant white Eurocentric curriculum. And there have been widespread calls for the decolonisation of a subject content which ostracises Black and minority ethnic students. But the issues in the history curriculum are mirrored completely in our own. So there's no two ways about that. The failings of the current secondary curriculum provision to promote narratives that go beyond a white Eurocentric core compound the daily consuming presence of racism experienced by teachers and pupils who look like me in our secondary schools. Next. So, yeah, thanks. So in the months following the killing of George Floyd and the issues raised by the Black Lives Matter movement, many brilliant MFL teachers who are fully committed to the notions of diversity and inclusion, which underpin current pedagogical practices, were shocked, they were saddened, angered, and they stood in solidarity and committed to improving their racial literacy. In practice, as a community, an MFL community, we look for ways to do better in our lessons. And, you know, I'm aware that many brilliant practitioners have been doing ongoing work over a number of years. But there's a new momentum now, and we were looking for new ways to do better in our lessons. We were offered and clung to this notion of diversity. And we're sort of all surrounded in our schools, posters up everywhere, celebrating diversity in languages. So we have colleagues far and wide calling out through various platforms for resources that promote diverse communities in the Spanish, French, and German-speaking world. We want diverse celebrations and authors and diverse sports personalities and diverse celebrities so that we can enrich our provision. But with diversity, just like with multiculturalism in the 90s, we get to enjoy the benefits, tick boxes, and remain non-political, apolitical. So critics of multiculturalism mockingly referred to the 3 S's, samosas, saris, and steel pans. And there's a connection with diversity here. So we do diversity like we did multiculturalism, feel good about our lessons and our contribution to the Black Lives Matter movement and so on. While it's undoubtedly well-intentioned, and I'm not suggesting anything sinister here, diversity is something that's deeply problematic because of what it conceals and what it fails to address. What it conceals is an assumed neutral or normalized point, which is the white and the European, relative to which all of the others are diverse. And what it fails to mention is race. It's well intended, but it's sort of how we talk about race when we're not talking about race, because it's more polite or positive. So we can talk about a lack of diversity in the MFL curriculum or improving diversity when it's difficult to say the MFL curriculum is racist or we need to make it anti-racist. But notwithstanding that, obviously there are real structural racialized inequalities present in our schools and education system, and these are essentially reflected and reinforced through our subject, through the content of our curriculum, through the academic silence on the issue of race in the context of specifically secondary MFL, the absence of data which monitors achievement and uptake by ethnicity. There is that data, but it's not analysed, and the shortage of so-called BAME teachers of MFL. And celebrating diversity does nothing deep to address any of these real concerns. So it's lost its appeal to me entirely. Like, the word shouldn't, but it does fill me with a sense of dread. And I'm reclaiming I'm changing the 3 S's and I'm making them for MFL the 3 Ds, which stand for Drogba, Day of the Dead and Djibouti, which seem to be the things that always come up when we're trying to include aspects of diversity in our lessons. On the contrary, when we talk about decolonisation of the secondary curriculum, we have reason, I think, to get very, very hopeful, because decolonisation and anti-racism dare to attack structure and call for system-wide changes in a way that leaves diversity somewhere, quaking in its boots and cowering the corner. I'm sure for many secondary school teachers, it's a frightening prospect, and it was a difficult thing to bring to the ALL conference. It's a difficult thing to relay. The subject is deeply problematic. But actually, I'm hopeful about the prospect of decolonising our curricula, because it's about giving voice to the marginalised and epistemic justice. I think we in languages know best of all that when we reveal and give voice and exchange knowledge, that's when we gain the deepest understanding and mutual respect. Thanks, Melina. Next slide, please. So how? The question is how? How do we breathe, decolonize life into this and realize the potential of our subject? We see that we do this by actively confronting the racism and by exposing Eurocentricity in our MFL curricula and the underpinning hierarchies and power dynamics within our subject more broadly. I propose that rather than to pretend we already have the answer to the question, we take a more transparent and exploratory approach with our young people. We take them on a journey of questioning with us. So we as teachers begin by asking the questions out loud in our lessons with our young people. So we're not just talking about, they speak French in Martinique, but why do they speak French in Martinique? Rather than, here is a list of A-level texts, how and why have these texts been selected for your A-level by the exam board? What does this tell us about the Spanish literary canon, for example? Which authors are included and who is missing? Actually asking those questions with our students. Not just how fantastic you'll be able to have wide-ranging international experiences as a result of your decision to choose Spanish, but how has this come to be? And even, dare I say, have that the dialogue about why do we learn specifically these languages, why these languages are considered modern foreign languages, but your home languages or so-called community languages aren't regarded in the same way. We in languages are masters of the question. We know exactly how questions enable development of understanding in others, And MFL teachers don't need any convincing or any upskilling in terms of like the potential of questions to harness intellectual curiosity and the desire to learn in our young people. And we feel that questioning is our power tool here for providing those meaningful, deep insights that can really transform our young people's experience of the subject, as well as their sense of connection to it and the wider contemporary world, because we have to keep up with it. Realistically, in the context of the health crisis, the pressures on us to operate within very challenging restrictions to catch our students up, teacher assessed grades, frankly, the context of the Eurosceptic discourses around Brexit, budget cuts, that we're already faced with in schools. I'm not suggesting that onus should be placed upon MFL teachers to dismantle and then redesign an entirely new decolonised curriculum without support. But what the feedback from us delivering the first part of this paper at the ALL conference, many attendees were secondary languages teachers, and what they told us very clearly was they do want to have these discussions and they do want support with this. Melina, can I have the next slide, please? So here are the beginnings of a framework. So just a series of open-ended questions that we designed to support colleagues in initiating discussions and finding the opportunities presented by the current provision in our subject. So we would encourage MFL teachers in their departments to discuss how far is critical thinking about race and ethnicity present in our curriculum. How far do our materials and textbooks promote voices, perspectives, works, and ideas that come from beyond a white Eurocentric core? And how far do our classroom displays and visual aids include images that reflect role models who are people of colour? Okay, so I'll now hand over to Melina, who will share how she interrogates resources through a decolonised lens with some practical examples. Thanks.
Thank you, Lisa. Hi, everyone. So first, we're going to have a look at some seemingly harmless examples of diversity, MFL resources that aim to bring culture into the classroom and celebrate difference. Lisa referred to the 3 Ds, and for our cultural topics, resources on Djibouti, Drogba, and the Day of the Dead abound. And it is relevant and interesting for our pupils to learn about festivals in Latin America, the wider Francophonie, and to celebrate Black sporting success, but is it enough? On Monday, I attended an online Decolonising the Curriculum event at Bristol Teacher Fest, where primary MFL lead, Celeste Datta, articulated excellently the problems with these types of resources and lessons. She spoke about how school at the end of year enrichment weeks, they have Bollywood Week or Samba Week, and these were perceived as tokenistic, often poorly researched and othering. So we should question whether this type of diversity in our lessons, schemes of works, textbooks, and exam specs actually does anything to contribute towards the type of education we're talking about today. But I won't preach to the converted, but I will highlight that this type of diversity can impede progress when many school leadership teams, and unfortunately many teachers, will not be open to discussions on decolonisation or anti-racism because they point to these types of resources and claim that they're already doing that. In addition, when it comes to talking about countries around the world where French and Spanish is spoken, how are these places and these people represented? Do lessons about the Francophonie lead to an oversimplified, stereotypical portrayal of beautiful Caribbean islands and hot African countries with not a car, building, or a university in sight? Are opportunities sought out to include voices and narratives from these countries, or just pictures? And are independence movements discussed? What about indigenous languages and Creole? When Edward Said wrote about Orientalism, he was referring to the exoticization of Asia by the West in portrayals of their culture. If we think about Indiana Jones films, The Story of Aladdin, and the French Tintin comics. Then we looked at more blatantly problematic examples of diversity in MFL lessons. MFL can play a huge and important role in representing the Global South in schools in an accurate, positive, exciting, and enriching way through challenging stereotypes and empowering our students. Unfortunately, many teaching resources perpetuate a neocolonial narrative that at best maintains that the Global South is a place of poverty and misery that needs charity, and at worst implies white supremacy. Tanisha Hicks-Beresford, a PSHE and citizenship curriculum lead, also speaking at Bristol Teacher Fest on Monday, spoke about initial planning questions when it comes to creating decolonised units of work. And one of those questions was, where can I share or show Black joy, strength and success? So let us critically review our resources. Appreciating Black culture and Black music doesn't contribute to anti-racism, just like teaching about the French and Spanish-speaking world beyond Europe doesn't contribute to decolonising MFL. It is entirely possible that with well-meaning endeavours to bring more diversity to the classroom, these endeavours unwittingly contribute to racialised stereotypes of so-called developing countries, like this chapter from Mira Teres and the Viva GCSE textbook. So in years 8 or 9, students will typically study the daily routine topic, and it is used in Spanish and French resources to teach about the very different daily routine of a child plantation worker, for example. So if we look at the activity on the right, we can see we have an activity about a girl who lives in Colombia. She lives in a hut, works on a sugar plantation at the age of 12, and only has 1 meal a day. And whilst this may be a near accurate portrayal of some of the poorest children in South America, there are also other truths like cities with skyscrapers, universities, and children who go to school. So endeavours to teach students about global inequality, are we actually perpetuating unhelpful stereotypes about a suffering continent that cannot help itself, or countries? A place where everybody is poor, and the class might compare their lives, who's looking after these children. This wouldn't happen in the UK because the UK cares about its children. The UK has a better quality of life. Why is this? Will the class explore colonial history and the resulting distributions of power and wealth, or will that question remain unanswered and the class may draw their own assumptions based on the evidence that they have seen? So all of these cartoons feature children living in poverty and working on fruit plantations. And whilst at the bottom right, there's a Zona Cultura box where some factual accuracies are recognised, it's not an accurate representation of the Spanish-speaking world. And in the Viva GCSE textbook, we have a clear portrayal of white saviorism being applauded. So in these instances, efforts to diversify are actually harmful and do not promote racial equality. More recent MFL textbooks and exam materials are not a whitewash. We see images with which our pupils may be able to identify. We see Arabic names used in French textbooks. However, there is still much progress to be made in the question of representation. And if you see Aisha Thomas's TED Talk, which I'll post in the chat, she talks about why representation matters. There has already been some research by the National Association for Language Advisors about how the content of speaking and listening exams disadvantage vulnerable and disadvantaged students by asking students questions which may not be relevant to their lives, or difficult topics of conversation like holidays, families, and relationships. Content that students cannot relate to will ensure that people switch off and do not see languages as a subject for them. Do resources designed to teach nationalities give our students the language to describe themselves, or do we just learn the white Western European nationalities? One small thing that could be done to decolonize MFL is the inclusion of resources of vocab like this, thinking about the identities represented in British schools, what vocab do students need to talk about themselves. This could also be a great opportunity for schools to ask questions and learn from the communities that they serve. So what are the solutions? When teachers come across resources like these, we could choose to use them, or we could choose not to use them, or we could choose to use them and have as an opportunity to have a conversation with our students about the narratives and the stereotypes that they uphold. Teachers can create our own resources, as many do. We can talk about the Black Lives Matter movement in the Spanish-speaking world, include Black and Indigenous voices and narratives from the Spanish and French-speaking world. We could discuss the influence of Arabic on the Spanish language and talk about Muslim life and how Ramadan is celebrated in the French and Arab-speaking world. We can fit these into schemes of work where we find space, and I know of many great teachers who are doing this already, but does this have widespread impact? Do all teachers have the knowledge, skills, and confidence to do this? Not to mention the time. And do school leadership teams working under the pressure of school league tables see this as a priority for their precious curriculum time? So whilst we can decolonise our individual practice, start conversations and share our resources, this is only one of what should be many approaches. Another necessary approach would be, what if policymakers, resource writers and publishers worked with a decolonised lens and created content that was decolonised, not just diversified, representative and exciting? So the process of decolonising MFL is, of course, an immense one, and further to discussions with colleagues working in a range of secondary contexts, and following the ALL conference, Elisa and myself discussed how a group of grassroots MFL teachers could best go about this. We spoke about resource sharing and even rewriting textbooks. And whilst we can do this, we realised that this was a huge amount of unpaid work for a group of well-meaning in-service teachers who, like the rest of the teaching population, face huge pressures on their time. So ultimately, systemic change requires some amount of buy-in from the top, policymakers, exam boards, publishers, even if the conversation begins with us. So we spoke about reviewing our current resources with a critical lens, and not only that, but sharing this critical lens with our students, pointing out the lack of representation or the portrayal of negative stereotypes or the erasure of alternative narratives, teaching our students to think critically. I didn't realise this at the time, but what we were talking about was an educational approach to critical race theory. And so whilst there are many angles that we approach decolonising at MFL, I think that one of huge importance is staff CPD, because all of the decolonised resources in the world will have minimal impact if the teacher has not decolonised their own mind. So improving staff racial literacy and confidence to approach uncomfortable topics is key to impactful delivery and shaping those little everyday interactions that we have with our students, which really make a difference. Thanks for listening, everyone.
So motivated by the ideas that collaborative working is key to meaningful development, and that secondary school teachers require support to be able to competently teach decolonised anti-racist lessons. Melina and I submitted an application to the ALL Management Board. Melina, if you just click to the next slide, please, to create a decolonised secondary MFL curriculum special interest group, so our SIG, and we're delighted to have our application approved last month. Through this SIG, we hope to facilitate dialogue between MFL specialists in schools, universities, where we know a lot of these discussions have been going on for many years, higher education, initial teacher training institutions, and publishing, in order to mobilise pedagogical advancements in decolonised curriculum development, ultimately for the positive practical impact on our secondary school students in the classroom. Our areas of focus will include identifying areas for development and concerns with the current provision. We may look at increasing and improving representation of the multi-ethnic diversity of target language countries in our resources, explore and develop and share content relating to target language countries' colonial legacy specifically, amplifying narratives from people of colour in our target language countries, developing a questioning framework to support students' engagement and critical thinking skills, and developing a critical framework for interrogating MFL subject content and materials. So we hope with the support of ALL's online platform and their reach, we'll be able to share the group's work with the wider secondary MFL community for maximum impact. So please watch this space for updates on that. Melina, would you click to the last slide, please? So our work is very much in its infancy and definitely work in progress. We would really welcome your feedback now, later. Our emails and Twitter accounts are on the slide here. We acknowledge we have massive gaps and there is a lot to do. This is ongoing work, but we're interested to hear from you about what we've missed, what we're missing out, what questions this session or do these issues raise for you, for your learners in your own context, and how we can strengthen and enrich narratives around decolonising secondary MFL curriculum and what we can achieve for positive impact on our students. Thank you so much for listening.
Great, thank you very much. I wonder if you could perhaps put the link to the previous slide. I think in the chat, this one, so that people can link to it if they wish.
There's nothing there yet. But I will do. It's not been populated yet.
Oh, right. Oh, I see. Okay.
I've just added the link to the special interest group, Lisa, and there's also a link more generally to the Association for Language Learning. So when there is material on there, that's where you need to go.
That's great. We're meeting in a couple of weeks. So we haven't met yet. So we haven't got any work there.
Oh, right. Okay. Watch the space. Great. Thank you very much. Very rich session, and I'm sure there will be a lot of questions. Sorry, can I get you to stop sharing your screen so that we can all see each other's faces? Okay, there we are. Okay, so I'd like to open the floor up to questions. There was some activity in the chat, which was quite lengthy, so I didn't really have a chance to read it. I wonder if anyone participating in that discussion wanted to jump in and maybe say verbally what has been going on in the chat. I think our Carlos, perhaps, if you don't mind. Okay, perhaps not. Okay, how about any questions for the three papers that we just heard?
Sorry, I'll ask a question. I couldn't see the hand up. I can't find the hand up button. I was trying to find it. I couldn't find it. Thank you very much for those presentations, and Lisa there in particular. Like loads of what you were saying, coming from my experience of working in a London school in particular, I was just like I was screaming and jumping and like yes, like I was saying this for years. So no, really interesting. I just wondered, and this is to any of those that work in the British secondary system. I wonder whether you've read and what your reactions are to the recent research review that came out from Ofsted about modern language teaching in the UK. I don't know whether you've read it, and I don't want to put you on the spot, but it was, Susie referred to it actually when she was talking about the pillars of modern languages teaching, which were phonics, vocabulary, and grammar. And I've kind of been out of the UK now for 4 or 5 years, so that kind of emphasis now I've kind of come away from that now, and I'm in a very different context now in Ireland. But I just wondered, I just had a quick look at the document. I just searched the word culture in the document, and I think it's mentioned 3 times. I just wondered what your view was of that document. What your view was of that document, and it's kind of just literally it's how it reflects the importance of culture or not in MFL teaching in the UK.
I'm speaking personally and not professionally on behalf of AWL now, but I would say as someone who is really keen to integrate culture in languages lessons from as early a stage as possible, I think it is a real missed opportunity. I think when we talk about the 3 pillars, it almost gives the impression that it's only vocabulary and grammar and phonics that matter. And I wouldn't necessarily suggest that culture is a separate pillar, but I think it's almost a strand, I would call it a golden thread that draws everything together, that runs through everything. And so when I alluded earlier in my presentation to the fact that it's something that I try and include in every lesson, I personally don't want it to be an add-on, but I'm concerned with such small reference to it in that document. And people do hold what Ofsted say in high regard because they know that they're going to be, inspected by these people. I think on the one hand, you've got the programme of study, which, talks about insularity and an opening up to other cultures. But I think it is a real shame that there hasn't been more emphasis placed on the importance, particularly in view of all this amazing work that's going on up and down the country.
Would anyone else like to jump in there? Or
only to concur absolutely with what Susie just said. I would say that the cultural insights that we gain through learning a foreign language are the most compelling aspect of learning and teaching a foreign language. And you know, any reviews or reforms to our qualification that doesn't centre that is a real missed opportunity, I think, to increase uptake, because obviously we've got a very serious situation with a decline in numbers, and if we're looking to broaden students' horizons and encourage them to step beyond familiar cultural boundaries, we should centre culture and literary text and ensure that all of our students have access to the contemporary wider world. I think it is a huge misconception where I shouldn't say that. What I should say is I think we should be really careful when we're talking about the language. You'll probably know that there are reforms happening, consultation currently about the GCSE qualification, and the idea that the qualification should hinge around the most frequently used words, and there is an emphasis on phonics, and these the words that they're sort of removing the prescribed topic areas, right? And this is the plan, and to have these prescribed lists of words that will be written by the exam boards, and I think those need to be explored really quite carefully to ensure that they're inclusive, that they don't keep anybody with any protected characteristic has access to that list of most frequently used words, and just because they're not the top 2,000 most frequently used words, that they can say, you know, I wear a hijab as part of my uniform, or I use a wheelchair. Like, they might not be the top most 2,000 frequently used words, but I think we have to tread very carefully in order to ensure that that there's a quality of access to this proposed curriculum. So I think it's an interesting time.
Hey, Lisa.
Carlos has figured out how to unmute himself, so I'll allow him to speak next, and then we have two questions, one from Liz and then Derek.
Yeah, so thank you for your presentations. They were really stimulating. I was making a lot of notes, and also thank you for letting me speak now. A little bit late, and my mic wasn't working when you asked me to participate. I just wanted to basically recapitulate what I just said in the chat, which was a couple of comments on the terminology of modern foreign languages. So it seems to me that one of the things that is most difficult to exorcise when it comes to decolonizing the curriculum is to get rid of coloniality, of the logics and legacies of colonialism that are still latent and reproduced sometimes in unaware ways or unconscious fashion, right? So I was thinking about the label modern foreign languages. And if we think about it, all three words are problematic, right? Modern because modernity and colonialism are intractably linked, as said by Jean Calvet in his work, Language and Colonialism, and many others. Foreign because no language is really foreign, just like no person is foreign. The same should go for languages, I believe. And language because it's part of the binary language versus dialect, which is also a colonial binary. So I personally use linguistic variety. I specialize in Ladino or Judeo-Spanish, which is often not considered a modern language, even though it's a language that is currently spoken in the world by around 50,000 people. But I think the implication is that since Spanish, standardized Spanish, is supposed to be the modern language, then any linguistic variety that belongs to the Hispanophone is not modern by opposition. So should we get rid of the label modern foreign language? And if so, what should replace it? Because I think it's not enough to critique a category, but we need to find a new frame to create a new reality, to really decolonize the curriculum. But what are your thoughts on this?
May I? So I think Dr. Ruth Bush from University of Bristol has written about this very thing, about, you know, sort of challenging the label modern foreign languages. I don't want to misquote her, but I fully agree with everything that you just said. I think it's really important that we look very careful. I would call them languages. To be honest with you, I'd go with languages. I've never been comfortable with the modern foreign language teacher. I suppose its origins were to show the difference between the modern foreign languages and the ancient language, so Latin and Greek. And ancient Greek, I suppose that's where the idea comes from. But ultimately, what you've got in schools, in secondary schools today, in the UK at least, in my experience, is a modern foreign languages means French, Spanish, in decreasing numbers German, and in a very few cases Italian. And then what you have is this dichotomization where you've got of the modern foreign languages department and the English as an additional language departments. You've got a dichotomization there within the school, which again is unhelpful. I think it's really important that we take our students on a process of questioning as you said, the power dynamics that underpin why Spanish is given the title modern foreign languages, and Fanti, my West African, my Ghanaian language, isn't even examined, and Urdu is a community language, or it's a home language. So yes, I think it's it's a lot of schools sort of avow their multilingual their multilingual populations, right, and their multilingual vibe. But ultimately, it's disingenuous if they still have this dichotomization within schools that's reinforced by what's examined and then what's valued, and so on and so forth. So my answer is just a language. I think that's what I would call it.
Thank you very much. Sorry, I'm just a bit mindful, sorry to cut you off there, that we're running a bit over. Of course, it's up to the organisers whether we have an extra 5-10 minutes or not.
Of course, we have an extra 5 or 10 minutes.
Okay,
it's Friday after
okay,
all.
sorry, please carry on, Carlos.
I just wanted to ask quickly about first of all, to thank you for your answer, Lisa, and then to ask for the bibliographical reference you provided at the beginning of your comment, because I didn't think I catch that. The bibliographical reference you provided on an author who had tackled modern foreign languages label.
Yes, I'll put it in the chat.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you very much. Liz.
Hi, thanks. It was just really congratulations to Lisa and Melina on that project with the AL. It looks fantastic. I just when you were talking, it was speaking very clearly to the English curriculum, I think, and I just wondered whether it might be there might be interest for you in talking to some of the Welsh colleagues. In Wales, the educational system is arranged into 4 different regional consortia, and they've all been working towards the new curriculum in Wales. And under the new curriculum in Wales, it's been revised very much with a decolonising perspective. They've been looking at, it's structured around what they call 4 core purposes. And one of the core purposes is about creating globally ethical, that's not exactly what it's called, something like globally informed ethical citizens, something like that. So there's been a lot of work already done in languages around thinking about when this new curriculum comes on stream, what's it going to look like? So I just wondered whether there might be some value for you in connecting with some colleagues in Wales who've, that they haven't got all the answers absolutely, but they've already started on this journey maybe some time ago.
Excellent, thank you. Derek?
Yeah, this isn't my question, but just to echo what Liz says about the Anglo-centric nature of some of the conversation, I think if people wanted to reach out to language teachers in Scotland particularly those working in the early years, it might be interesting just to kind of like compare and contrast perspectives for teachers working within the broad general education curriculum in Scotland. But what I wanted to say was, I think, you know, the presentations have been absolutely fantastic and inspirational, lots of really interesting things going on. But what is concerning really is the atomization of expertise, experience, and resource, that so many people are doing brilliant work kind of in isolation, or, you know, hooking up with people that they happen to know. And it's great that some organizations are being set in place. But what I would really want to ask generally is, what kind of publications would actually help teachers in secondary schools tackle these issues? Not just on an individual level, but a number of you have kind of mentioned the fact that you've got colleagues who really don't know where to start. What would these resources look like? It's maybe not as something that you can answer kind of like right away, but I think we would be really interested in terms of our series at Liverpool University Press in actually reaching out to people who work in the secondary sector to understand what kind of books, what kind of websites, what kind of stuff you actually need, or what would be useful to actually, you know, really communicate more broadly, so that people aren't just working in isolation or just frustrated by not knowing, not being able to conceptualize how they may actually affect change when they really want to.
I think it's a really good point you make, Derek. And I was going to say, I think I know a number of textbook authors who've said that they've actively been discouraged from including too much sort of wider world culture in their writing in the past. But I think things are changing. But I would say sometimes there's probably a feeling of overwhelm that actually there's so much out there, and at the risk of you know, engendering stereotypes or not doing a very good job of presenting different cultures outside of mainland France, Germany and Spain. I think teachers sometimes A, are time poor and just avoid it because they've got so much else to cover, and B, I just think it's one more thing for them to research if it isn't just all in one place. I remember a resource many years ago called France Live, and there was a similar resource called Spain Live and Germany Live, and I think sort of revised versions of those, but perhaps focusing on you know, the wider French and Spanish speaking world would be really well received by teachers, because there isn't very much out there at this present time.
May I just add, I just had to apologise. Thank you for calling me out on my Anglo-centric perspective as well, Derek. It's worse than that. It's completely London-centric as well. It's worse than Anglo-centric. I'm sorry, I apologise. I really welcome that question, actually, and I think I work in ITT as well as a lecturer on the PGCE secondary, and you know, it was mentioned before by Susie that things need to be interwoven to be meaningful, not bolt on. And I think it's really, you know, when from the moment that you have your learning to teach secondary and the learning to teach languages, more foreign languages in the secondary school, the first chapter could, or whatever, you know, those sort of textbooks to how to teach. First question could be, what do we mean by MFL, and be an unpicking of that Carlos's question. And content needs to be there from the beginning in order to keep up to date and contemporary with the momentum and the way things have moved on. So I think it should really be from the really very outset of training.
Okay. I will, so Craig has his hand up, so we can be here all night. This is really fascinating, but I'll let Craig have the last question before we move on to Marcella.
It's kind of in response to what you said there, Derek, as well. One of the things that I've tried to do at UCC, having come in as kind of somebody from the second level going into third level, is I've tried to get researchers to open up their research that they do in culture and area studies to a wider audience. And I mean, like at UCC, they particularly specialise in Galician and Catalan and Basque cultural and area studies. And one of the things that I've kind of tried to say to them is like, so, you know, some of these seminars that you're doing that are lasting 20 minutes, if these were recorded and they could be made publicly available for secondary teachers to dip into and watch, they're fantastic, because they're very current, up to date, on the cutting edge of research and ideas. I think teachers, even if they were in kind of podcast form, you know, teachers would listen to them and then use those ideas in their own classroom. It's something we've done here, where I've tried to bring teachers in, encourage teachers to come in to seminars. But now, as a result of COVID and people being online more and things like this and recording things, there's a new opportunity, I think, there for people to share that cutting edge research and ideas. One really simple idea I can think of is where, you know, when the Catalan independence crisis kind of kicked off in Spain, there were we had a small symposium at UCC where people were, different specialists were talking about it and presenting papers on it. And I actually brought in some Spanish teachers, the local Spanish teachers, just from the city, and said, come, because it's really interesting and you'll really enjoy it, and it'll give you, you know, and lots of the presentations some of them were in Spanish as well. So it's really good for your kind of language CPD as well. They came away and they said, that was fantastic, and I can take those ideas and I can use them in the classroom. In, you know, as I said earlier, that difference between subject knowledge per se and subject knowledge for teaching, I can take that knowledge and I can use it. So I think that, for me, coming as a teacher as well, that would be something that I'd love to see to help this process.
Can I just come back really quickly, Russell? Just to say thanks for these responses, and we're really actively interested in kind of like reaching out to colleagues in the secondary and in the primary sectors in terms of developing useful resources as part of our series. So if you'd like to just drop me an email or drop Charles Burdett an email, I think we'd be really excited about working with you on this. And we really want your kind of driving input, because we don't want to waste our time producing something that would be of no interest or use to anybody. So if you wanted to contact us, I'll put my email in the chat, but we would be really excited about this.
Great, thanks. Yeah, so if you could put your contacts in the chat, that would be very helpful, I think, for everyone to be able to follow up on that. Okay, so we'll have to end the session now. It's been a privilege chairing this session, very interesting discussion. Before I hand over to Marcella for her closing reflections, I just think we should all thank Liz and Marcella for putting together this really wonderful symposium. So thank you very much. Okay, so Marcella, your closing remarks, please.
My closing remarks are going to be quite short, because it's Friday, because it's been a long day. And I think we could carry on talking about this forever. Thank you again to all our speakers for such stimulating presentations, to our session chairs as well, and to the audience, because it's been great, and the atmosphere has been you know, very, very welcoming. Thanks for the comments, thanks for the questions. Liz and I planned this event so that it would be a starting point for discussions around best practice, about the synergies between languages and cultures, and the strategies that we all put in place to implement changes to our teaching and our curriculum. So with this event, we would like to set the basis for an enduring conversation through further events and collaborative work. So just to say that the recordings of today's presentations will be listed on the IMLR podcast page. I put the address in the chat, so that's there. We will let you know when the recordings are ready, probably in a week or so. Liz and I will also write a post for the blog, the Modern Languages Research blogs. We'll include a link to a Padlet so that we can continue this conversation. Hopefully this will lead on to further collaboration and exchange of thoughts. So all that's left to say is have a great weekend. And thank you all very much. And let's continue this, okay? Thank you very much.
Thanks, everybody. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye.
Everybody. Bye-bye.